So what if it's unsuitable for life? Reclamation is not for the sake of seeking life forms, but to find minerals and resources, said Han Jijian coldly in response to Qi Long's question. He felt that this question of Qi Long's was really just too silly. Alert! The starship shall enter the atmospheric layer in 10 seconds. Please ensure all anti-shock measures are in place. Please ensure all anti-shock measures are in place. In the public comms of the mecha, the voice of the starship's JMC rang out. At the end of the 10-second countdown, all of the mecha operators in the transport hold could feel an intense quaking which lasted for over 10 seconds before the starship gradually stabilized again. At this time, all the mecha operators knew that they should have already passed through the atmospheric layer of X-192 and were now truly within the airspace of the planet. Sure enough, the JMC's voice once again rang out in the public comms. This time, it was to notify them that in 1 minute and 30 seconds, the starship would officially land on the ground of planet X-192. 1 minute and 30 seconds was not a very short period of time. It was enough for the mecha operators to make all necessary preparations for landing. Even so, when the countdown hit 0 and the starship landed heavily on the planet's surface, the intense vibrations still caused many mecha operators to feel their chi and blood roil in their chests. Quite a few of the mecha operators did not manage to regain their equilibrium till several beats later. Ling Lan's original party of 6 did not react in any way. Under Ling Lan's tutelage, even the one with the weakest physical constitution, Han Jijian, was able to easily withstand the impact. Well aware of her companion's conditions, Ling Lan skipped over them to ask, no mecha unrepaired, priceless kinship, and self-defined destiny, how they were holding up. Priceless kinship did not delay, instantly responding to say that he had no problem at all. Stopping to think about it, Ling Lan understood instantly. Li Shiyu's body could not be that weak. He was the dux of the military medical research specialization. Exceedingly intelligent, he would never allow his own body to be all that weak. No mecha unrepaired, was the second to reply. Just as Ling Lan predicted, he felt somewhat uncomfortable. However, after swallowing a tube of concentrated recovery fluid, he felt much better. The final one to answer was self-defined destiny. Even though he said that everything was fine, what kind of ears did Ling Lan have? She could clearly hear that the other's breath was rather short. The violent vibrations earlier must have given self-defined destiny some trouble despite him saying otherwise. This made Ling Lan frown slightly. She had only been mentally prepared regarding the slightly weaker constitution of no mecha unrepaired. After all, no mecha unrepaired was a support-type researcher. It was natural for him to have some foundational difference from specialized mecha operators like them. Thus, for no mecha unrepaired, to falter in situations like this was normal. However, things were different with self-defined destiny. Self-defined destiny was a specialized mecha operator too. This was something the other had told her personally, and she believed that the leopard would not lie to her. Besides, his control skills were more than sufficient to make him a specialized mecha operator. She would never, ever have considered that the leopard, who should have an amazing constitution based on her impression of him, would actually have a constitution roughly similar to that of no mecha unrepaired. This meant that the other's strength and stamina would not support drawn-out battle. This forced Ling Lan to ponder calmly. Could her old friend the leopard really become a permanent member of her clan? Although Ling Lan had gotten along very well with the leopard, and she also greatly cherished the rapport between them, this did not mean that she would allow the other to drag down her entire clan. She needed to think about the futures of these companions who had grown up alongside her. It had to be said that in Ling Lan's heart, the leopard was still not as important as her companions. For her companions, she could abandon her leopard. Sensing his boss's thoughts, Littlefour hurriedly explained, "Boss, because the Spectre's spiritual power is too strong. That is why the damage to his body is great. It's just like Boss in your previous world. Of course, with the gene agents, this world now has considerably improved on this front, but it still cannot fully cure the problem of the weakened constitution." Littlefour was rather fond of this Spectre with abilities similar to his. At the very least, the other gave him a sense of kinship, which was why he decided to speak up for self-defined destiny. Honestly, Spectres should not be able to operate mecha. The fact that self-defined destiny can do this is already extremely outstanding. Furthermore, having a Spectre around is also very advantageous to the clan. Spectres are very sensitive to the presence of other Spectres. He will be able to protect the others in the clan during critical moments. Won't you be able to protect everyone? Although Little Four's words moved Ling Lan a little, the problem of the leopard's constitution still made her feel extremely conflicted. Of course I can. But boss, there will always be times when you're alone, or when the team splits up to act. At those times, having an additional Spectre will increase the safety rates for everyone on the team no matter how things are arranged, replied Little Four calmly. He did not believe that his boss would trivialize her clan member's safety. As expected, Ling Lan paused after hearing what Little Four had to say. Besides, it's not like the other's weak constitution is unchangeable. Little Four prepared his finishing move. Oh, Ling Lan was extremely interested. If the problem of the leopard's constitution could be resolved, she naturally did not want to abandon the leopard. After all, it was so rare to find a friend with such good rapport. Ling Lan treated Qi Long and her other childhood companions as followers and sons to be raised, while the leopard was the very first one to give her the feeling of having a friend. As such, Ling Lan treasured him greatly. Boss, have you forgotten how your body recovered? As long as there are gene agents, once I've modified them, the other will be able to absorb them endlessly. Combine that with your Qi exercises and the foundational physical skills of the learning space, and by applying all three methods simultaneously, this problem should be fixed in 2 to 3 years. Little Four reminded Ling Lan. How she had resolved her own latent issues would be how the other could resolve his own latent issues. I'll have to think about this. Ling Lan glanced at self-defined destiny and cut short the topic. This was because all the mecha had already begun to leave their secured seats and were now lining up to walk out of the hold's door. There was one other reason why Ling Lan did not want to make a decision just yet. She wanted to first see if the leopard could actually gain her companion's acknowledgement. If her companions truly accepted him, she would willingly help her leopard solve this problem. Everything would still depend on how the leopard performed in future. Ling Lan sighed internally and then led her party members to walk out of the hold doors. Right then, Li Lanfeng had no idea that he had almost been given 3 strikes won by his rabbit. As soon as he could, he downed some restorative agent, and very soon, his body had recovered. He quickly followed the other members of his party forward, rather frustrated with himself deep inside. He had not expected all the members of the rabbit's party to have such sturdy constitutions. Of all the members, his constitution actually ranked at the very bottom. He silently clenched his fists tight, deciding that he would increase his nightly basic training by 3-fold. He definitely would not disgrace his rabbit. The moment they stepped out of the Starship Transport's hold, a wave of heat swept over them. Even though the temperature within their mecha cockpits had already been adjusted lower, they could still feel the difference from the temperatures of an inhabitable 2 planet. On the respective screens of all the mecha in Ling Lan's party, an endless desert came into view. It was a swirling sheet of white with not a single speck of any other color. After only looking at the scene for several seconds, they could already feel their eyes vaguely starting to prickle in pain. Adjust the temperature of your cockpit. Lower it by 10 degrees. And set your visuals to infrared mode. Just when everyone was stunned, Ling Lan's voice rang out in their party comms. Used to obeying Ling Lan's commands, Qi Long and the others quickly made the adjustments as instructed. Once they had adjusted the initial internal temperature of 25 degrees down to 15, they felt all the heat which had penetrated the cockpit completely wiped away. Their cockpits once again returned to regular levels of comfort. Meanwhile, changing their screen displays to infrared mode eased the strain on their eyes. They no longer felt as if they were staring into a blizzard of white, and their eyes stopped hurting. Li Lanfeng had the utmost faith in his rabbit, so he did not think much of the other's immensely accurate judgment. However, Li Shiyu and no mecha unrepaired could not help but feel a jolt go through their hearts. Their leader must know everything about mecha like the back of his hands. Otherwise, he would not have been able to make such accurate and precise judgments in a split second. No mecha unrepaired found his respect for Ling Lan deepening, while Li Shiyu too gradually began to acknowledge this boss Lan who he had never thought well of, who liked to turn common sense on its head. When they truly walked out onto the planet, they were shocked by the scene before their eyes. Those mecha that had walked out before them were currently struggling against the sands of the area. Many mecha had sunk into the sandy ground, while even more had no choice but to power up their engines to fly into the air and move forwards that way. Warning: do not use your engines for a long time. The temperature and atmospheric elements here will cause great damage to your engines. In the public comms channel, the JMC's anxious voice rang out once more in warning. He had barely finished speaking when in the skies not too far away, a loud boom rang out as a mecha's engine abruptly exploded. The strength of the explosion instantly sent the mecha careening to the ground. The entire mecha crashed into the sand, and its massive body became completely buried within it. If not for the help of his party members, he would not have been able to resolve this dire situation on his own. All that would have awaited him was death. God MN, what a dangerous planet. Witnessing this scene, Xiaoyi could not help but exclaim in the party comms. However, he was only exclaiming for the sake of exclaiming. He would not shrink back in fear because of this. Let us go. Ling Lan's voice had yet to fade when she had already controlled her mecha to begin striding onto this patch of desert. But then, self-defined destiny suddenly shouted, "Wait a moment." Ling Lan controlled her mecha to dip her head at him, signaling for self-defined destiny to explain why he had stopped her. "I think that it's better to first send someone to test things out," said Li Lanfeng with a smile. "I volunteer myself. As a new member, I hope everyone can give me a chance to perform." Li Lanfeng's words made the initially rather tense atmosphere of the team dissipate instantly. Qilong even began to laugh uproariously, while there were several other soft giggles and chuckles that were almost inaudible. God knows who was laughing so secretly. The corners of Ling Lan's lips quirked up. She was extremely in favor of the leopard's behavior, so she said, "All right, go." Ling Lan hoped the leopard would be accepted by her companions. Thus, she naturally indicated her support of the leopard's request without any hesitation. Hearing Ling Tian first string agree, Li Lanfeng was exhilarated. He breathed in deeply, trying to calm himself. This time, he must definitely perform well and not disgrace his rabbit. Li Lanfeng knew well that in order for him to find secure footing within the rabbit's team, relying purely on the friendship between himself and the rabbit would not be enough. Li Lanfeng operated his mecha to dash out onto the sands, landing in the endless desert which had already swallowed many mecha. Very quickly, the shifting sand beneath his feet had sucked in both of his mecha's legs. His mecha began sinking down at a rapid pace. At this speed, his entire mecha might be completely buried a minute later. The default desert mode setting of the mecha does not match up to the real conditions. The buoyancy difference is extremely large. The settings need to be altered. Change it to 20. No. 30. Still not enough. 40. That's a little too much. Correction. It should be 37 or 38. Confirmed as 38. Original mecha traction setting lacking. Compensation coefficient at 10 results in sluggishness. Change coefficient to 9, success. There is an error with the original granular load 1. Increase load value to 20. Still wrong. Increase to 25. Adjusted to 24, confirmed. In the party comms, self-defined destiny's rapid-fire speech came through clearly, along with the faint sound of fingers moving at super high control speeds. This gave all the other members of Ling Lan's party a shock. They knew what this represented. Setting aside the brash and forthright Qilong, whose control was coarse and based solely on his instinct, even Han Zhijian, with his formidable calculation skills, could not collect on-scene data and perform such accurate corrections in such a short amount of time. Those rapid tapping sounds and swishing noises also meant that the other's finger speed had currently achieved a frightening level. This caused Qilong and the others to begin taking self-defined destiny. This person who had just joined them, seriously. Although they would never doubt Boss Lan's judgment, without experiencing it firsthand, they would never have known that this seemingly friendly and humble self-defined destiny was also a control prodigy. As expected, those who Boss Lan took a shine to would never be simple. Still, after that first jolt of surprise, Qilong and the others quickly calmed down. Without waiting for Ling Lan to give the order, they immediately began adjusting the settings of their mecha according to self-defined destiny's calculated adjustments. After applying all those settings, Li Lanfeng's mecha had already pulled both his feet out from the shifting sands to stand up properly. He was now standing on the sands like it was solid ground and was waiting for them to come to him. This proved that those settings of his were absolutely correct. This scene also caused those mechas still struggling with the sand to stare, gobsmacked, but they soon figured things out and began manually adjusting their mecha settings as well. Still, the process was not as easy as they had assumed. Manual adjustment of settings required one to know all the settings of a mecha like the palm of one's hand. If one only had a half-baked understanding of the settings, they would never be able to accomplish it to the degree that Li Lanfeng had. All right, let's move. Seeing this, Ling Lan no longer hesitated, instantly giving out the order. Following this cry, the 8 mecha remaining on the platform shot out like cannonballs to land gracefully in the desert. After reuniting with self-defined destiny, they ventured off swiftly into the depths of the desert. This scene was captured by the surveillance system of the starship and was swiftly transmitted to the starship's control room. The adjutant in the control room saw the performance of this team, and a slight smile appeared on his face as he said, "Looks like it's not all trash. This team is still somewhat presentable, especially this mecha." The one he was pointing at was precisely the first one to go out into the desert to feel out the conditions, self-defined destiny. That's why I said that civilian mecha operators may not be completely worthless, responded the commander with a serious expression. Still, I keep feeling that the reclamation efforts this time won't go smoothly. The adjutant was taken aback. Are you saying? I just received a notification from the mainframe saying that not too far from us, there's something strange with Planet X-193. It's investigating what's going on right now. Once it has concrete news, it'll contact us again. The commander's brow was deeply furrowed. He had been studying all this time to try and figure out a way for them to get close to the base camp of the Swift Dragons, but all his mental efforts had been useless. He could only wait passively for the notification from the mainframe. This made the commander, who liked to have everything within his control, uneasy. He did not like this feeling of having his actions dictated by someone else. It looks like the mainframe is very afraid that there will be further issues this time. The adjutant's eyes narrowed as if thinking of something. So we can only wait passively for the mainframe's notification now, said the commander with a sigh. He was feeling increasingly uncertain about his mission. 7 days went by swiftly. Within these 7 days, nothing much happened to Ling Lan's party. As Ling Lan was not here to cultivate the planet in search of wealth, she did not split her party into smaller exploration teams and spread them out as the other expedition teams did. The 9 people of her party broke into 3 smaller teams and stayed in a triangular formation. All of them moved together within the same district, often checking in with one another. Even if there were some expedition teams who harbored ill intent, when they saw how many members Ling Lan's party had and how the party was in a triangular formation equally capable of offense or defense, they did not dare to act impulsively. The triangular formation was actually a basic Federation mecha formation. It was typically formed by 3 mecha teams at 3 points of a triangle moving as one. This type of formation allowed any one of the component mecha teams to become the arrowhead of the entire team. It was one of the most commonly used formations by the Federation mecha forces. Even so, the luck of Ling Lan's party was still pretty decent. Although they did not search a large area, they still managed to find some rare metals, as well as some unidentified minerals. They secretly noted all these. They would only need to pass this info on to the registration staff on the starship, and even if it did not yield a large sum in return, the reward would certainly be enough to supply enough power for their mecha for several months. Speaking of which, we should now talk about the usage of power in Mecha World and the various ways to obtain power. An active mecha, even if its user did not log in to operate it, would still have a basic amount of power drain. Thus, every mecha operator would have the daily pressure of collecting power. Power could be obtained by completing missions or foraging in the wilderness, and it could also be purchased with credits in the power stores of Mecha World. Therefore, if they had not saved up enough power sources, mecha operators who had not logged in for long periods of time may very likely find that their mecha could no longer be activated for use the next time they logged in. Replenishing power which had been lost was even more expensive than stocking up to begin with. Thus, in Mecha World, the average mecha operator would normally only have 1 active mecha. Those operators who were slightly stronger would at most have one spare reserve mecha, because just one more mecha was beyond the means of the average mecha operator to support. The only exceptions were those people with great ability or those who had an abundance of credits. This was also why many mecha operators would do away with those mecha they had replaced, trading them for some power supplies to keep. This was also why when Li Lanfeng had only redeemed another mecha when he was about to advance to intermediate mecha, a normal mecha operator just could not keep all the mecha they had ever redeemed on them. The reason the conditions were so strict was out of fear that the mecha operators would not be able to focus fully on training with the mecha they had in their hands. Mind you, the further things progressed, the finer the distinction of mecha categorization became. For example, for intermediate mecha, just humanoid mecha alone had 5 types, and by the time it came to advanced mecha, there were 8 types of humanoid mecha. If operators could not concentrate on training with one mecha, even the most prodigious mecha operator would end up mediocre because of this. Thus, Mecha World had no choice but to use material pressure to forcefully eliminate the distraction for the mecha operators, making them calm down and train hard in the control skills for one mecha. Consequently, in Mecha World, every mecha operator would have headaches over power supplies. Ling Lan and her party were no exception. They could come out and do missions for so long, all thanks to Lin Zhongqing, who had done his duty as support logistician to conserve power all this time. However, this would only support them for another half a month at most, so any gains here would be a great boon overall. Just as they were planning to move on to the next district, they received an emergency alert from the military vessel's control center. The alert stated that all the mecha operators were expected to rush back to the transport ship within 3 days because the transport ship would be leaving X-192 at 12 noon sharp 3 days later. As for the reason why, the military vessel's side simply said that there would be a violent elemental energy turbulence on planet X-192 3 days later. This turbulence may very well destroy any and all mecha still remaining on the planet at that time. After discussing it over, Ling Lan's party decided to continue foraging for one more day before rushing back. Although they were only a day's journey away from the transport ship, Ling Lan did not like to cut things so close. She liked leaving some room for error in all things. A day's time passed quickly. After some minor organizing of the resources they had gathered and recharging the power of their mecha, they operated their mecha to move towards the transport ship at full speed. But halfway through their journey, an accident occurred before their eyes. There was a loud boom. Straight ahead on the path Ling Lan's party was traveling on, the sound of a violent explosion rang out. This sound was clearly the result of a mecha using a cannon-type firearm. Razor, lead your team over to take a look. Ling Lan frowned lightly. Using a cannon-type firearm on this planet was undoubtedly a very dangerous act. The atmosphere already contained hydrogen and chlorine. Adding high heat would very easily result in self-destruction. If triggered by a cannon-type firearm, there was a high chance of a chain reaction occurring, which could easily endanger the safety of her party if they were unlucky. In order to obtain a clear picture of the situation, Ling Lan instructed Luo Lang's team, which was currently the arrowhead of their formation, to go check things out. Luo Lang's small team consisted of Luo Lang, Xie Yi, and Li Xiu, with Luo Lang as the interim head. Receiving his orders, Luo Lang led Xie Yi and Li Xiu in a quick sprint forwards. Not long after, Ling Lan and the others received a shared video channel from Luo Lang's team. It turned out that about 1 kilometer ahead of them, there was a mecha team of 15 people who were currently launching a series of violent attacks at a small mecha team of only 5 people. If they guessed correctly, this should be a robbery in progress. This was a common scene during planetary reclamation events. Some large expedition teams with bad reputations just loved to do such things, because robbing others at this time was much more profitable than foraging for themselves. It looked like that team of 5 was also the gutsy type, otherwise a fight would not have broken out. Many smaller mecha teams would choose to give up a large portion of their resources when faced with such unbeatable odds, choosing the option of safe return. But this team had not chosen to give in. Despite seeing that they would never be able to survive, they had actually taken the initiative to launch a blast cannon too. They were obviously trying to kill their opponents in a kamikaze attack, but their luck did not seem to be very good. The firearm had not ignited the elements within the air, so they were now being oppressed and beaten, it would not be long before they were completely annihilated. Boss, what should we do? Should we wait or circle around them? Luo Lang observed the happenings from a distance, making contact with the team at the same time. Ling Lan did not make a decision immediately, instead asking Qi Long, "Combat, what do you think?" The battle maniac Qi Long had long been driven stir-crazy by these past calm and uneventful days. The moment he heard Boss's question, he quickly replied, "Let's go straight through. If any among them are blind enough to dare rob us, let's just end them." These words were said with a great thuggish air, but it was also Qi Long's true opinion. "I think it is very necessary for us to hone our blades one beforehand." As his sworn brother, Han Jijian naturally had to show his utmost support for Qi Long's stand. Besides, he too felt that going through a battle would allow their team to become closer. After all, they had just added 3 additional people, so they had to adapt to the new addition's skills and work on their teamwork. Han Jijian liked to have everything in hand. No mecha unrepaired, had no opinion on this matter, while Li Lanfeng's thoughts ran parallel to Han Jijian's without any prior discussion. So Li Lanfeng piped up in support. "Abacus speaks truly. We're working together as a team for the first time after all. There is indeed a need for a chance for a real battle. If there are any problems, we can then take some time to adjust before we get too deep into the mission. This will also be extremely beneficial to the future of our clan." Lin Zhongqing did not say outright whether he agreed or disagreed. He only told his boss that he had enough power blocks saved up to support this battle. Indirectly, he was also conveying that he too approved of this fight. Since everyone had the desire to fight, Ling Lan of course would not refuse. Thus, she ordered Luo Lang's team of 3, which was a distance away, observing, to stay put, saying, "Razor, wait till we get there, then we will move together." Ling Lan was afraid Luo Lang would act impulsively, even though the other side's combat power was just at the level of a typical civilian expedition team. Their numbers were not few. For Luo Lang's team of only 3 people to go up against them was still rather dangerous. "Understood, boss," responded Luo Lang firmly. He took Ling Lan's orders even more seriously than Qi Long did. Qi Long might still nod on the surface, but disobey secretly, while Luo Lang would never disobey something he had promised his boss. Very soon, Ling Lan had led the rest of the team to Luo Lang's side. Then, she indicated for everyone to move forwards in their original formation, acting as if they knew nothing as they approached the heart of the combat. But secretly, everyone was already mentally prepared for battle. The moment they found the others' arrows pointed at them, they would swoop down upon them at lightning speed and destroy the other side. "Leader, there's a mecha squad incoming." A sentry member noticed Luo Lang's 3-man team, and he quickly reported the sighting to his team leader at the heart of the fight. "How many people?" The team leader, who was currently using firepower to suppress their opponents, could not help but frown and ask. The opposing 5-man team, which was currently being pummeled by them and could only resist futilely, had long been their target. They had discovered them when the other side had managed to collect a rare and precious power source. The team leader knew very well what power sources represented. As long as they could possess this power source and hand it over to the military, they would become filthy rich overnight. Therefore, they had long lain in ambush here, planning to kill the other party to snatch this rare and precious power source. Initially, they had thought that by surrounding the other side with 15 people, the other 5 would definitely meekly hand over the power source. Unexpectedly, these 5 people were all a bunch of tough customers, actually choosing mutual destruction and taking the initiative to use firearms. If not for their bad luck in failing to ignite the hydrogen and chlorine in the air, his team might probably have been completely wiped out. But other than the first person among them who had to retreat away from the fight after receiving heavy damage at the start, the other team members had reacted speedily. Now, under their frenzied attacks, they had very quickly finished off 3 of the 5 people, and the remaining 2 people would probably just take them another 2 to 3 minutes to handle. Who could have expected that, just as they were about to reap the fruits of victory, some unforeseen guests would arrive? This spoiled the mood of this team leader considerably. He even felt rather vindictive, thinking to just annihilate this troublesome mecha squad directly. It's a 3-man formation. For some reason, the sentry seemed to have not seen the other 6 mecha on both flanks behind Luo Lang, so he only reported Luo Lang's team of 3. 3 people? They're bloody seeking death. How long before they run into us? With a cold sniff, the team leader decided in his mind to stop these 3 impudent mecha. Perhaps they would be able to obtain some extra resources from the 3. I reckon there's still about a minute. The sentry gave a rough estimate based on his gauge of the speed of Luo Lang's team. Okay, don't stop them. Just let them through just like that, instructed the team leader through gritted teeth. He then turned to the attacking team members and ordered, "Everyone, beat them hard. Try your best to finish them off in 1 minute. Our new prey is coming." "Yeah, roger that. Awesome. Watch me." Raucous hollers rang out from the team comms. It was clear to see that this was not a bunch of orderly civilized people. Subsequently, they no longer worried about limiting their power use. The cold beam guns in their hands rattled as cold beams poured out in a torrent, raining down in a sheet towards the heads of the surviving 2 opponents. Out of fear of igniting the elemental energy in the air, they had all chosen weapons using cold beams. This crazy wave of attack gave the remaining 2 mecha no chance to fight back. They could only turn their beam shields up to the max to try and hold off these attacks. The 2 of them knew what the final outcome awaiting them was. Once their mecha ran out of power, the beam shields would stop working. They would definitely be shredded by those cold beams and die here. The penalty for death in Mecha World was extremely brutal. Restarting not only wiped out the mecha you possessed, but the deduction of points was also astronomical. Lacking points after restarting, many mecha operators were even reduced to becoming a lower mecha operator again. "Big brother, let me hold them off. Go find those newcomers quick and ask for help." These 2 had found out about the impending arrival of an unexpected team of mecha from the alerts of their mecha, so one of the mecha immediately shouted out a suggestion to the other mecha. "They're surrounding us on all sides. They have no intention at all of letting us run away. Second brother, even if we die, we must die together, along with the rest of our brothers," said Big Brother with a tortured smile. Then, his face twisted into a scowl as he said, "However, I will not let them win." He rubbed a hand over the rare power source they had found inside his bag, a wild idea rising up in his mind. Big Brother abruptly spat out a mouthful of spit and said fiercely, "Second brother, take a gamble with me. We must hold out until those people arrive." Big Brother's eyes were shadowed, a sort of savage wildness within them. Right then, the silhouettes of Luo Lang's team could already be seen. By the time both sides could see each other, the 2 trapped people were on the brink of running out of power. Just a little short. Just 10 more seconds would do. Big Brother yelled shrilly. He was not content to just die here like this. At that moment, Second Brother, who had been shielding against the cold beams by his side, suddenly opened his mecha's limbs and hugged Big Brother's mecha beside him tightly, covering the other's entire mecha beneath his own. All the cold beams focused on Second Brother's mecha, and 2 seconds later, his flickering beam shield shattered, letting all the beams through to rain on the body of his mecha. "Big Brother, you must avenge us." Amidst a tragic howl, Second Brother held on for another 10 seconds or so by relying purely on the inherent defense of his mecha's body. Finally, his mecha too broke down into countless fragments under the bombardment of cold beams. Big Brother's mecha was finally revealed. At the same time, the beam shield he had deactivated reappeared once more. He was preparing for his final stand. Godmit, actually letting him drag things out by 11 seconds. The team leader could not help but swear. Meanwhile, Luo Lang's team of 3 mecha was about to enter his team's shooting range in the very next second. "Old Lu, take 2 teams to deal with those 3 mecha. It's fine to just leave me for mecha." The team leader knew he could not delay any longer. If the newcomers initiated attack, even if they managed to take down the other's 3 mecha, they would still suffer losses. And he did not just plan to rob these 2 batches of mecha. He wanted to gain even more. Old Lu had just pulled away 2 smaller teams of mecha from the main team when the staunchly defending Big Brother suddenly revved his engines. The loud roar of the engines caused everyone's face to change. And then, Big Brother operated his mecha to leap out, pushing the speed of his mecha to the max, flying swiftly towards Luo Lang's team. This unexpected scene stunned the team who was trying to rob him. By the time they came to their senses, the other had actually charged out of their barrier circle. "Godmit, take him down," the team leader bellowed furiously. This behavior of the other had undoubtedly enraged him. Right now, All he wanted was to finish off this detestable mecha before his eyes. The escaping mecha did not activate his beam shield and waste that last bit of resources he had. He only pushed the engines of his mecha to the max, flying forwards desperately. This type of action was undoubtedly a form of suicide because the heat from the engines could very well ignite the energies in the air. If that happened, the final outcome would be the self-destruction of his own mecha, and he would die at the scene. However, in Big Brother's heart, this kind of death was still much better than dying at the opponent's hands. Perhaps the heavens took pity on him. His engine did not explode all the way through. Still, the cold beam guns chasing behind him had struck his mecha, causing his mecha to be riddled with holes from the shoulder down to his entire right arm. Luckily, these attacks had not struck his cockpit, otherwise he would have already been dead. Still, even so, Big Brother's mecha had still successfully gotten close to Luo Lang's team. Take this. This is the precious power source we found. Please help us take our revenge, shouted Big Brother loudly through his mecha's public comms. Using only the left hand of his mecha, he drew out something from his bag and tossed it at Luo Lang with all his might. The item flew like a cannonball towards Luo Lang, who reflexively caught it. Before he could even look at it, cold beams once again struck Big Brother's mecha from behind. This time, he could not escape. His cockpit was directly hit. The entire mecha blew apart with a loud boom, becoming a pile of scrap metal to fall before Luo Lang, causing Luo Lang's brow to scrunch up tightly. Leader, no precious power source dropped. Looks like that thing has been transferred to them. One of the mecha had not waited for his leader's instruction to fly over to the remains of that opponent's mecha to do a swift check, and he then reported his findings in disappointment. In Mecha World, as long as a mecha and its operator were directly destroyed, all of the precious items, materials, weapons, equipment, and so on belonging to Mecha World would definitely drop. Thus, just a quick check would be enough to tell whether or not the item they wanted had still been on the operator when he died. At this news, the team leader became livid. He instantly pointed a beam gun at Luo Lang's team of 3 and sneered, "Punk, hand over that thing quickly, or else we won't be polite anymore." Without even glancing at the item in his hands, Luo Lang threw it into his mecha's bag and sneered back in return, "Since it has come into our hands, it won't be leaving them. I would really like to see how you all plan to be rude to us." Since he knew Boss planned to teach the other a lesson anyway, Luo Lang naturally would not show the opponent any face. "You're really asking for it." The rage in the team leader's chest burned hotter. Once, twice, these 3 or 4 puny kittens actually dared to bare their teeth against his threats. Even as he felt immensely frustrated, he also felt that this was a great loss of face. He decided that he would definitely torment these 3 arrogant punks before him to death and let them realize that they were not qualified enough to be arrogant just yet. Before he could say kill them, the mecha responsible for sentry duty suddenly yelled out once again, "Leader, 2 more squads of mecha have appeared. There are 6 more in total." FCK. The team leader could not help but curse internally. Still somewhat rational, he knew his team could not finish off 9 mecha in one go without suffering any losses. So he instructed, "Warn those squads that we are fighting here. Tell them to circle around." This was a type of established convention within Mecha World. When 2 parties were in conflict and did not want any other parties to disturb them, they would arrange for sentry members to go alert uninvolved mecha teams passing by, so they would go around them and avoid the area where they were fighting. After giving his instructions to the sentry member, the team leader then ordered all the other team members present, attack at full force. The reason why the team leader would call his team members to attack without worry was that, in his mind, he had already assumed that these 6 mecha that had just appeared would definitely circle around them. Generally, an uninvolved party would never willingly stick their nose into trouble. However, he could never have expected that these 6 newcomer mecha were not uninvolved members at all. He had barely given the command when, in that instant where his men had yet to pull the triggers in their hands, a long-prepared Luo Lang moved 1 step before they could. He slammed 2 heavy fists into the ground and followed it up with a strong and powerful sweeping kick. The sand and rocks on the ground were instantly jolted into the air and then sent smashing down like a waterfall on the heads of those 13 mecha. For a moment, the 2 sides completely lost sight of each other. Seeing the wall of sand and dirt flying at them, The opponent's first reflex was to dodge and wait for their vision to clear before attacking. However, they could never have imagined that Luo Lang's team of three, who were clearly the underdogs, being outnumbered, would not choose to escape at this time, instead following up with another attack. The sand and gravel had yet to fully settle when the team leader heard three chilling cries ring out in his party's comms, which were then swiftly followed by the sounds of mecha crashing heavily into the ground. These terrifying cries caused a tendril of fear to rise up within the team members' hearts. Instead of pushing the attack, they chose instinctively to defend. Their first thought was to first protect themselves well. Finally, the cascading waterfall of sand and dirt settled completely, and everyone could see clearly again. Only at this time did they discover that three of their teammates were already on the ground. Eye-catching crimson fluid was trickling out from the cockpits of those fallen mecha, staining the white sand beneath the mecha red. Beside them stood those three newcomer mecha. In each of their hands was a standard high-alloy long sword that came equipped with every mecha. Blood still remained on their blades, slowly sliding along the edge of their swords to drip to the ground. Everyone knew what this meant. Those three teammates of theirs were definitely dead. Still off-balanced and frightened, they abruptly heard the other side's leader one sneer and say, "With just this much strength, actually daring to threaten to be impolite to us?" Luo Lang had initially thought that these people must be rather capable for them to dare waylay others to rob them in broad daylight. Who knew they were actually so worthless? One attack had been enough to throw them into a state of disarray. At these words, the team leader almost bit through his tongue. Right then, he knew that these three were definitely incomparable to that five-man team they had pushed around earlier. He had likely stumbled upon a tough team this time. If he had only known earlier, he would have told the sentry to stop them and asked them to circle around. However, he knew that it was already too late now. He and the other side were already at the point of no return. One side had to die for the conflict to end. Setting aside the matter of the precious power source he craved in the other's hands, the three members who had been sacrificed in front of him needed him to stand up for them and avenge them. But before he could give any orders, 6 beams of light suddenly shot down from above, instantly striking 6 mecha whose operators did not have any time at all to react. Needless to say, these 6 mecha exploded simultaneously to become heaps of debris. In just a few seconds' time, the team leader's side was down by 9 mecha. His initial grand team of 13 mecha had been reduced to only 4 mecha in an instant. He had all but lost the upper hand. The team leader stared off despairingly into the distance, and he soon saw those 6 mecha he had assumed to have circled around descending like gods from the heavens to land before him. "Why did you all choose to get involved with this mess?" asked the team leader bitterly. He knew what his fate would be, but he just could not figure out why this would happen. Thus, he wanted to ask to find out, otherwise he would not be able to rest in peace. "It's not that we wanted to intentionally get involved in this messy situation. We just could not be uninvolved, because you've intercepted some of our team members," responded Ling Lan calmly. She had initially thought that the other side would give them some trouble, but things turned out unexpectedly easy. It looked like there was no further hope of training up her troops. So that's how it is. The team leader finally understood the resulting despair of being overconfident too. His luck was truly too terrible, actually stepping on the tail of an extremely strong team. Just as everyone thought the team leader would just give up and surrender, unexpectedly, as his voice trailed off, the remaining 4 mecha who were still able to fight sprang into motion and began attacking ferociously. It looked like they knew their lives were forfeit, and so decided they might as well push forward without worrying about the consequences and take some of the enemies down with them. The ones they chose to attack were Ling Lan and no mecha unrepaired, because among the 9 mecha, the only 2 intermediate mecha were theirs. In the opponent's eyes, trying to kill advanced mecha warriors with just the 4 of them was rather difficult, but killing 2 intermediate mecha warriors which were lower level than them was still doable. However, they were doomed to be disappointed. Because of the 2 mecha operators they thought were the easiest to handle, one just happened to be Boss Lan. She was the one Shi Long and the others recognized as the strongest. She was the horrifying boss who could crush them effortlessly even if she was controlling an intermediate mecha. Meanwhile, though the other person was also an intermediate mecha, the pilot was a genius mecha mechanic. The control skills of a mecha mechanic might not be too remarkable, but the mecha he piloted would definitely never be as simple as it appeared on the surface. Ling Lan gracefully flashed from side to side, drawing a swift streak of shadow through the air as she easily dodged these attacks. Meanwhile, no mecha unrepaired did not even move. He simply raised his mecha's right arm, and the thick and heavy armor at his elbow suddenly opened up like an umbrella, instantly forming a large round shield. The surface of the shield was even emitting an indistinct sheen of light. The cold beams shooting at him were all blocked by the shield, not causing him any bit of trouble. Rather, after receiving these cold beams, that faint sheen on the shield actually intensified, becoming gradually more opaque and visible. Seeing this, Ling Lan's eyebrows lifted slightly, barely able to conceal her surprise. This shield of no mecha unrepaired was not as simple as it seemed. As a genius mechanic, no mecha unrepaired did not waste that talent of his. Ling Lan and no mecha unrepaired had just dodged these beam attacks on their end when, on the other side, the team leader's party no longer had a second opportunity to attack. For mecha were not at all enough to split among the other members of Ling Lan's team. Almost simultaneously, Qi Long, Luo Lang, Xie Yi, and Li Lanfeng moved ahead of the others and used their respective cold weapons to slash down the remaining 4 mecha efficiently. Even the strongest on the opponent's side, the team leader, only lasted 1 round under Qi Long's swift and powerful attack. It could only be said that this party, which loved to rob others, favored ambushes and group attacks too much. They were extremely weak when it came to individual combat. This made the combat-loving Qi Long feel extremely unsatisfied, and he could not help but grunt peevishly. FCK, what trash. It's really no fun fighting them. They are rather weak. Ling Lan agreed with Qi Long's sentiments, but her eyes were sparkling as she looked in Li Lanfeng's direction. Their final attack earlier had undoubtedly pleased Ling Lan greatly. However, we have still achieved one of our objectives. All of your attacks earlier were well coordinated, attacking all at once without actually overlapping in target. It's clear that you all have rather good rapport. A clan was most afraid of lacking rapport, especially after the addition of new members. Ling Lan was not surprised by the fact that Qi Long, Luo Lang, and Xie Yi worked together well, but Ling Lan was extremely pleased and satisfied that the leopard had been able to determine who the others were attacking instantly and choose the remaining target. The leopard truly had not let her down. Not bad, self-defined destiny. Next time, let us work together again, said Qi Long with a large grin. He too had not expected self-defined destiny, who had just joined, to actually work so well with them. This made Qi Long's impression of self-defined destiny rise significantly. Luo Lang nodded in agreement with what Qi Long had said. Meanwhile, Xie Yi, who had initially been in the role of newcomer himself, had already been sympathetic towards self-defined destiny, to begin with, not as aloof as Qi Long or Luo Lang towards him. Hearing this, Xie Yi could not help but smile, feeling happy for self-defined destiny. This was just a lucky coincidence. I just hope that we can have such great rapport next time, replied self-defined destiny, with a smile. Even though he said it was a lucky coincidence, that was not actually true. The reason he had managed to work so well with the other 3 was because he had already deduced the accurate choice to make before he had attacked. Although Li Lanfeng had not joined the rabbits team for long, observant as he was, he had already gotten a pretty good understanding of the personalities and positions of the members in the team. In terms of mecha combat, Lingtian combat only submitted to the rabbit, and in truth, he was indeed the second seat in regards to combat within the rabbit's team. Despite being extremely covetous of this position, Li Lanfeng also knew that he could only continue to covet it for the time being. His capabilities might not be any weaker than the others, but he just did not hold the same weight one as the other. From their conversation, he could tell that these people had grown up beside the rabbit. As a latecomer, he did not have the right to grasp for this position. Li Lanfeng really wanted to stand by his rabbit, but he was not impatient. He would not impulsively offend the team members of the rabbit. He would slowly gather the team members' acknowledgement bit by bit, and climb his way up to finally stand matter-of-factly by his rabbit's side. He would become the rabbit's undoubted best partner. Ever since Li Lanfeng had become old enough to think sensibly, he had only wanted to change his fate, but now he had finally found a new goal in life. "Boss, what should we do with these people?" Qilong and the others looked at the remaining few enemies who were not dead yet, but had already lost all will to fight, and then turned their heads to ask Ling Lan. Against these sorts of defenseless enemies, Qilong found it somewhat difficult to take action. Ling Lan did not answer verbally, simply gesturing with a hand to have them killed without any hesitation, appearing unbelievably cold-blooded and ruthless. They were currently doing a covert mission, so they could not let any news of their real capabilities get out. No one could be certain whether the enemies had activated any recording functions. Only by destroying the other's mecha and killing them all to let them resurrect at the save point could they eliminate this possibility. In Mecha World, other than the actual death itself being fake, those who are killed by Spectre abilities though would truly die without any chance of revival. Everything else would be realistic. In other words, if a mecha was destroyed and the operator died, any recordings they made of this battle would be gone. Even if these people went back to rant on the official website, no one would be able to tell which team it was which had killed them. Next time they met, the other would not be able to identify them either, because they were all basically just using standard mecha at the moment. Qilong and the others saw Ling Lan's hand gesture and understood what Ling Lan meant. Without saying anything more, everyone neatly destroyed their opponent's cockpits and began smashing up the mecha. Of course, this type of destruction could not directly destroy all evidence. Still, Qilong and the others were not afraid. Once this reclamation event ended, even if anyone came here again, it would take at least 3 months. And 3 months' time would be enough for these mecha to run out of power. At that time, even if this fight had been recorded and someone really managed to get their hands on the wrecked remains of these mecha, they would not be able to restore the mecha and get the recordings intact. After all this was done, Ling Lan was about to tell them to continue moving when Luo Lang idly glanced at the item he had received at the start of the fight and shouted out involuntarily. Everyone halted to look back in surprise at Luo Lang. Although Luo Lang looked sweet and gentle, his heart was extremely strong. He would never cry out over any small thing. For something to make Luo Lang lose control like this, it must be a great deal. "Boss, take a look at this." Luo Lang ignored everyone else's gazes, instantly handing over that precious power source in his bag to Ling Lan. Of course, he did not dare to toss it, instead being extremely careful as he passed it over. Ling Lan accepted it, took a look, and was instantly stunned speechless. X-192 high-glazed nuclear power source, a power source exclusive to planet X-192. Overall capacity 1032. Able to sustain activation of mecha below Imperial level, and has the ability to self-recharge. Recharge factor, on planet X-192, 10 calories per second. In star space, 8 calories per second. On other planets, between 2 to 5 calories 3. This was an absolutely nature-defying, awesome item. In awe, Ling Lan changed the privacy settings of the power source in her hands to share its details with the group. As expected, all her team members could not help but exclaim in shock as well. Right then, everyone finally understood why Luo Lang had lost his composure like that. Because when everyone saw the item, they too could not help but find their hearts pounding in excitement. It should be known that what a mecha feared most was running out of power. Once their mecha ran out of power, even the strongest operator would be a turtle in a jar waiting to be killed. And not only could this power source before them store such a large reserve of power, it could even automatically replenish itself over time. Even though the recharge rate was only several calories worth compared to its full ocean-like capacity and could pretty much be ignored. For context, it should be known that the most commonly used beam saber among Federation mecha only used 1 calorie per second. Once one equipped this precious power source, one would pretty much have an inexhaustible mecha. Everyone knew what this meant. Among all the mecha in the Federation, only God-class Iron Mecha possessed infinite mobility fittings. This was also why Iron Mecha had become the strongest God-class mecha, which drove all mecha operators wild. Therefore, Ling Lan believed that once this item made its debut in the world, it would definitely stir up a storm of carnage and blood. Ling Lan sighed softly and pushed down the frenzied cries of Little Four in the mind space, then asked lightly, "This thing, what do you all want to do with it?" "Boss can just decide what we'll do." Qilong was the first to answer. He was indeed very covetous of the item, but he knew it was not fated for him. Using it on an advanced mecha would just be a horrible waste of this precious power source. Even he could not bear to see this pearl fall into dust. Han Jijian sighed deeply as well and said in a restrained tone, I think keeping it will be worth more than offering it up for contribution. I believe Boss can definitely become an Imperial operator. Han Jijian had full confidence in Ling Lan and believed that it was just a matter of time. If they gave it up here now, if they wanted to use this type of heaven-defying instrument suitable for Imperial mecha in future, they would probably never have the luck to see one again. Hearing these words, Li Lanfeng's gaze brightened, and he stated firmly, I agree with what Abacus says, Rab. First String can definitely become an Imperial operator. In his excitement, he almost called out his forbidden address for Ling Lan. Luckily, he had caught himself in time. Even as Li Lanfeng was secretly rejoicing having escaped a round of beating by the rabbit, his heart was truly filled with confidence in Ling Lan. The conviction in Li Lanfeng's tone caused everyone around to glance at him. In particular, those who had grown up alongside Ling Lan, Qi Long and Gang, found their impression of Li Lanfeng rising exponentially. It could not be helped. They were just like mindless fanatics when it came to Ling Lan. Meeting another mindless fan who idolized their boss just like them, it was exceedingly easy for them to mentally accept the other as someone on their side. It had to be said that these words of Li Lanfeng perfectly scratched the right spot for the group. This helped him set down a sturdy foundation for him to successfully become one of the team in future. Only Li Shiyu could not help but purse his lips. What virtues and abilities did this despicable and shameless boss Lan have to inspire such adoration from these followers? That even a strange mecha operator in mecha world was so trusting of him? Li Shiyu felt his three outlooks of this world begin to distort. Till now, Li Shiyu still had not forgiven Ling Lan for her black-bellied actions in the past. Of course, even if Li Shiyu was somewhat dissatisfied with Ling Lan, he too agreed with Han Jijian's and self-defined destiny as suggestion. He too believed that keeping the power source was the smartest option. No mecha unrepaired was an obsessed mecha modifier to begin with. Seeing such a valuable power source, his heart was already pounding violently out of his control. If there came a day when he could personally modify an Imperial mecha, his entire life would have been all worth it. Right then, no mecha unrepaired did not know yet that his wish would actually come true in the near future. Everyone thought that this heaven-defying power source should remain with them. Seeing that everyone was in accord, Ling Lan turned her head to say to Lin Zhongqing, Parcel, how much longer can those energy blocks of yours sustain us for? Easily 10 days, replied Lin Zhongqing assertively after checking on the stores within his bag. In reality, if there was not the concern that a large battle could occur to drain their power, their stores could last them for up to a month without any problems. However, Lin Zhongqing liked to be conservative in his estimations, unwilling to cut the timing too close. If by any chance anything happened later, he did not want them to be trapped in a dead end. Besides, our yield this time is pretty decent. At worst, we can still trade them for up to another 10 days worth of power supplies, added Lin Zhongqing. With this answer, Ling Lan knew there was no longer any need to worry. She tucked the power source into her own mecha's bag and said, In that case, I will temporarily take care of this precious power source. If anyone needs it in future, you can ask me for it. Okay. Qi Long was the first to yell out exuberantly. Perhaps when he advanced to Ace Mecha 4 in the future, he could maybe ask Boss to lend him the power source just for the heck of it. This power source would definitely allow an Ace Mecha to be in an unlimited mobility state that would allow him to get an indirect taste of the ultimate advantage of a God-class Ion Mecha. Just like that, under everybody's collective decision, this precious power source was retained. Ling Lan's group of 9 no longer tarried. Swiftly moving towards the assembly point the military vessel's control center had notified them of. By the time Ling Lan and the others arrived at the assembly point, they found that there were already quite a number of mecha which had already returned. Of course, their conditions were not as good as Ling Lan's team. Many of the mecha had not gained anything noteworthy, expending so much effort for little to no gain. Quite a few mecha were already grumbling at the redemption area that this was a wasted trip on their part. This sudden interruption to their reclamation process had indeed cut short their time, so they were unable to venture further in their search for resources. Mind you, Every previous reclamation event had always lasted for at least a month. At some truly wild and deserted planets which were extraordinarily massive, the event could even be extended for up to 3 months. Thus, the mecha operator's complaints did have some merit. At the redemption point, Ling Lan's team brought out all of the common material resources and minerals they had found over these last few days. Perhaps the military would give them some compensation for them. They had initially thought they might only get about 10 days' worth or maybe half a month's worth of power supplies in return, but the military actually gave them a month's worth of power supplies outright. It looked like the military actually felt rather guilty about cutting short the reclamation event as well, and so had applied some measures to compensate the teams that had participated in the reclamation event. At 12 noon on the 10th day of their arrival on planet X-192, all of the military vessels departed punctually, prepared to leave the gravitational pull of planet X-192 to return to outer space. The mecha hold Ling Lan was in, which had been filled to the brim at the start, was now at least 1/3 less populated on this return trip. A significant number of mecha operators had not been able to adapt to planet X-192's environment and had ended up resting forever on planet X-192 as scrap heaps due to errors in their control methods. Of course, many more had been done in by other humans. Quite a number of mecha had encountered the same thing Ling Lan's team had when trying to return, becoming someone else's prey. Of course, there were also those who managed to transform from prey to hunter, but this would all depend on the individual's skills. The process of deorbiting from the planet went smoothly. When the JMC notification came over the official comms telling them they had officially entered starspace again, all of the mecha operators breathed a sigh of relief. Honestly speaking, they had also been afraid that the energy turbulence of X-192 would occur prematurely and turn them into one of the scrap heaps on the planet. Even if they did not profit from this trip, being able to return with their lives was still good. However, they had not been happy for long when they felt the transport ship's system begin to display signs of scrambling. The initially brightly lit illumination system of the transport ship actually began to flicker nonstop. What the hell is going on? Why are we unable to control the illumination system anymore? The operations staff in charge of this facility in the transport ship shouted. But before he could report this to the captain, another staff member responsible for a different system also cried out in shock. Dead-ahead radar has stopped working. Not good. The port side has also stopped responding. The surveillance system is unstable. We've got some white noise. Bad news rang out one after another in the control room. The captain broke out in cold sweat. Without daring to delay, he quickly made emergency contact with the fleet's command ship. Only then did he find out that theirs was not the only transport ship to have these issues. All of the starships were experiencing these issues. However, they could not find the reason for it right then. Just when everyone was at a loss, someone noticed that the star map of planet X-193 not too far from them was different from usual. A ring of violet haze had actually appeared around the typically dull and gray planet. This strange phenomenon made everyone take serious notice. After some specialists studied it, they discovered that that ring of violet haze was actually a magnetic storm, the very mention of which caused the expressions of the people to change, and this magnetic storm was currently spreading out at an extremely rapid pace. A magnetic storm was an extremely terrifying phenomenon. Anywhere it descends upon, everything there would be pulverized into dust, not a trace of it left behind. But even more frightening was the fact that this magnetic storm was unstable, liable to explode at any moment. When that happened, the magnetic storm would become a magnetic tsunami, sweeping out in an instant to consume everything in the surrounding space completely. Knowing a magnetic storm had formed over X-193, the command ship ordered all the starships to ignore the disturbance to their peripheral systems and just drive forward at full speed to escape from the danger zone of the magnetic storm. Here and now, at this critical moment, the dual-system navigation of the starships showed their true value. With the malfunction of the autopiloting system, at this time, the starship's captain's true navigational ability was put to the test. This change in the starship was instantly sensed by Ling Lan within the transport hold. A strong sense of danger rose in her heart. Without even thinking about it, Ling Lan instantly let Little 4 connect to the starship's mainframe, and thus found out about the magnetic storm brewing not too far from them at Planet X-193. Although the transport ships drove forwards with all its power, trying to leave the range of the magnetic storm, the speed of the transport ships was obviously slower than the patrol ships escorting them, not to mention that of the command main ship in the lead. Little Four's knowledge of magnetic storms was obviously much deeper than those of the specialists here. He anxiously told Ling Lan that if his calculations were not wrong, the magnetic storm would erupt half an hour later. This half an hour was not at all enough for the transport ships to escape the danger zone of the resulting magnetic tsunami. In other words, if Ling Lan and the others waited patiently here in the transport ship, death would be inevitable. According to Little Four's analysis, only the command main ship in the lead had any chance of escaping. Even the patrol ships, which were faster than the transport ships, would not be spared. Of course, this all still depended on whether the command main ship would begin flying at full speed from this point on. In the command main ship, the commanding officer received a new command from the mainframe. His expression turned ugly, and there were signs of rage on his brow. Seeing this, his adjutant asked, "General, what has happened?" "The mainframe is asking us to go full speed ahead and ignore the other starships behind us," said the commander in a deep voice after taking in a deep breath. "Why?" the adjutant asked in shock. "Because the magnetic storm will erupt completely after half an hour. Other than our main ship, the other starships have no chance of escaping," said the commander grimly. "Then let us follow orders. Perhaps this is the best outcome the mainframe can see." A gleam flashed through the adjutant's eyes, but quickly vanished. "But there are several 100,000 mecha operators in the transport ships. That's several 100,000 lives there." As a commander, he could not abandon his own troops. "General, this is Mecha World, and we have a mission to complete. Even if this sacrifice were necessary in reality, we must still harden our hearts and do it," reminded the adjutant. "Ah, look at me. I had completely forgotten." The commander slapped his forehead, smiling wryly. Mecha World was truly too realistic, causing him to forget that he was only in a virtual world. Divested of his concerns, the commander decisively gave the command to move forward at full speed. It was just as the adjutant had said. No matter what, he had to complete his mission. Even if there were some sacrifices in the process, he could not falter. His only consolation was that this was the virtual world, so he would not carry this regret with him for life. "Boss, terrible news. The command main ship is already moving forwards at full speed. It looks like they have discovered the eruption time of the magnetic storm." Little Four, who had infiltrated the main ship's computers, sensed the change in the main ship's movements and immediately alerted Ling Lan. Ling Lan frowned at his words. She felt that they might have fallen into a scheme of the mainframe. Enraged, she raised the right arm of her mecha and broke the secured seat bindings holding it down. At the same time, she connected to the team's comms and said coldly, "We've been had." "How despicable." "Boss, what's going on?" Ling Lan's words sent a jolt running through the hearts of all her team members, who quickly began asking her to explain. This reclamation event was a lure. On the command ship, there are probably some people who have been officially dispatched to investigate the base camp of the Swift Dragons. Meanwhile, the rest of us are just sacrifices to give them a legitimate reason to get close to the base camp. Smiling coldly, Ling Lan laid out her hypothesis. Everyone's face could not help but change after hearing what she had to say. "Our mission." As if thinking of something, Han Jijian's expression became extremely pained. "It's like First String said, that is likely also just an excuse. The mainframe had never put any hopes on us to succeed from the very beginning." Li Lanfeng chimed in with a cold chuckle. "We're just cannon fodder. The mainframe is obviously playing a grand game of chess, and we are all just pawns in its game. The question is whether those people on the command ship are in the same boat. Who shall be whose pawns is still uncertain." That said, Ling Lan flicked her left arm and broke the bindings on her left arm as well. This sort of unexplained vandalism caused all the mecha operators in the same hold to glance askance at her. However, the gazes of some of the extremely bored mecha operators lit up in response. They too followed Ling Lan's lead and used force to break free from their secured seats. Having been secured in the hold for several days already, they were actually full of resentment inside. Since someone had started it, they were happy to follow suit. Being able to just move around a bit in the transport hold was still pretty good. A path to survival must be created by one's own hands. We need to rush over to the command ship before the magnetic storm blows up completely, Ling Lan stated her plans. Only by making their way there would they have any chance of survival. Fortunately, a mecha's short-distance speed exceeded that of the main ships. As long as they did not drag it out too long, they would still have a chance of catching up. As for how they would enter the main ship, Ling Lan was not worried about that. Little Four, who had already gained control rights of the main ship, would surreptitiously open the launch ports for mecha for them to slip into the mecha hold. Of course, once they entered, they would certainly be discovered, but Ling Lan had no time to spare to worry about that right now. At Ling Lan's order, her team members wrenched free of their secured seats without hesitation. Li Xiu cast a pitying look at the other mecha operators in the hold and sighed. These people, dying here is such a shame. Should we alert them? If we delay at all, we too might become one of their numbers. When we can't even save ourselves, don't bother with useless mercy, Ling Lan chided coldly. She did not have the heart of such a saintly matron. Let her first secure the lives of her companions before anything else was said. Li Xiu was still rather tender-hearted. Ling Lan had great admiration for Li Xiu. Truly, because a doctor needed to have this sort of tender heart. However, a dutiful military doctor not only needed to have this compassion, they also needed to be rational and cold-blooded if the situation called for it. They needed to react to the circumstance and be decisive, not hesitant in making their decisions. Ling Lan felt that on this point, Li Xiu was still not quite there yet. Ling Lan's words shocked Li Xiu. He said nothing more, only quietly sticking to Ling Lan's side. He had recalled something his instructors had once said to him. A military doctor was not only a doctor, he was also a soldier. His instructor had once criticized him. On being a doctor, he was doing extremely perfectly, but on being a soldier, he was greatly lacking. On the day he finally understood what it meant to be a soldier, then he would truly become a perfect military doctor. At first, he had been extremely perplexed, but Ling Lan's words just now had triggered some vague insight in him. What are you all doing? Breaking the secured seats. Do you not want your lives anymore? The unexpected turbulence from the high-speed flight will cause you all to be injured. The JMC of the transport ship saw what was happening in the hold and could not help but shout in the public comms. Some of the other mecha who were just planning to forcefully break out of their secured seats as well instantly stopped their struggling at these words. Indeed, so what if they temporarily obtained their freedom? If they hit any turbulence, without the secured seats holding them, they were very likely to be thrown into the air and ricochet around the walls of the hold violently. Even with the protection of their cockpits, that could not guarantee they would be unharmed. They might as well meekly stay in their secured seats to ensure their safety. Thus, those mecha operators still in their secured seats no longer envied those mecha operators moving around freely. Meanwhile, those mecha operators who had already broken free were starting to regret their decision. If they truly encountered some violent turbulence after this, they who had already broken free might really receive heavy concussive damage. If that happened, their loss would outweigh the gains. Only Ling Lan's group of 9 was unrattled. They pushed aside the mecha blocking them to reach the doors of the mecha hold and began thinking how they could swiftly break apart these doors. Adjust mecha settings for outer space. Ling Lan rapidly changed the settings on her mecha, not forgetting to remind her companions at the same time. Yes, boss. At this time, everyone knew the situation was urgent, so they did not chatter unnecessarily, calmly following Ling Lan's instructions. Very soon, the team had all set their mecha to outer space mecha mode. Receiving the okay from all her team members, Ling Lan abruptly pulled out Regretless. Behind her, no mecha unrepaired, saw this familiar weapon in Ling Lan's hands, and a complicated surge of emotion rose within his heart. This was the weapon which had almost ended his military academy life, but it was also this weapon which had brought him to this bunch of great friends. Even as he was proud of himself, he was also grateful for the trust Ling Tian First String had in him. Ling Lan's original plan was very good. Let Little Four invade the mainframe of this transport ship and open it automatically. But unexpectedly, after the appearance of the magnetic storm, whether out of panic or another motive, some unknown bastard had actually put the hold doors in lockdown. In other words, It was no longer possible to use the starship's automatic system to open these doors. Only violence would do. They want to destroy the whole doors and kill us all. One of those mecha who had broken their secured seats, only to regret it and blame Ling Lan's team for their rashness, saw this action of Ling Lan's and put old grudges and new alarm together. He quickly opened the public comms and yelled out to all the mecha operators present. This cry caused all the eyes of the mecha present to turn to Ling Lan's party. Seeing that they were indeed planning to destroy the whole doors, the mecha were instantly livid. Right now, the transport ship was traveling swiftly. Breaking the whole doors would undoubtedly disrupt the movement of the transport ship and may even create wild air flow in the hold and threaten the operator's safety. No one would be willing to see their safety threatened by another. This action of Ling Lan's undoubtedly raised the ire of the crowd. All of the mecha that could move turned with furious faces and began gathering around Ling Lan, looking like they were about to rip this intermediate mecha to shreds. Anyone who dares disturb me, kill without mercy. Ling Lan did not even turn her head, but Littlefour had already transmitted everything that was happening in the hold faithfully into her mind. The corners of Ling Lan's lips turned up into a subtle, cruel smile as she coldly issued this bloody order. For the sake of her team's survival, she did not care about doing some brutal and inhumane things to these people who wanted to stop her. At this time, the blood-soaked killing intent she had gained through the endless killing simulations within the learning space burst forth. Everyone on her team sensed Ling Lan's endless killing intent, and the 8 of them instinctively lifted the weapons in their hands and directed them at the mecha headed for them. With that, the tension grew between the two sides. It seemed like a great battle was about to commence. Who'd have thought that just a handful of advanced mecha would dare to fight against everyone in this hold? How audacious! A cold harumph rang out from a corner, and then a special class mecha could be seen walking out. Qilong could not help but scoff and then stand out. He was the second strongest on the team. With Boss focused on destroying the hold doors, this opponent could only fall to him. He did not feel afraid, but was instead feeling rather exhilarated. He had in fact long wanted to try fighting around with a special class operator, just to see how much distance there was between him and them. Qilong was not so swelled with confidence that he thought he could defeat a special class mecha. He only believed that his boss would definitely succeed in breaking down the whole door before he was defeated and save him. It was precisely this sort of trust that allowed Qilong to stand forward unflinchingly. Of course, most of it was because this punk's desire for combat was blazing high again. With a loud boom, the two mechas' short high-frequency blades clashed once, and then the two mecha brushed by each other. Surrounded by mecha, in consideration for their own safety, Qilong and that special class mecha showed great restraint and used short swords in close-range combat. No mecha unrepaired, brought out 2 guns but did not use them against the mecha operators in the hold. He turned around and said to Ling Lan, who was just about to act, "Leader, let me go first." Ling Lan glanced at the strangely shaped guns in No Mecha Unrepaired's hands and knew that they must be things created by No Mecha Unrepaired himself. A thought sparked and she withdrew several steps, giving way to No Mecha Unrepaired. For convenience of traveling, the team had not brought any weapons which could affect their mobility this time, such as heavy cold weapons or heavy cannons. This was also why Ling Lan had no choice but to handle the breaking of the doors personally. But now, since No Mecha Unrepaired had weapons capable of destroying the hold doors, Ling Lan was happy to take a back seat. 2 loud rumbles rang out. From No Mecha Unrepaired's twin guns, laser cannon shots the size of bowls burst forth to crash heavily into the joints of the hold doors. The entire transport ship actually began to shudder due to the heavy collision. Quite a few mecha operators who had lost their secured seats were thrown to the ground by this abrupt, great shudder. At the same time, this shudder had also affected the battle between Qilong and the special class operator. The two of them began to waver on their feet, somewhat unsteady, but as they both had extremely strong sense of balance and control, they managed to find their footing after just a moment. Still, due to this interlude, the two of them did not continue to fight. They faced one another in an impasse, neither willing to make a move recklessly. No Mecha Unrepaired disdainfully cast aside the 2 guns in his hands. Although this thing packed a decent amount of power, They were one-time use items. These were defects he had created back when he had been bored. As the conditions in the town then had not been sufficient, not possessing enough sturdy materials to create this sort of laser cannon guns, he had created the guns from substitute materials. Thus, this type of incomplete one-use weapon had been created. No mecha unrepaired had not thought much of them, which was why he had thrown them into the recesses of his bag. If not for reorganizing his bag before they had gone traveling, he would have completely forgotten he had ever created such rubbish. Although the power of the laser cannon guns were formidable, the whole doors and its interlocking chain were made from 99 layers of the sturdiest high-density steel. The laser cannon guns had only blasted off several layers from its surface. This bit of damage was nothing to the 99 high-density steel-layered doors and chain. The mecha operators in the hold had barely let out a sigh of relief when two more of the same guns had appeared in No Mecha Unrepaired S hands once more in the very next second and were made to blast at the doors once again. It should be said that No Mecha Unrepaired S shooting skills were pretty good. The spot he hit was not 1 millimeter off from where his first shot had landed, once again melting off several layers of the door. By the time No Mecha Unrepaired brought out his fourth pair of guns, the faces of all the mecha operators in the hold changed. Hells, was this intermediate mecha warrior the Doryman of Legend 1? Did that bag contain a never-ending armory of weapons? Frankly, things were not as outrageous as they believed. No Mecha Unrepaired had only made 10 of these guns in one go back when he was bored. At most, he could only shoot 5 dual shots, and then he would be out of ammo. However, the mecha operators there did not know this. They thought that if they just continued to watch as No Mecha Unrepaired continued his destruction, great calamity would befall them. They did not want to die due to the insane actions of these morons here. And so, all the mecha that could move leapt towards the hold doors almost simultaneously, trying to stop No Mecha Unrepaired S violent vandalism. Having been long prepared, Li Lanfeng and the other 5 free members naturally would not let these mecha pass by their defensive line. Thus, a chaotic melee broke out within the hold. Fortunately, out of fear of the consequences of breaking the transport ship, everyone was using cold weapons. Of course, these mecha did not have many lethal or highly destructive firearms on them to begin with. In the midst of this chaotic battle, Qi Long and the special class operator continued to face off, their fight threatening to break out at any second. The entire transport ship instantly became shaky due to the violent actions of the mecha within its hold. Meanwhile, the nebulous magnetic storm around X-193 was becoming increasingly unstable. Little 4, who had been monitoring its condition all this while, began to grow a little anxious because the condition of the magnetic storm was turning out to be much worse than he had reckoned. When No Mecha Unrepaired was firing his 5th round, he gave notice for Ling Lan to take over. Ling Lan knew then that No Mecha Unrepaired must be out of laser cannon guns, but she was still extremely pleased that he had managed to destroy half the thickness of the doors and chain in such a short amount of time. This had undoubtedly saved her a lot of time, and what they lacked most right now was time. After No Mecha Unrepaired had fired his last round, Ling Lan stabbed Regretless at the joint of the doors in the very next second. Regretless' blade was extremely sharp. It actually managed to pierce through a little. Just this little bit was enough to light up Ling Lan's eyes. It looked like the sharpness of Regretless was indeed special. Ling Lan pulled it back out again forcefully and stabbed it forwards powerfully once again. Finally, she felt as if she had pierced through, and she began pushing forwards with all her might. An ear-splitting crack rang out, and all the mecha operators who had been fighting stopped fighting in unplanned unison, looking towards Ling Lan with shocked incomprehension. Perhaps they had never expected Ling Lan to break the hold doors so rapidly. After this shocked pause, they quickly regained their senses, but just as they were about to leap forwards once more to stop the other, a clarion voice rang out in the transport hold. "If you all want to die, then just continue to stop us," said Li Lanfeng abruptly in a frigid tone. These words made everyone pause once again, stunned. They looked at one another, unsure what to make of these words by the opponent. "You think we're just fooling around? Who wants to die here? It's precisely because we don't want to die that we're doing this," Li Lanfeng continued to say. Han Jijian frowned at these words, but his brow smoothed out again very quickly. He turned a deeply contemplative gaze on Li Lanfeng, as if thinking of something. Meanwhile, the others said nothing since Boss Lan was not doing anything to stop Li Lanfeng. Ling Lan did not care whether the truth got out or not. As long as her destruction was not hindered, self-defined destiny could say whatever he wanted. The first to speak up in return was that special class operator facing off against Qi Long Tone Cold. He asked, "What's the meaning of this?" "According to what we know, a magnetic storm has formed not too far from us, and our fleet is within the eruption zone of the magnetic storm." Li Lanfeng decisively announced this news. "What? Impossible. You're bluffing." Li Lanfeng's words caused the mecha operators present to break out into disbelieving protests. The special class operator was undoubtedly a level-headed person, otherwise he would never have been able to advance to become a special class operator. It should be known that it was an extremely difficult matter to advance from advanced operator to special class operator. After a thoughtful silence, he asked, "How did you all find out?" "Because I am a hacker." Li Lanfeng did not hesitate to reveal his other identity to the crowd. Hearing this, Ling Lan's hands paused for a moment, but she soon continued chopping away determinedly. During this time, she had already destroyed almost half of the joint of the doors now, though regretless condition was also becoming extremely bad. Still, Ling Lan could not afford the time to wince and worry about it. After all, when their lives hung in the balance, all else was immaterial. "If you all do not believe us, you can ask the control room of this transport ship," suggested Li Lanfeng calmly, seeing that everyone was still skeptical. Quite a few mecha operators stopped moving and began to contact the control room of the transport ship for confirmation. Once they received confirmation, everyone began to panic. While the others were communicating with the control room, the special class operator asked Li Lanfeng, "Even if a magnetic storm forms, a mecha would not be able to fly out of range based on its own power alone anyway. We might as well stay in the transport ship. It'll be safer that way." Sadly, the transport ship's speed is too slow. Li Lanfeng only responded briefly to these words. As if thinking of something, the special class operator kept away the high-frequency blade in his hands and said to Ling Lan, who was still busily destroying the door joint, "I have a special class beam gun here. Perhaps that might help." Ling Lan decisively stepped away from the door, signaling for the special class operator to come forth. Every second saved would mean an extra measure of safety. The special class operator decisively unhooked the special class beam gun from his back and aimed for the joint, which had already been half destroyed by Ling Lan. He shot a powerful blast at it, not at all stingy with the energy of the beam gun. In just a short 10 seconds, he had completely unloaded all of the beam gun's power. At this time, the joint was already quite beaten up. Ling Lan was just about to move forward to resume her destruction when No Mecha Unrepaired suddenly said, "Let me try." Ling Lan was taken aback. This No Mecha Unrepaired still had a card up his sleeve? Looks like a mechanical genius truly could not be underestimated. 2 missiles suddenly shot out from the head of No Mecha Unrepaired, S-Mecha. These were the anti-air interference missiles all mecha were equipped with. Their attack power was the worst among all of a mecha's weapons and equipment, so mecha operators generally very rarely ever thought about using them. These missiles were absolutely one of those things that had little value and yet was kept just in case one. It was very unexpected for No Mecha Unrepaired to choose to use them and attack. A trace of disappointment was revealed in the special class operator's eyes. Only Ling Lan's brow lifted, because she had seen very clearly that the missiles fired from No Mecha Unrepaired S head were absolutely not that regular type of interference missile. Despite appearing somewhat similar, Ling Lan's keen and discerning eyes had nevertheless instantly registered the difference. Sure enough, when the missiles hit the door joint, a tremendous blast rang out once more, completely drowning out the screams of those mecha operators who had already learned the truth. With this violent explosion, the whole doors finally broke apart with a cracking sound. Seeing this, Ling Lan resolutely kicked out a foot to send the hold doors flying. The air within the hold rushed out. Quite a few mecha who were out of their secured seats were sent flying due to the loss of gravity, slamming heavily into the roof of the hold. Unprepared, those mecha operators who had been standing near the doors were thrown out of the transport hold entirely, ending up in outer space. Ling Lan's group of 9 had long been prepared. The moment the hold doors opened, they leapt out into space themselves. Witnessing that lovely violet ring of light that was becoming increasingly vivid in color, they knew that that was the magnetic storm that could reap all life within this area. Activate all engines to their maximum. Move forwards at your mecha's fastest speed. Following this order, everyone on the team flew forwards at full speed, overtaking one transport ship after another. That special class operator is following us, Xie, who was bringing up the rear, alerted everyone on the team. Don't mind him, Ling Lan said curtly. Seeing no mecha unrepaired, gradually slowing down, she instructed Qi Long. Combat. Remember to help out, no mecha unrepaired. Meanwhile, the others seemed to be doing fine on their own for now. Little Four, how far away is the command main ship from us? Ling Lan asked Little Four. Little Four answered, moving at full speed like this, we can catch up in 19 minutes and 47 seconds. However, let me remind you, boss, that the magnetic storm might erupt prematurely. What is your earliest estimation for that to happen? Ling Lan's brow was deeply furrowed. It's very likely to happen in only 18 minutes. Little Four directly revealed his latest estimated time to Ling Lan. As this was the virtual world, Little Four was not overly anxious. What bloody rotten luck. Ling Lan could not help but swear when she heard Little Four's reply. Even though dying within the virtual world did not seem like a big deal, it would only cause them to drop some level points, and at worst they would simply have to start over. Ling Lan did not want to give up just like that. In her mind, she was treating everything here as if it were real, just as she did with her assignments in the learning space. Only by using this sort of mindset to put pressure on herself could she find that single slim thread of survival in her missions and complete those seemingly impossible missions. One more point. Ling Lan also did not wish for her companions to get into the habit of taking death lightly in the virtual world. Once they returned to reality and entered a real battlefield, this kind of mentality might carry over and bring them great disaster. Only by constantly being aware that they only had one life would they be able to maintain their vigilance on the battlefield and keep on living well. Ling Lan believed that the reason why Mecha World was constructed so realistically and had such harsh punishments for death was in large part in hopes that the mecha operators would cherish their lives in Mecha World. In truth, Mecha World had indeed succeeded on this point. Unless absolutely unavoidable, no one in the game was willing to give up on their lives easily. This was also one of the reasons why Ling Lan had drawn the ire of the other mecha operators when she had been destroying the hold doors. Right now, push all of your mecha into overdrive and activate the fastest theoretical speed of your mecha. Ling Lan decisively issued her newest order. Even if their mecha were utterly ruined by this, as long as they lived, all these losses would be worth it. Yes, boss. No one raised any objections. They all carried out the order simultaneously, increasing the speed of their mecha. Meanwhile, Qi Long and Luo Lang did not require Ling Lan to remind them. One on the right and one on the left, they grabbed, no mecha unrepaired. Revving their engines at the same time, they shot deeper into space like they were flying. Seeing this, Li Lanfeng's gaze flashed. He was quietly amazed at the great rapport between the Rabbit's team members. This rapport was something he was incapable of at the moment, but he was not discouraged. One day, he would be able to do this too. Before Ling Lan had given her order, she had asked Little Four to send the flight path to the command main ship to everyone in the team. As long as they were not directionally challenged, they would not fly the wrong way. The special class operator following closely behind them saw Ling Lan's team speed up once more and could not help but curse silently. Without even having to think about it, he too accelerated after them. Although Ling Lan's team had already been moving at full speed before this, for the special class mecha, keeping up with them had not pushed him to his limits yet then. But now, he could feel the strain, and there were even times when he was left behind by a significant margin when he could not react in time. He rejoiced internally over the fact that he was a special class operator. If he had still been an advanced mecha warrior, he might have already lost sight of the other side a long time ago. After flying at overcapacity for about 15 minutes, the whole team's mecha were all displaying damage levels between 15% to 20%, but their speed was showing effect. They could already see the silhouette of the command main ship. The group could not help but become infused with joy. As long as they could get on board the command main ship, they would be out of danger. At the 17th minute, they arrived close to the command main ship. At this time, a mecha launch port on the tailpiece of the ship silently opened up. If Ling Lan had not sent over the landing point on the command main ship, they would never have discovered it. Priceless kinship, go in first. According to the team's flight position, Ling Lan called Priceless kinship, who was closer to the front, to enter first. There was actually danger involved in being the first to enter because no one could tell what the situation was like inside. However, when Li Xiu received Ling Lan's order, without having to think about it, he instantly controlled his mecha to aim at the launch port and slid in like a cannonball. Sparks flew when both legs of his mecha made contact with the rails of the launch port. Apparently, in order to decelerate, Li Xiu had used the bottoms of his legs to produce friction. However, they had initially been traveling over their limits, so their speed was really just too high. Even by doing so, Li Xiu's speed was not decreased by much. Watching helplessly as his mecha was about to slam into the second guard door, as if sensing danger, the guard door suddenly sprang apart. Li Xiu slid in smoothly, and though his own condition was not that optimistic, he still paid attention to the situation behind him. He heard Ling Lan order Ling Tian parcel to prepare to jump in next. Very quickly, Li Xiu had arrived at the third guard door. Just as if their entry was being observed closely, right as he was about to slam into the third guard door, it once again sprang open. At this moment, Li Xiu no longer had any way of keeping track of what was happening behind him. After the third door, they were in fact already in the inner section of the starship, which was where mecha were housed and also where they were prepped for launching. Sure enough, when he had zoomed past the third door, on his mecha's screen, he saw the flabbergasted expressions of the staff members on both sides of the launch rails. Having received no notice about any of this, it was clear to see that the workers were extremely shocked by the sudden appearance of mecha sliding in from the other end of the launch tracks. Very soon, a great commotion broke out on the scene. Many staff even leapt down from the mecha they were working on to rush over and try to see what was happening. At the end of the tracks was a protective air cushion and many cords of bungee rope to prevent mecha from being damaged. Li Xiu crashed heavily into them, but did not receive much shock from the impact. Without hesitation, Li Xiu borrowed the rebound force of the bungee ropes to spring out from the cushion and swiftly dashed to an empty space on the right. He had not forgotten that Ling Tian parcel was right behind him. He had no intention of becoming the other's meat cushion and end up with an internecine outcome. At this time, the JMC in charge of the command main ship had connected to the public comms and was asking loudly, "Who are you? Where have you come from?" At the same time, Li Xiu saw many of the staff members lifting the weapons in their hands, directing them nervously at Li Xiu. "Not good, there are still more mecha coming. Run." Before Li Xiu could reply, a horrible screeching noise could be heard coming from the launch port. These staff members were quick on the uptake, figuring out that this mecha was not alone in stealing aboard their ship. The staff members knew very well that a mecha sliding through the launch port at high speeds could not be controlled. If they were not careful, it might simply crush them workers to death. To ensure their lives and safety, they had no more mind to bother with Li Xiu. They all scattered to escape to safer territory. The next second, Lin Zhongqing's mecha also crashed into the air cushion, and he reacted just as quickly as Li Xiu to shift his mecha to one side, because there were still 7 companions waiting to enter behind him. As one mecha after another slid into the military vessel, with even no mecha unrepaired, sliding in easily with Qilong's assistance, Ling Lan's worry eased. As long as the military vessel flew for another few minutes, they would escape the danger zone Little Four had calculated. Seeing that her mecha's power was almost running dry, Ling Lan said to the final person by her side, "Self-defined destiny. Leopard, you go first." Perhaps out of trust in the leopard's ability, Ling Lan had left self-defined destiny for last. Self-defined destiny answered, "Okay." But before he could control his mecha to descend into the port, that special class operator which had tailed them all this way suddenly accelerated wildly to overtake them and shoot into the launch port. That special class operator is too goddamn shameless. Seeing this, Li Lanfeng could not help but curse. Leaving alone the matter of following them here, the other should still have known to be courteous and stay in line. How could he be so shameless as to cut their line? Ling Lan frowned at this. That special class operator had unexpectedly snatched the perfect time to cut in. That was truly a perfect 10-second cut. What a shame. It looked like the Leopard would have to wait a while now. Each mecha needed to take a 10-second delay from the previous one before sliding in, otherwise it would be too easy for a collision to occur. If unlucky, the operators involved could be heavily injured and may even die. Although Ling Lan too was extremely annoyed that the other mecha had done such a thing, she could not let the Leopard do anything rash. So, Ling Lan said, "Leopard, wait another 10 seconds." The two of them continued flying at high speeds to keep up with the main ship, patiently waiting for the 10 seconds to pass. Seeing that the timing was almost right, Ling Lan was about to speak up to let self-defined destiny slide into the port when Little Force suddenly cried out in the mind space. "Boss, not good. The magnetic storm is about to blow." "What? Didn't you say it was 18 minutes? There's still several seconds on the clock." Ling Lan's expression changed drastically at these words. She had never considered the possibility that Little Four's estimations would be off by a few seconds. Before Little Four could respond, a cacophony of the crackling sounds of magnetic disturbance could be heard within the cockpit. Sure enough, the magnetic storm had broken out. Otherwise, they would not have felt such a strong disturbance so far away from the center of the magnetic storm. Ling Lan and Li Lanfeng turned their heads together to look, and they saw the deep purple ring-shaped haze in the distance bloom like fireworks. It exploded powerfully, spreading out into its surroundings like a purple sea of flowers, so lovely that it dazzled the eyes. It was hard to believe that such a beautiful scene existed in outer space. However, Ling Lan and Li Lanfeng could not appreciate any of its beauty, filled instead with fear. They could see the places where the purple sea engulfed had become barren. It was spreading at a rapid pace and had already begun consuming the transport ship which had fallen behind the most. The ship was turned into dust particles in the starry skies, leaving no other trace of its existence. "Rabbit, you go first." Ling Lan had yet to ask the Leopard to go first when Li Lanfeng beat her to the punch. He shoved Ling Lan beside him with all his might towards the launch port of the starship. The power levels of their mecha were already at a critical red level. Whether it was the magnetic tsunami coming from behind them or the power levels of their mecha themselves, neither allowed them to continue flying in space. Li Lanfeng believed that with the rabbit's control skills, even if the other was unprepared, the other would still be able to safely slide into the launch port. Li Lanfeng only had one thought in his mind at that moment. Even if he met his end here today, he could not let all the rabbit's previous efforts go to waste. Unprepared, Ling Lan had been sent hurtling towards the launch port of the main ship by Li Lanfeng's shove. But how agile were Ling Lan's reflexes? As she descended, she abruptly stretched out a hand and grabbed Li Lanfeng. Then, flipping through the air, she flew to the space above Li Lanfeng and lifted both legs to stomp forcefully on Li Lanfeng's mecha. This was the rabbit's ultimate move Li Lanfeng was most familiar with, the stomp technique, which was a refined version of Rabbit Sky Leap. Due to this stomp, Li Lanfeng's mecha flew like a cannonball towards the launch port. He looked at the rabbit using the remaining thread of power he had to fly after his mecha, and his eyes could not help but become damp. Once again he had troubled the rabbit. Once again, he was experiencing the pain of being weak. There was a type of despair in Li Lanfeng's heart. All these years, he had pushed himself desperately, tormenting himself to become stronger. Although a part of it was because he wanted to overturn his fate, he knew that the true reason he wanted to become strong was so that he could one day stand confidently by the rabbit's side and become the rabbit's best partner. But now, from the looks of it, this was all just a joke. He was still all too weak. He still did not have the right to fight alongside the rabbit. The rabbit would probably disdain to even use him as a shield to deflect arrows. Li Lanfeng hated how useless he was. He could only stare with wide eyes as the rabbit, who was getting further and further away from him, was chased by the purple wave, which kept getting closer and closer. It seemed as if the rabbit would be completely consumed in the very next second. Right then, Li Lanfeng's initially wide, teary eyes abruptly grew as large as dinner plates, his entire expression screaming disbelief. That intermediate mecha of the rabbit had suddenly changed into a beautiful and eye-catching mecha in an instant. Even the mesmerizing purple sea of flowers behind it could not conceal the radiance of this mecha. Li Lanfeng was all too familiar with this mecha. It was precisely that Imperial mecha that had been giving the rabbit an instructional fight back when he had first recognized the rabbit again. It was the only redeemable Imperial mecha among the 6 models available in Mecha World. After switching her mecha, Ling Lan instantly activated all engines on her new mecha. For an intermediate mecha, the distance between her and Li Lanfeng would need 5 to 6 seconds to cover. But for the Imperial mecha, just 1 second was enough to bring Ling Lan to Li Lanfeng's side. Ling Lan grabbed hold of Li Lanfeng's mecha and said exasperatedly, "Bastard leopard, you've bloody gotten worse than before. Are you trying to commit suicide?" She had only kicked the leopard ahead of her because she had the secret weapon her dad had passed to her to rely on, but this fellow actually did not understand the pain she had taken to save them both. That self-sacrificing behavior of his almost infuriated her to death. Smiling, Li Lanfeng was just about to return a quip when he saw the purple flower tide looming above Ling Lan. He quickly shouted out, "Rabbit, be careful." Ling Lan abruptly turned around and plugged in that precious power source they had obtained on planet X-192 at the same time. The fingers on both hands flew across her mecha controls. Under this type of emergency situation, Ling Lan's hand speed once again broke through her initial speed limits. It should be said that due to controlling lower mecha, Ling Lan's hand speed had always maintained its original standards. Despite knowing herself that she had improved over these past few years, due to the constraints of the situation, Ling Lan had not known precisely how much she had improved. And now, on this Imperial mecha, Ling Lan's restrained hand speed was finally fully unleashed. Pulsing King Shield. Ling Lan chose to use an equipped ability exclusive to Imperial mecha even as she shouted, "Leopard, hold on to me tightly." Ever since Ling Lan had obtained, she had studied some of the special equipment of Imperial mecha. Of course, her father Ling Xiao had also given her all of S information. Combined with supplementary information from Little 4, it could be said that Ling Lan's understanding of was no less than those Imperial mecha operators piloting. Pulsing King Shield was a powerful defensive equipment. Although it was incomparable to the God-class Iron Mecha's Divine Shield series, it was still a top-class shield among all of the defensive equipment of the Federation. It was a great deal stronger than the typical protective multi-particle beam shields most military vessels were equipped with. Furthermore, the Pulsing King Shield was a defensive shield whose range could be freely modified under a Mecha Master's one control. Ling Lan not only wanted to protect herself and the leopard, she also wanted to protect her companions who were already within the hold of the main ship. In reality, if this military vessel was consumed by this magnetic tsunami, even if Ling Lan possessed an Imperial mecha, she would have no way of holding out till she arrived at the Swift Dragon base camp. This was the limitation of mecha, unable to fly for long distances. In front of the Imperial mecha, a beam of white light rose into the sky, instantly forming a large barrier with a radius of several kilometers. Even though the Pulsing King Shield seemed extremely large, it could still only cover the tail end of the main ship. This was already the extent of Ling Lan's control. The scale of the Pulsing King Shield depended primarily on the operator's level. Ling Lan's true control skill level was not yet at Imperial level. She was currently pushing herself to execute cross-level control. Therefore, some of the special functions of the Imperial mecha were beyond her, unable to be performed. Some elements of the Pulsing King Shield fell into this category. Honestly, for Ling Lan to be able to bring out a Pulsing King Shield with such a range was already extremely remarkable. Her control panel was already spattered with droplets of blood. Cross-level operation was not without its consequences. Ling Lan registered none of the tearing pain from her fingers. There was only one thought in her mind, and that was that no one in their team could die here under this magnetic tsunami. A loud boom rang out as the Pulsing King Shield and the purple wave collided heavily. With a jerk, Ling Lan could not stop herself from spewing out a mouthful of blood, and the initially radiant Pulsing King Shield dimmed. Ling Lan bit down on her lips, using the intense pain to keep herself from fainting. She knew that every additional second she kept the Pulsing King Shield up for meant an additional guarantee for the lives of her companions. At the moment Ling Lan had brought out the Pulsing King Shield, Li Lanfeng had obeyed Ling Lan's instruction to hold on tightly to Ling Lan's mecha. When the pulsing king shield and the magnetic tsunami collided forcefully, their two mecha had been swept back by the fearsome power of the magnetic tsunami to hurtle towards the tail end of the main ship. At that moment, Li Lanfeng was extremely calm. He only continued to keep a steady hold on his rabbit. Even if he would die like this with his rabbit in this magnetic tsunami, he still would not let go of his rabbit. Yes, he had already let go once on the friendship between him and the rabbit, so this time he would absolutely never let go again. Bang, bang, bang. Their mecha crashed right into the tail end of the main ship. As the primary point of the crash, Li Lanfeng spewed out a mouthful of blood right after the first collision. The violent crash had caused him to be severely injured, but still he clung tightly to the rabbit before him, tenaciously using his mecha as the rabbit's meat cushion. The magnetic tsunami still came into contact with the tail end of the command main ship in the end, and the tail of the main ship began to emit violent sounds of explosion. Under the horrific power of the magnetic tsunami, even though Ling Lan had used all her strength in the pulsing king shield to counteract the force of the magnetic tsunami, it had still not been enough to prevent the ultimate fate of the main ship. The tail of the main ship was unable to escape wholly unscathed. Over 1/4 of the ship was torn to pieces by the magnetic tsunami. After who knows how long, Ling Lan muzzily woke up and was greeted to the sight of dim darkness. Ling Lan could not help but be taken aback. If not for the fact that she could feel the seatbelt strapping her in, Ling Lan might have thought that she was no longer in the cockpit of her mecha. Mind you, as long as there was someone in it, the cockpit of a mecha would always maintain a certain level of illumination unless something was wrong with the mecha. Only then would this kind of situation occur. Ling Lan had just thought to move when she found her entire body beginning to ache terribly. With that, she knew that she had already been determined to be in a severely injured state by the mainframe of Mecha World. It made sense when she thought about it. Going up against a magnetic tsunami which was capable of swallowing everything in its path, being able to live was already a great blessing. Of course, this outcome was also thanks to the impressive performance of the Imperial Mecha's defensive equipment. Forcefully suppressing the pain, Ling Lan reached out to press the activation button of the mecha based on memory. The resulting beep made Ling Lan's heart ease. This sound was like music from the heavens, for it meant that her mecha could still be used normally. Very soon, her screen had lit up, and she entered the mecha piloting system. At the same time, the cockpit became bright again, everything in perfect order. Apparently, the mecha had just entered standby mode because no one was piloting it to save energy. The moment the activation button was pressed, it had started up again instantly. Ling Lan did not concern herself with the situation outside. The first thing she did was to take out a tube of healing agent and slap it onto her body. Only then did she feel her condition improving. This was the virtual world, so recovering was as simple and speedy as that. If this were the real world, based on the extent of Ling Lan's injuries, recovery would not be as simple. After sorting out her own body, only then did Ling Lan have any mind to spare to investigate her surroundings. She found that the surroundings of her mecha were just as dark as the inside of her cockpit before. She decisively turned on the external lights of the mecha. With that, she found that her mecha was currently floating in midair, and there were countless metallic scraps bobbing around her. Seeing this, Ling Lan was quite baffled. Where in the world was she? The last thing she could remember was using the Imperial mecha to block the magnetic tsunami and finally falling to crash into the main ship before falling unconscious. Could it be that the main ship had not escaped disaster in the end and had become debris in space? But if they were truly in outer space, it still would not be this dark. In endless space, there was actually a certain amount of light. This sort of pitch darkness would not happen, so Ling Lan decisively threw out this possibility. Just as Ling Lan was pondering this mystery, a voice choked with tears suddenly rang out in her mind space. "Boss, you've finally woken up. Boo-hoo-hoo, that's really great." Little 4. Ling Lan's forehead twitched involuntarily. She had only been unconscious and not about to die. Now what reason was there for this behavior of Little 4's? As if sensing Boss's displeasure, Little 4 sniffled and said, "Boss, you've already been unconscious for a whole night. No one was paying any attention to me. I was so scared." For that night, it was like Little 4 had been shut into an enclosed little black room. The soundless world had almost driven him insane. It had reminded him of his time in Ling Lan's previous world. He had constantly been alone by himself waiting for Ling Lan to notice him, but unfortunately Ling Lan had only heard his voice right at the very end of her life there, making him wait for a whole 21 years. Little Four was afraid that things had returned to how it was before. Having gotten used to acting spoilt and fooling around with Ling Lan, Little Four could no longer bear to experience that loneliness of before. He believed that if something had truly happened to Ling Lan, his processing chip would certainly choose to self-destruct. Don't be scared. Haven't I woken up now? You need to have faith in me, your boss. Seeing this, Ling Lan's heart softened. Inside the mind space, she lightly petted the emotionally wounded Little Four, comforting him to ease his fears. Yup, boss is the bestest. Little Four's tears had yet to dry, and he was already smiling again. That appearance of his was simultaneously adorable and pitiful. At the sight, Ling Lan could not help but fall silent. She suddenly realized that Little Four was not an omnipotent intelligence entity. He was just like a real living person with his own emotions, joy, anger, sadness, likes and dislikes, and things that made him sad or afraid. Ling Lan silently caressed Little Four for a while, finally getting him to calm down. After that, she tried to pilot her mecha to investigate the surrounding environment, but found that her mecha was tied down by something. Ling Lan zoomed in on the image of where she was tied down, and only then did she discover that she was being held down by the tight embrace of the leopard's mecha. It was clear to see that the leopard had not eased up on his grip at all. Seeing the leopard's mecha currently completely still and silent, Ling Lan's heart stuttered, and she shouted frantically, "Leopard, leopard!" "He's fine, just unconscious." Having calmed down, Little Four saw Ling Lan's anxious demeanor and so told her about the other's condition. Ling Lan thought back to when the two of them had been thrown at the military vessel by the magnetic storm at the end. The force of their impact had been fully borne by the leopard, and she could not help but feel guilty. "He is only so terribly injured because he was protecting me. If you hadn't blocked the magnetic tsunami before that, he would not have just ended up terribly injured but completely destroyed. He should instead be grateful to you," responded Little Four, baffled at Ling Lan's reaction. In Little Four's eyes, self-defined destiny, playing the role as a cushion was the requisite cost for his survival. Why would Boss feel guilty and even feel grateful towards the other? Little Four's words rendered Ling Lan speechless. She did not know how to explain to Little Four that his perspective was not quite right. Knowing that Little Four was someone who only looked at pure cold logic, Ling Lan wisely did not continue discussing the issue. Instead, she connected to Self-Defined Destiny, SCOM's channel, and began calling out to the leopard again and again. Ling Lan was well aware that she needed to wake the leopard up as quickly as possible, or else the other might die from his injuries due to not applying treatment in time. Perhaps her cries were effective, for not too long later, Ling Lan heard a slight groan coming through the comms. Ling Lan was overjoyed and quickly shouted loudly, "Leopard, leopard, are you all right?" "Cough, cough, I'm fine." "Rabbit, it's fine as long as you're fine," the leopard finally replied. His voice sounded very weak. It looked like his injuries were extremely severe, probably even heavier than Ling Lan's had been. It made sense. Even though Ling Lan had received heavy damage when blocking the magnetic tsunami, she had been using an Imperial mecha. The protection afforded to a mecha operator by an Imperial mecha just could not be matched by an advanced mecha. In just a few moments, the leopard's voice began sounding more spirited. He too seemed to have picked up on the surrounding situation, and he asked Ling Lan, "Where are we right now?" "I'm not sure either," said Ling Lan with a wry smile as she looked out at the pitch-black space they were floating in. "I only know that we were hit into the inside of the main ship at the end. Who knows if we're still inside it now," said Li Lanfeng after briefly rallying his spirits. His words had barely faded when a corpse floated by the front of their mecha. It was dressed in the uniform of a mecha support staff of the main ship. They could clearly see the insignia pinned on his shoulder. It looked like they were indeed still inside the main ship. However, this also proved that this military vessel had already been pretty thoroughly broken. Seeing this, Ling Lan's heart sank. If the military vessel had truly been completely destroyed, just based on their mecha alone, it was impossible to fly to the base camp of the Swift Dragons. Could it be that after striving for so long, she would still end up with the outcome of failing the mission with all of her companions dead? It's all right. Although the command main ship's condition is really terrible, its basic mobility is not broken. It is still in motion. Little Four could sense Ling Lan's worries and quickly rushed to reassure her. However, boss, you are now in the tail end of the ship, which was utterly destroyed. They have already sealed off the doors of the airlock on this end, which is why this area is in this anti-gravity state. Then, do you know the situation with Qi Long and the others? Ling Lan began to worry about her other companions who had entered first. I'm not very sure. Everything in the tail end has been destroyed, so I also have no way of using the main ship's surveillance system to find them, said Little Four regretfully. Since we're fine, I believe they'll be fine too. Ling Lan still had a lot of faith in her companions. In fact, that explosion at the tail end of the ship in those final moments was a death blow to those support staff members without the protection of mecha. They were basically all wiped out in that final explosion. The only ones who could survive were the mecha operators protected by the defensive power of their mecha. Rabbit, I seem to feel like our position is shifting. Maybe that magnetic tsunami did not cause fatal damage to the main ship. Li Lanfeng seemed to have sensed something of the situation, and he quickly communicated his findings to Ling Lan. Yes, let's figure out the situation first, then find combat and the others. After that we can arrange our next plan of action. Ling Lan instantly made her decision. They would first look for their team members in this heap of ruins. The two of them operated their mecha to weave among the debris. Countless corpses floated by them. It looked like all these staff without any protective measures had been sacrificed during that magnetic tsunami. Despite knowing that all these staff members were just NPCs, Ling Lan could not help but have a heavy heart in the face of all this death. Still, Ling Lan very quickly rallied her spirits. She began to think about how this was perhaps even more advantageous for her team because everyone who knew they had stolen aboard the ship was now dead. Perhaps they could change their identities and stealthily infiltrate the ship as official mecha troops of the main ship. After a round of searching, they found no sign of Qi Long and the others. Ling Lan would rather guess that they had already entered the safe areas of the military vessel. What was more surprising to them was that when they happened to touch some standard Federation advanced mecha, which were still functionally intact overall floating through the air, the system actually prompted them with a pop-up notification asking them whether they wanted to retrieve the mecha. This meant that these intact mecha could be freely taken by players. Ling Lan and Li Lanfeng naturally would not let such an advantage pass by. It should be known it would require an extremely high amount of points at the Redemption Center to redeem these mecha. Moreover, Li Lanfeng's mecha was already running on empty. Obtaining an advanced mecha with abundant power right now was undoubtedly a stroke of timely luck one for Li Lanfeng. Mind you, once one's mecha's power ran out, not only would the mecha be unable to move, the oxygen levels in the mecha's cockpit would not be able to be sustained for long either. The two of them chose two of the mecha in the best condition to keep in their inventories. It wasn't that they did not want to collect even more, but they would not be able to support the mecha even if they took more. Within a player's inventory, each mecha would exhaust a set amount of power calories every hour. If a mecha was left and used in an inventory for a long time, it would still become a powerless empty shell of a mecha in the end. After that, it would merely be dead weight in a player's inventory and increase a player's fatigue level. This was also one of the methods Mecha World employed to prevent players from accumulating too many mecha so that the players would not end up unable to focus on training properly with one mecha. Looking at the standard military use advanced mecha they had obtained, the vague idea swirling in Ling Lan's mind abruptly came into focus. She quickly contacted Leopard and communicated her idea to him. The moment Li Lanfeng heard her idea, his gaze lit up. He felt that it was an excellent plan. Even as he signaled his agreement, he could not help but be secretly proud. See, this was his friend. What a bright and intelligent rabbit. The two of them instantly changed their mecha into the standard advanced mecha they had obtained from the ship. Only then did they operate their mecha to move to the airlock's doors and make preparations to sneak inside the main ship proper. Just as Ling Lan was about to instruct Little Four to observe the surroundings near the doors of the airlock, to see whether there was anyone out and about, they suddenly sensed the travel speed of the military vessel slowing down. They could also hear the faint sounds of alarms blaring from the main ship proper. What's going on, Little Four? Ling Lan quickly turned to ask Little Four in the mind space. Right now, Ling Lan was like a blind person. She was solely reliant on Little Four to obtain information on the outside world. Little Four answered immediately, "Boss, the radar has picked up the appearance of an unidentified flying object about 10 kilometers ahead of the command main ship. The entire ship is now in emergency mode. It isn't suitable for us to act at this time." Having heard what Little Four had to say, Ling Lan settled down to wait for a while. Meanwhile, Li Lanfeng too had figured out that something seemed to be happening inside the ship, so when Ling Lan suggested they wait, he was in full agreement, curious to see what exactly was happening. At the distant base of the Swift Dragons, right after the eruption of the magnetic tsunami, an urgent notification came, requesting the Swift Dragon fleet to send a search and rescue team immediately to the surrounding districts of Planet X-192 to help the surviving soldiers and adventurers. In one of the rooms in the command center at the Swift Dragon base, a man shrouded in shadows sat on a sofa. In a hoarse voice which sounded grating to the ears, he said to another man equally obscured by shadows, "D9, do you think this notification is fishy?" D1, on the surface, this notification is exceedingly normal. Whenever an incident with great casualties occur, the mecha mainframe will definitely inform the closest fleet to send assistance. As far as I know, the magnetic tsunami of X-191 is a natural phenomenon. Any natural disasters that happened in mecha world was actually a realistic copy of natural disasters in the real world. In reality, on the fringes of the Chinese Federation in the real world, there had indeed been an eruption of a magnetic tsunami on one of the planets. It was just that it had not been as violent and destructive as the one in mecha world. At this point of the conversation, D9 paused, then continued in a dark tone. That reclamation fleet should also be carrying out their mission right about now. What you're saying is, it won't be a big problem. Within the shadows where expressions could not be seen clearly, D1 asked in return with his usual emotionless voice. Not quite. It's precisely because there's no problem at all that it is problematic. A mocking smirk appeared on D9's lips. We're infiltrators. We cannot let down our guard. No one can tell whether the mecha mainframe has discovered something. Then, pretend we did not receive the notification? D1 followed up with this question. Of course that won't work. At the very least we must act normal and send a search and rescue team over. Otherwise the mecha mainframe will definitely become suspicious. We still need a little time before Project T can be completed, refuted D9 directly. The magnetic tsunami was so strong. According to the information we received, that reclamation fleet basically had no way of surviving. Even if there are any lucky survivors, having them be under our guard will be more reassuring for us. That said, D9 added proudly, the Swift Dragon base is already fully under our control. No one can carry off any petty tricks under our watch. If the mecha mainframe really tries anything and sends some people over, we will definitely discover them at soonest notice. In that case, let's send a search and rescue team. I too do not want there to be any disruptions before Project T is completed. In response to D9's words, D1 gave this order. On that very day, a patrol ship departed from the Swift Dragon base towards Planet X-192. Half a day and one night later, when there was still 2/5 of the journey left to planetary sector X-192, the ship encountered the sole remaining command ship from the reclamation fleet. The command main ship no longer had any strength to fight, so they instantly sent out a questioning signal through the public comms. The other side did not delay in responding with their identity. When the main ship found that the other ship was a rescue team from the Swift Dragon base, all of the surviving mecha operators and staff members could not stop from tearing up. Over this past half a day and one night, their minds had constantly tormented by worry. They did not know just how much longer the battered main ship they were on could hold out for, and none of them wished to end up as debris in outer space like the other ships had. The commander of the main ship and his adjutant looked at one another, their gazes a complicated mix of excitement and nervousness, and also a sort of stoicism. Still, very quickly, both their expressions turned as joyful as the other NPC soldiers below them. However, the adjutant was still young after all. His hand could not help but clench in nervousness. Entering the Swift Dragon base meant their mission was about to officially begin. As the main ship really had no way of guaranteeing anyone's safety, After making contact with the base, the Swift Dragon Fleet's rescue team began moving the people on the main ship to their military vessel. Meanwhile, Ling Lan and Li Lanfeng took the chance while everyone's attention was drawn to the moving process to let Little Four silently open the airlock doors and snuck into the main ship. Using the route indicators Little Four gave, they very quickly arrived at the central mecha hall. Right then, the attention of everyone in the hall was gathered on the two launch ports in the hall. The surviving 50 to 60 mecha operators were currently lining up to exit from those two ports and move to the rescue ship. Ling Lan and Li Lanfeng quietly sauntered up to join one of the lines. The mecha operator who was originally the last in that line was startled by the sudden appearance of two new mecha and turned to give them a curious look. He was not suspicious, however. After all, Ling Lan and Li Lanfeng were currently operating the standard advanced mecha exclusive to this main ship. The identifying logo of the ship the mecha belonged to was displayed on the mecha's chests. At most, he was only wondering why these two had been so slow. Still, this was their own personal business, so the mecha operator did not pay much mind to it. Seeing that this mecha operator was only looking at them but not asking any questions, Ling Lan and Li Lanfeng breathed out a great silent sigh of relief. They knew their plan to infiltrate had succeeded. Very soon, they had been ejected from the main ship and were flying towards one of the launch ports of the Swift Dragon's patrol ship. Once they had safely landed in the other ship's mecha hall, under the instructions of the staff member there, they operated their mecha adeptly to enter the secured seat arranged for them. After that, they chose to remain in their mecha, silent, making no move to leave their mecha. The mecha operators of the Swift Dragon ship did not think much about the sight, because many of the mecha operators who had been transferred over were doing the exact same thing. The experience of escaping with their lives had tired out these mecha operators, and now they were safe, their high-strung emotions eased. Thus, after entering their secured seats, many of the mecha operators had instantly fallen asleep. Only a few mecha operators with bolder nerves had the mood to climb out of their mecha to interact with the staff members or mecha operators of the Swift Dragon ship. Ling Lan and Li Lanfeng both just seemed like another member of the sleeping group, so the staff of the Swift Dragon ship considerately left them alone. In truth, Ling Lan and Li Lanfeng were actually having an intense conversation within their mecha. Initially, with Ling Lan's and Li Lanfeng's change in mecha, their original team comms had become unusable. But who was Little Four? He had instantly helped Ling Lan and Li Lanfeng to secretly establish a private comms channel for just the two of them. Who knows if Combat and the others have also gotten aboard this ship? Would they also be here in this mecha hall? Li Lanfeng swept one look around at the mecha which all looked the same and could not help but shake his head. He really had no way of finding the other members of their team from all these similar-looking mecha. As long as they still live, we'll find them. There is no need to worry. On the other hand, Ling Lan was extremely composed. She had great trust in Qi Long and the others. Having participated in an expedition team before, this kind of trivial matter would not trouble them too much. Besides, this was also a test for them. Without her full protection, could they survive based on their own capabilities? Right then, in another mecha hall of the Swift Dragon ship, Xie had already struck up a good relationship with the staff members. All smiles, he rejoined his teammates and shared what news he had learned with them. Qi Long and the other 6 had not remained in their mecha because they were currently dressed in the exact same piloting suit as the Federation NPC soldiers and not their own individualistic clothes. Fortunately enough, when the magnetic tsunami had caught up to the tail of the main ship and the explosion had broken out, with great teamwork and rapport, Qi Long and Luo Lang had grabbed hold of the special class mecha, who had abruptly rushed in and put him right in front of their team to be their shield. The other had taken the majority of the force from the magnetic tsunami, allowing them to safely tide over this crisis. Of course, Qi Long and the others did not know that the reason they managed to survive was also because Ling Lan had blocked off a large portion of the magnetic tsunami on the outside. Otherwise, just one special class mecha alone would not have been able to keep all of them alive. Of course, the end of the special class mecha was most tragic. He had been instantly destroyed by the force of the magnetic tsunami. This was still the result of the other not reacting in time, activating his defensive measures half a second late. It was this half-second delay that had caused the mecha operator inside the special class mecha to be unable to endure the force of the magnetic tsunami, hence dying instantly. The ruthlessness of Qi Long and Luo Lang's decisive action caused the two new members, No Mecha Unrepaired, and Li Xiu, to quiver involuntarily in their hearts. In particular, Li Xiu finally realized that this team he had joined not only had a shameless and black-bellied team leader, even the team members were not very nice people. If he had been in their shoes, he would never have been able to use an innocent person as a shield. Still, Li Xiu's rational mind acknowledged the fact that Qi Long and Luo Lang's decision had been correct because their choice had allowed everyone in their team to survive. Li Xiu did not forget that even as they had grabbed hold of the special class mecha, Qi Long had pushed him, and No Mecha Unrepaired, to the back of the pack, while the other three members had worked seamlessly with Qi Long and Luo Lang to shield the two of them. In other words, only after the five of them were dead would he and No Mecha Unrepaired have met any danger. After the fact, Li Xiu's emotions were extremely complicated. He was stunned and confused, but also ashamed and guilty for the special class mecha, yet overall, he was mostly moved. At that moment, he really just could not berate Qi Long and Luo Lang for their ruthless decision. Perhaps this was what camaraderie meant. Li Xiu's heart throbbed powerfully, and he found that he rather liked the feeling. For these reasons, Qi Long and the other six managed to survive. Even if they had been afraid, they had been thrown by the explosion right into the middle back part of the main ship. Of course, they had been severely injured in the process. Here, the benefits of having Li Xiu had to be mentioned. He had instantly brought out the special medical agents he had developed. Their wounds, which would normally have needed 1 or 2 days to recover, were all mostly healed after several minutes. Initially, Qi Long and the others had considered going to the Tailmost Inn to look for Boss Ling Lan and self-defined destiny, but the remnant force of the magnetic storm and the low power of their mecha made it impossible for them to get close to the tail. Just as they were feeling helpless, No Mecha Unrepaired discovered a secret. The pilotless mecha around them could be claimed by players as long as the damage levels of the mecha did not exceed 40%. After discovering this secret, Qi Long's group of 7 was both surprised and pleased. This discovery meant that they would be able to find a way to go to the tail end of the main ship to find Boss Lan. They looked around and found that there were 10 or so mecha they could collect. Those mecha had not been damaged too badly by the magnetic turbulence. The 7 of them picked the best 7 mecha and changed into them. Then, just as they were about to go to the tail, they heard a mecha operator who had come to check on the situation appear in the middle back area of the starship. The magnetic tsunami had caused significant damage to the entire main ship. Not only were all of the staff members in the tail end dead, even some of the defenseless staff members and mecha operators outside of their mecha in the central areas of the ship had been killed by the explosive force of the large explosion. It could be said that the casualties were high. Although the control center of the main ship believed that there were basically no survivors in the tail end, they still sent a small mecha squad to go investigate. When Qi Long's group had first sensed the appearance of the mecha squad, their first reflex was to hide. However, Han Jijian had an idea. He instructed the team to go up and greet the mecha squad. Sure enough, when the mecha squad saw them, the other side was not at all suspicious. Instead, they almost cried out in relief and excitement. They had initially thought that all their comrades in the tail end had died. They really did not expect to find any survivors. This made them so ecstatic that they had no mind at all to bother asking for the survivors' team numbers or any other personal information. Just like that, Qi Long and the others were taken into the safe area of the main ship. When the staff there discovered that they were heavily bruised and injured, they were settled into healing pods for the night. Frankly, there was a fatal flaw in Qi Long's team's cover story. Their mecha control suits were not the formal military-use control suits. Instead, they were using civilian control suits that Mecha World had produced in the fashion of those military suits, so their suits were still somewhat different from the official mecha suits used by soldiers. However, they were very clever. They tore up the most questionable spots on their control suits. Qi Long in particular had almost overdone it to the extent that he was almost naked. At the same time, they were also ruthless enough to hurt themselves on purpose, staining whatever remained of their own control suits red. Their bleeding wounds caused the rescuers to pay no attention to their control suits, placing all their attention on the group's injuries. This allowed the group to safely overcome this most difficult hurdle. After a night of rest, they put on the military uniforms that had been specially brought over for them. As the living quarters of the soldiers had been at the tail end, and so had also been blown up, all of their clothes and daily necessities were sure to be gone as well. The support staff of the main ship naturally had to think for their sakes. Not only did the staff provide them with military uniforms, they were also each given a standard official military-use mecha control suit. This made Qi Long and the others laugh silently to themselves, glad that they were finally safe. Of course, there was one other reason why the main ship rescue logistics team was so quick to believe that they were mecha operators of the ship itself. The ship's JMC and the other staff members of the ship who were familiar with the operations of the tail end had all been killed in the explosion, every single one of them. This had contributed to the ease with which Qi Long's group of 7 had infiltrated the main ship. The staff members instinctively believed that any mecha operators who were piloting mecha of their main ship must of course be one of their own. They truly did not believe that someone could sneak in without a trace. Therefore, no one doubted the origins of Qi Long's group. They were all just sincerely glad that their comrades in the tail end had not been completely wiped out. The fact that there were survivors was a comfort to them as well. There was one more reason they had processed Qi Long and the others so hastily. The staff did not dare to meet the pleading and questioning eyes of Qi Long's team. After the rescue team had found Qi Long's group of 7, they had discovered that the air of the main ship was surging out at a dangerous rate. The main ship did not have enough power left to maintain the atmospheric balance of the air within the ship. In order to ensure the safety of the people in the middle and front sections of the ship, the commander had no choice but to stop the search and rescue efforts and close the airlock gate in the back half of the ship to prevent the air from continuing to leak out. Although Qi Long's group of 7 had pleaded repeatedly for the search and rescue efforts to continue, insisting that there must still be other mecha operators alive in the tail end, the staff still did not manage to enter the tail end again in the end. Time waits for no man. They needed to do their duty by the remaining people. Thus, the airlock gates had to be sealed once more, and the search and rescue efforts concluded prematurely. The hopeful expressions on the faces of Qi Long's team had made the search and rescue soldiers feel extremely guilty. They felt as if they had done wrong by their comrades in the tail end. So after putting them into recovery pods, the staff subconsciously began avoiding them. No one was willing to go verify their identity, because they were afraid that the other party would ask about the final outcome of the search and rescue effort. Just like that, Qi Long's group once again evaded another possibility of being exposed. It had to be said that Qi Long and the others were very lucky. All of the surviving soldiers on the ship were grieving over the loss of about half of their comrades. Thus, they were exceedingly kind to the survivors, skipping over some of the typically necessary confirmation procedures. Meanwhile, when the commander received the report regarding the surviving mecha operators of the tail end, he too did not think much about it. He only gave word for the staff to take extra care of them, and that was it. This was because at that time, the commander had been consumed with anxiety. How could he bring this battered main ship on its last legs to the Swift Dragon base? Who knew how much longer this ship would hold out for? The other party is indeed a rescue ship from the Swift Dragon base. We should be able to successfully enter the Swift Dragon base now. I just don't know how Boss and Self-Defined Destiny are doing right now. I wonder if they're safe. Xie whispered, finding it difficult to keep his worry from showing on his brow. Who knew if Boss Lon had managed to survive that magnetic tsunami? Don't worry. Who do you take Boss for? Since we all managed to survive, Boss most definitely survived as well, Luo Lang whispered back, his gaze filled with steel-like conviction. Luo Lang was the one with the greatest faith in Ling Lan. In Luo Lang's eyes, his boss would never be defeated, not even by such a horrific thing like the magnetic tsunami. Han Jijian nodded and said, Luo Lang is right. Boss will definitely be fine. Worrying about Boss's condition is not what we should be doing now. Rather, we need to figure out how to infiltrate the Swift Dragon base seamlessly before Boss finds us. Han Jijian believed that the true challenge lay ahead of them. They needed to begin preparations early. Once we settle down at the Swift Dragon base, I'm sure that there will inevitably be a registration of the survivors of the main ship. Since we do not know the information of any members of the main ship we can use, at that time, we will definitely be exposed. If only Boss were here. He is a hacker, so he would definitely be able to obtain the information of those mecha operators in the tail end and give us some suitable identities. A trace of regret flashed through Lin Zhongqing's eyes. He too had thought of this problem. As the main ship had been greatly damaged, most of the common soldiers had passed away in this magnetic tsunami. The staff on the ship had been so busy cleaning things up and keeping things together that they had not had the spare energy to properly vet the survivors. However, once everything had settled, both the commander of the main ship and the leader of the Swift Dragon base would be sure to insist for proper checks to be carried out. As Han Jijian said, their exposure was imminent. At this point, Lin Zhongqing could not help but smile bitterly. Once again, he found that Boss Lan was truly an omnipotent existence for them. As long as he was around, any problem would no longer be a problem, able to be solved easily. Speaking of hackers, I seem to have heard Self-Defined Destiny say before that he too is a hacker. If he were around, perhaps we could also have obtained that information. Xie recalled what Self-Defined Destiny had said on the transport ship and remarked with some regret. That's true. How unlucky. If he were here, we would be much safer, said Qi Long in frustration at those words. If I had known earlier, I would have let Self-Defined Destiny enter the main ship first back then. It's too late to say all this now. We might as well brainstorm and think about how we should deal with the situation. Li Shiyu interrupted Qi Long's tangent and reminded everyone to stop thinking about useless things. Han Jijian nodded and said, Duxley is right. The two hackers of our team are not here, so it's pointless to think about ways to get the information via hacker abilities. Let's think of some other way. The group began to think hard, but unfortunately they could not come up with a good method. Then, Xie saw no mecha unrepaired, staring blankly at a corner. The other was still a second-year student in the military academy, now due to being held back 2 years. He was Chang Xinyuan, who had been forced into dire straits because he had caught the eye of the Thunder King. Xie followed his line of sight, but saw nothing there except a spider spinning a web. He stared dubiously at no mecha unrepaired, aka Chang Xinyuan, and wondered, had the other thought of something? Chang Xinyuan seemed to feel the heat of Xie Yi's gaze, and he slowly came back to himself. He smiled embarrassedly and asked, Xie Yi, what's up? You were staring off into space. Have you thought of something? Asked Xie Yi curiously. Chang Xinyuan rubbed his head in embarrassment. I just never expected that Lingtian First String was actually that Boss Lan who defeated the Leitang Mecha clan. And it's even more unexpected that I would join your battle clan. This makes me feel as if I am dreaming. Xie Yi was speechless. When they had first gotten out of their mecha, Chang Xinyuan's expression had been calm and composed. Xie Yi had thought the other had not recognized them, and so they had not paid any mind to it. Unexpectedly, Chang Xinyuan knew all about their backgrounds, but was only showing signs of it now. Had he just pretended too well? Or was his reflex arc just abnormally slow for him to only react now? Chang Xinyuan's words made the other people look at each other speechlessly as well. It had already been a full night since then. Friend, for you to exclaim about it now, isn't it a little too late? The penetrating gazes of the other six made no mecha unrepaired rather flustered. He once again rubbed his head and said, Actually, I was just thinking about those words Boss Lan had said to us when we had departed. Unconsciously, Chang Xinyuan had adopted the address of Boss Lan from Qi Long and the others. What are you saying? Qi Long rubbed his face roughly, suddenly finding that for someone with an impetuous nature like him, dealing with someone with such a slow reflex arc like no mecha unrepaired was really a kind of torture. Boss Lan said that, if by any chance we got split up, we should use prearranged aliases to find one another. Replied Chang Xinyuan. So you're saying that Boss Lan will use an alias? Impossible. If Boss Lan really managed to infiltrate the Swift Dragon base, he would definitely use an identity of one of the fallen soldiers. Otherwise, the other side will see through him. Qi Long was the first to express disbelief. An alias would be easily exposed once the other side checked their databases. But you all said that Boss Lan is a powerful hacker. Couldn't he have changed the database? Chang Xinyuan did not know much about hackers, so he just shared what he believed. How could a database be so easily changed? Qi Long could not help but burst out into snickers. Even the strongest hacker would never dare to do any hanky-panky in the mainframe. No, perhaps no mecha unrepaired is right, said Han Jijian, interrupting Qi Long. Han Jijian's words instantly shut Qi Long up. When it came to his sworn brother's judgment, Qi Long had full faith. Therefore, he could only rub his nose helplessly and say nothing more. Bossland's hacking skills are very formidable. I believe that anyone who knows about Bossland's ability knows this. Han Jijian's words received emphatic nods from Qi Long and the other three of Ling Lan's original team. In contrast to Li Shiyu and Chang Xinyuan, who only knew Ling Lan for a short time, the four of them who had grown up beside Ling Lan were well aware of Ling Lan's exploits in terms of hacking. Thus, who can say that Boss Lan really can't change the database of the command main ship? At this point, Han Jijian's eyes were shining. I believe that Boss Lan would have already predicted our current circumstances. He will definitely add the aliases we agreed to in advance into the database, along with all the other relevant info. Once we're at the Swift Dragon base, if someone actually comes to check our identity, we just need to report the fake identity that has been arranged for us. Han Jijian stated his decision. What if team leader Ling did not manage to change it in time? Li Shiyu, who was not very clear on Ling Lan's abilities, was still rather worried. He felt it was somewhat inappropriate to use this kind of gambling-like method. Since there is the possibility of exposure no matter what we do, we might as well take the gamble. I believe in Boss Lan, replied Han Jijian with determination. His words drew the agreement of Qi Long and the other three original members. Seeing the determination in their eyes, Li Shiyu could only tuck away his doubts, sigh, and consent. Chang Xinyuan had no objections. As a mechanic who was focused on researching and modifying mecha, as long as the team has made a final decision, he would not have any opposing opinions. Just like that, another day and half a night later, at 3 o'clock in the morning, the patrol ship safely arrived at the Swift Dragon base. The Swift Dragon base, which had long been informed, systematically placed all the personnel from the main ship in a large battalion. Qi Long and the others entered the base calmly under the direction of the military personnel of the Swift Dragon base. They only took a few casual glances at the situation around them, and then they stopped looking around. But those few glances were enough to shock them, because there was an on-duty soldier every 100 steps within the Swift Dragon base. It looked like the Swift Dragon base was extremely strict in terms of manning the defenses. This was extremely rare among the Federation forces that were highly reliant on technology. It should be known that military bases generally relied on hidden monitors with 360 degrees of coverage as the main means of monitoring, and rarely employed so much manpower for defense. Qi Long and the others appeared unchanged on the surface, but they already had their guards up mentally. It would definitely not be easy to find their boss and complete the final mission under such strict defense. They were well aware that under the close supervision of these people, there were still countless invisible electronic monitoring devices watching them. If they showed any little flaw, they would be uncovered by the surveillance personnel of the Swift Dragon base, and the consequences would be unthinkable. Due to the impromptu arrangement, the base was unable to provide excellent accommodation for the survivors of the main ship. Regardless of military rank, all of the survivors were assigned 10 to a room. Of course, for those top-ranking officers like the commander of the main ship, the conditions were not as bad. Qi Long's group of 7 was assigned along with 3 other strangers to a room to rest. They had only rested for a few hours, not fully recovered yet, when they were woken up by a knock on the door. It turned out that the Swift Dragon base's support staff were already here to register their information. Qi Long and the others shared a look. Han Jijian signaled for them to continue faking sleep. One of the other 3 in the room opened the door, muttering angrily, and Han Jijian perked his ears to listen carefully to their conversation. Hearing that it was someone here to register their information, the attitude of the person who opened the door was tempered. He stated his information, the logistics head of the Leguang mecha squad of the Jinglong main ship from the Dragon River Transport Fleet, Yang Ilong. After the support staff of the Swift Dragon base keyed in his information, he smiled and said with a salute, "Hello, Second Lieutenant Yang. I'm really sorry for disturbing your rest." Only then did Han Jijian open his eyes to peek at the other's epaulette. It turned out the other was just a corporal. No wonder his attitude became so respectful. The status of a support soldier on a base was obviously incomparable to the status of a support staff on a military ship. This was also why all soldiers yearned to serve on a ship, because the starting point of those who obtained a position on a ship was much better than those serving on the ground. At this time, the other people in the room had all been awakened as well. They rubbed at their eyes, yawning. Seeing this, the support staff walked over the closest bed from the door. Chang Xinyuan was the one lying there, and he was currently rubbing his eyes. Seeing the staff approach him, Chang Xinyuan's palms could not help but sweat, and the hand rubbing at his eyes faltered for a moment. Noticing this, Han Jijian, who was lying one bed behind Chang Xinyuan, quickly yawned and said, "Why don't you register me first? The quicker I'm done, the quicker I can rest." The support staff of the Swift Dragon base quickly stepped forward in response to approach Han Jijian. "I'm Jinglong, Mecha Member Number 5 of the Cheetah Mecha Squad of the Jinglong main ship from the Dragon River Transport Fleet." Han Jijian calmly stated the alias they had set up. The reason he had pretended to be asleep at first was so that one of the other 3 strangers would register first. That way, he would be able to know the name of that main ship. Though this was not any great secret among the official soldiers of the main ship, as outsiders, they really did not know that information. Besides, he also wanted to know what the standard format of responding was. With Yang Yilong's answer as a template, Han Jijian knew how he was supposed to answer. Han Jijian's reply caused Yang Yilong from the same ship to do a double take. He stared in surprise at Han Jijian, but out of propriety, he did not speak up to question the other. He too could not be certain whether his own main ship had such a mecha battle clan with such an unfamiliar-sounding name. After obtaining Han Jijian's response, the support staff of the Swift Dragon base entered the information into the query system of the base. Then, he saluted and said, "First Lieutenant Ji, hello." Han Jijian merely saluted back calmly, but he was mentally shouting yes in his heart. As expected, Boss Lon had modified the database. Otherwise, the other would not have responded this way. With that, he was even more certain that Boss Lon had survived the magnetic tsunami and had safely made his way to the Swift Dragon base. Seeing Han Jijian pass through successfully, the others' hearts settled. Moreover, Han Jijian's answer also showed them what they should say. Li Shiyu and Chang Xinyuan saw that Han Jijian really managed to pass through the registration check and could not help but be greatly astonished. They now had a brand new understanding of Ling Lan's hacker abilities. Chang Xinyuan had originally already been extremely admiring of Ling Lan's mecha control skills. Now, he was even more awed by Ling Lan's hacker abilities. He, who had originally held out very little hope for the outcome of this mission, now began to have some confidence. Perhaps they would really be able to complete this SSS-level mission no one else had ever accomplished before throughout history. At this thought, Chang Xinyuan's heart pounded, but he very soon pushed down this notion. Chang Xinyuan smiled wryly to himself. Hanging out with Qi Long and these other youths who were like young calves unafraid of tigers, he had unconsciously begun to lose his rationality, actually beginning to also have such unrealistic thoughts. But what if, really, by any chance, they really? Chang Xinyuan took in a deep breath and firmly pushed all these distracting thoughts to the back of his mind. He knew very well that their mission had just begun. The hardest parts were still yet to come. Meanwhile, this was the first time Li Shiyu was seeing Ling Lan in a positive light. That initially thick-skinned and shameless Ling Lan in his mind, who loved to manipulate others with petty tricks, began to have a positive image. Sure enough, to become an acknowledged boss, he must have his unique charm and capabilities. After checking the information of everyone in the room and determining that there was no problem, the Swift Dragon support staff left the room. At this time, Yang Yilong loudly asked Qi Long, "Captain Luo." Qi Long's alias was Luo Ing. Who'd expect that you're actually member number 2 of the Cheetah Mecha team? That's the position of the team ace, you know. Typically, number 1 was the team leader, number 2 was the main ace of the team, number 3 was the secondary ace, number 4 was a primary fighter, while number 5 and beyond were indefinite. Those numbers could be support and logistics members, or they could also be primary fighters. Although Yang Yilong felt that the name of the Cheetah Mecha team sounded very unfamiliar, he still expressed his admiration for Qi Long's position. Qi Long scratched his head in embarrassment and said with a smile, "I'm no ace. Our team leader is." His earnest face and this smile made him appear somewhat dopey, but gave others a feeling of extreme sincerity and trustworthiness. Yang Yilong could not help but find himself liking Qi Long. Yang Yilong exchanged a few more words with Qi Long. When he heard that they still did not know whether their team leader and their number 7 member was dead or alive, he was instantly filled with pity. Seeing this, Qi Long angrily said that he believed that his team leader still lived. This heartfelt display of Qi Long's absolute trust made Yang Yilong admire Qi Long even more. That little bit of doubt initially still present in his heart vanished without a trace at this performance of Qi Long's. When Han Jijian saw this, he let out a quiet sigh of relief. When he had responded earlier, he had already been worried that the unfamiliar name of the mecha team would arouse suspicion in the minds of the main ship's members. Luckily, Qi Long's appearance was very handy for deceiving others. At the very least, judging from Yang Yilong's present expression, he had not become suspicious of them. At this time, in another room, Ling Lan and Li Lanfeng, who had already finished registering, were currently laid out on their beds, resting. Not too long after, Ling Lan received a text message. She flicked open her communicator to look and was instantly immensely excited. In the very next second, she had extremely impolitely kicked at Li Lanfeng on the upper bunk. Feeling the force coming from his mattress, Li Lanfeng sat up in puzzlement. Before he could ask Ling Lan on the bunk below what had happened, Ling Lan said, "There's news of number 2 and the others. Clean up quickly and let's go look for them." Li Lanfeng's eyes lit up. He put on a jacket and then leapt off the bed to follow Ling Lan heading towards where Qi Long was staying. The reason Ling Lan received this news so quickly was not because of Little Four's abilities. Of course, if Qi Long and the others' information were to be registered, Little Four, who was already lurking in the network of the Swift Dragon base, would definitely be able to obtain the news at soonest notice. However, in order to let everything seem natural and above board, when she had registered herself, Ling Lan had generously bribed the support staff of the Swift Dragon base. Of course, she had also let Li Lanfeng utilize that natural ability of his to gain favor with others and intensify the other side's good impression of them, thus successfully securing the others' agreement to help them. In reality, right when Qi Long and the others' information had been registered, Ling Lan had already been notified by Little Four. However, Ling Lan had kept calm and continued to lay on her bed as if she knew nothing. Only when she received the notification from that support staff did she pretend to be excited and take action. Of course, the other was not breaking any rules of the base by helping them. After all, Ling Lan and Li Lanfeng were just trying to find their comrades who had gotten split up from them. It's not like they were trying to inquire about the secrets of the base. Moreover, right now within the Swift Dragon base, Ling Lan was not the only person who was doing this. Many other soldiers who had been separated from their original teammates for various reasons had similarly put forward such requests. Ling Lan had only included an additional minor reward when she had made her request. This reward was very simple. It was just a bottle of high-proof liquor Ling Lan had on her for first aid purposes. Under Little Four's assistance, Ling Lan had found out that this person's hobby was to drink. As for why Ling Lan would have such high-proof liquor on her, ahem, this was actually a remnant habit Ling Lan had brought over from her last life lying on her sickbed. Having gotten used to the idea that alcohol should be used on wounds to sterilize them, she really could not adapt to this world where no prep work was done, with healing agents being directly sprayed or applied onto open wounds and leaving it at that. Mentally, Ling Lan had always had some fear with regards to this sort of treatment method. What if, by any chance, there was tetanus or something similar about? Wasn't this just asking for trouble? Therefore, she habitually carried several bottles of high-proof liquor with her in her backpack. If she was injured accidentally, she would open one of the bottles to use the alcohol in it to disinfect the wound before spraying healing agents on it. With regards to this habit of Ling Lan's, although Qi Long and the others were puzzled by it, they would never question her. They only speculated secretly whether this was because their boss liked alcohol but was forbidden by his parents to drink. Could this be why he had sought out such an unreasonable reason? It could only be said that some things were already ingrained habits of Ling Lan's. It was impossible for her to change them in a short period of time. Thus, without her knowledge, Ling Lan had become someone who liked to drink in her team members' eyes. back when Ling Lan had brought out the liquor and handed it over as an incentive for the support staff. Even Li Lanfeng could not help but sweat drops silently and wonder if Ling Lan was an alcohol-loving rabbit. Why else would he think of using alcohol as a bribe? Still, for whatever reason, overall, Ling Lan's reward had pleased that support staff greatly. Consequently, the other was extremely cooperative, almost notifying them at first notice. This led Li Lanfeng to once again be in awe. The seemingly random and reckless actions of the rabbit always seemed to end up being extremely effective. The two of them very quickly found the resting spot of Qi Long and the others and knocked on the door. The one who opened the door was again Yang Yilong, who asked him to be the one sleeping on the bed closest to the door. Opening the door, he saw two strangers, so he asked, "Who are you looking for?" "Is Luo Ying and company here?" asked Ling Lan coldly. That icy gaze of hers made Yang Yilong feel a chill invade his heart. He quickly ducked back into the room and shouted, "Captain Luo, someone's looking for you." Hearing this, Qi Long's eyes lit up, and he leapt off his top bunk to rush over with wide steps to the door. Seeing his boss's familiar face, he was instantly overwhelmed with emotion. "Leader, you've finally come." Qi Long's cry of leader made the other members inside the room leap up in excitement, all of them running over as well. Yang Yilong was astonished at the sight, but thinking of the impression that person at the doorway had given him, he understood why these mecha team members would be so worked up. Only someone like that could gain the allegiance of proud mecha warriors. With just one glance, Yang Yilong could tell that that team leader was most definitely a formidable warrior. This was because he had felt a similar pressure from the team leader of the Leguang battle clan. Seeing his other two companions peeking out from their beds, non-verbally asking who the visitor was, Yang Yilong silently indicated for them to remain silent and continue to sleep and not disturb the group. A mecha team leader was in existence high above the mecha support staff. He did not want to incur the displeasure of that team leader. Qi Long and the others hugged Ling Lan excitedly in succession, and only then did they see the familiar smiling face standing by Ling Lan's side. Other than no mecha unrepaired, all the others could not help but be taken aback, especially Li Shiyu, whose face actually stiffened noticeably for a brief moment. Seeing this, Li Lanfeng smiled wryly and said, "Number 8, for previously planning to try and snatch your position in the team from you out of envy, I'm sorry. The crisis this time has let me understand that status, levels, and whatever are all not important. What's most important is my companions. I hope you can forgive me." Li Shiyu only huffed at those words and turned his head aside without speaking. He knew his own expression had been slightly off. If some surveillance device had just happened to record it, a flaw might have already been discovered. Li Lanfeng was undoubtedly trying to help him hide his slip in composure, but he was just unused to acting and really did not know how to handle the situation. Seeing this, Xie tugged on Li Shiyu's arm and said, "All of us being able to survive is already a blessing. Why bother with things of the past? Don't you agree, number 8? Li Shiyu saw everyone looking at him with smiles on their faces and could only reply grudgingly, "Forget it. Let's not talk about past matters anymore." Only then did Li Lanfeng sigh in relief. He stepped forward to pull Li Shiyu into a strong hug and said, "Thank you, brother, for your tolerance and understanding." Only Li Lanfeng knew that he was not just putting on an act when he said this. He truly hoped that, one day in the future, Li Shiyu could say these same words back to him. However, Li Lanfeng also knew that this was probably an impossible dream. Seeing this, Ling Lan clapped her hands together forcefully and said, "It's great that you two have buried the hatchet. In future, we must be united. We shouldn't fight amongst ourselves anymore." Ling Lan's words marked the end of the matter, and the group happily welcomed Ling Lan and Li Lanfeng into their room. Meanwhile, Li Lanfeng latched onto Li Shiyu and the two of them moved to sit on Li Shiyu's bed, where they began whispering to one another. It looked like they had truly buried the hatchet. Only Li Lanfeng himself knew that despite his seeming composure, he was actually greatly shocked. When he had first seen Li Shiyu, as good as he was at deception, he had almost slipped up and reacted. That bloody Ling Lan had not given him a heads up that his family's Li Shiyu had also joined the battle clan. Seeing Li Shiyu's face filled with innocence, Li Lanfeng could not help but sigh internally. What in the world did their Li family owe Ling Lan? Not only had he joined, Even Li Shiyu, who should not have been able to join, had joined. Still, he could not help but become smug deep inside. As expected of his rabbit, able to do what others could not. If he had the rabbit's help in the future, would he too be able to escape his so-called fate? Li Lanfeng's gaze flickered but very quickly settled as he tossed aside this idiotic notion of his. He absolutely could not harm the rabbit. To go against the heavens and change his fate, a terrible price would have to be paid. Grandfather Zhuge had already stated this very clearly from the start, and this price could very well be his life. Although Li Lanfeng was physically speaking with Li Shiyu, his mind was distracted in recalling when he and Ling Lan had first seen each other's true faces in this virtual world not too long ago. When they had arrived at the Swift Dragon base, Ling Lan and Li Lanfeng naturally had to leave their mecha. Of course, they had it much easier than Qi Long and the others because in the virtual world, both Ling Lan and Li Lanfeng were miraculous beings. Because she had little for, Ling Lan could easily change her original civilian mecha suit into an official military mecha suit. Meanwhile, Li Lanfeng was a specter, and though he could not directly change the fixed settings of the virtual world, he could apply a disguise to himself. Thus, when the two had come out from their mecha, their appearance was flawless, no different at all from the other mecha operators. However, when Ling Lan and Li Lanfeng had met face-to-face for the first time after getting out from their mecha, Li Lanfeng had almost stumbled and revealed his true feelings. If not for the fact that his specter abilities also hid his expression, his flabbergasted expression would certainly have aroused suspicion in those around him. In contrast, Ling Lan's ice mask had long been formed, so it did not collapse even when she had seen Li Lanfeng. "Boss!" Li Lanfeng bit back on the lawn that had been about to come out, stopping his outburst at only boss, making it seem like he was just greeting his own team leader. Number 9, keep up. Ling Lan's glacial gaze had contained a hidden warning. Although others may not be able to see Li Lanfeng's true expression, perhaps because she was way too familiar with the leopard, Ling Lan had still sensed Li Lanfeng's loss of composure. This gaze made Li Lanfeng's initially shocked and restless heart cool down instantly. He bowed his head and cuffed his own forehead lightly, chiding himself for his slip. They had both not known about the other, but Ling Lan had still been able to keep calm. In terms of mentality, he had completely lost to the rabbit who was younger than him by 3 years. This made him feel somewhat embarrassed. Right then, Li Lanfeng was not at all surprised at why Ling Lan could have logged on a mecha world at just 10 years old back then. As someone who was able to create a similar disguise as him now, Ling Lan was undoubtedly a specter just like him. And for specters in the virtual world, all those so-called restrictions and limits were all inapplicable. None of it could prevent them from moving about as they wished. Thus, for Ling Lan to be able to enter mecha world at just 10 years old was completely believable. That said, Li Lanfeng could not help but sigh to himself. At 10 years old, Ling Lan's specter abilities had actually been strong enough that he had not noticed a thing. No wonder they had had such affinity back then. Even if he had entered the mecha training hall first, the rabbit had still always been able to come unerringly to the training hall he had chosen. Now, thinking back, Ling Lan must have used his own specter abilities to find where he was. Was this proof that the rabbit had held him with just as much esteem as he had back then? Which was why the other had used specter abilities to look for his position and stage a coincidental meeting. Li Lanfeng felt a surge of warmth in his heart. It looked like his friendship had not been one-sided back then. If he had only told Ling Lan bravely about his real identity back then, perhaps they would be bosom friends now, and he would not be ranked behind the other companions of the rabbit. Right then, a trace of regret rose up uncontrollably in Li Lanfeng's heart. However, it was quickly throttled by him, because he did not think it was too late to change things. In this manner, although Li Lanfeng's heart had struggled a little, he still accepted Ling Lan. After all, Ling Lan was younger than him by 3 years, while the rabbit had always been a formidable existence in his heart, a strong person he admired. As such, it was exceedingly normal for him to flounder a little to reconcile the difference between the two impressions. Still, these were all minor blips. Li Lanfeng would never bear to give up the rabbit he had missed for so long and had spent 7 years to find. Meanwhile, when Ling Lan found out the true identity of the leopard, her first thought was, sure enough, the leopard was very dangerous. Her second thought was, the leopard was truly not a good person, Still, Ling Lan did not mind. As long as the leopard treated her with sincerity and did not harm her companions, she would not care what terrible things the leopard would do in the future. She would still be willing to save a spot for the leopard in her battle clan. Of course, at present, this was all the weight Li Lanfeng had in Ling Lan's heart. In contrast, if Qi Long and the others planned to do something bad, Ling Lan would definitely roll up her sleeves and pitch in to come up with strategies to help them. Fine, our Queen Ling Lan indeed did not have any so-called true sense of justice in her. She only wanted to take good care of these little followers who trusted her and were willing to follow her, as well as cultivate them to become strong people capable of holding their own in their respective fields. The survivors of the main ship obtained the chance to rest at the Swift Dragon base. Given that the Jinglong main ship had no way to travel long distances, they could only wait for the Federation Army to send a new military vessel to pick them up. After resting peacefully for 3 days and 2 nights, when the new main ship members heard that a new military vessel was about to arrive for them in 2 days, they were ecstatic. Even though they had been treated pretty well overall on the Swift Dragon base, they had still felt significantly restrained. The main ship members had been restricted to a small living area. For many other places on the base, they simply could not even get close. This made the fleet soldiers who were accustomed to being able to freely move around to feel extremely inconvenienced. On this night, in a highly defended area within the Swift Dragon base, several figures appeared silently not too far from the entrance. They lurked at the blind spot in the distance. "You're sure this is the spot?" Someone who appeared to be the commanding officer gestured as he asked the person beside him. This group of people were wearing advanced induction combat clothing of the Federation military, which could buffer the human body from the outside air and perfectly camouflage the soldiers according to their surrounding environment. Once the soldiers laid down and stopped moving, it would be nigh impossible for even the most advanced radar detectors, thermal monitors, and the human eye to discover them. The only reason we say nigh is because there is nothing which can be guaranteed to be foolproof. There would always be the possibility of what if. Only this spot is most closely defended. The person beside the apparent commander returned a confident hand gesture. Have all the surveillance devices been blocked? The commander turned to look towards another side, his gaze indicating that he wanted to confirm whether his men had completed the most critical step. There were actually 3 people on his other side. One of them, who seemed to be their head, saw the question in the commander's eyes and nodded, signaling that it had been done. It could be seen from their faces that it had not been easy to complete this step. Other than the one who had nodded, whose condition still seemed fine, the other 2 people had faint tracks of sweat on their foreheads, and their faces were extremely grim. It looked like the 2 of them had already put forth all their energy to completely block off all the surveillance equipment and create false images. How long can it last? After seeing the other's response, the commander then asked in a low voice. At most for only 1 hour and a quarter more. If possible, please try to come out within an hour, said the head grimly. He had not expected the defenses of the Swift Dragon base to be so tight. In particular, there was an abnormal number of all kinds of advanced surveillance equipment. This had exceeded their estimation. If they had known earlier, they would have brought along the other 2 members of their team as well. 1 hour, is it? There should be enough time. The commander mused a little and felt that it was not a huge problem. Honestly, even if the problem was huge, he still had to go inside and investigate. Hadn't they already spent so much effort all for the sake of finding out what the hell was happening in the Swift Dragon base? Hollow ground. I'll leave this to you, said the commander decisively to one of the others. His attitude was obviously much gentler than before with the others. In the virtual world, he truly did not dare to offend this hollow ground. This man was outwardly different from others. His entire figure was enveloped in shadow, while his face was a complete fog of gray, his facial features forever indistinct. This was the appearance specters held in the virtual world. They would never reveal their true face because as specters, everyone who was an enemy would be out to kill them. This was because almost 2/3 of one's life was spent in the virtual world in this present world, and specters were the terrifying group of people who were the only ones to hold the ability to decide true life and death in the virtual world. Mind you, even the mainframes of the various great empires that maintained the entire virtual world were incapable of doing this. Therefore, all the nations both loved and hated specters, They wished to control the specters in their borders, while they were extremely worried and jealous about the specters of other nations. Besides specters, equally feared by the enemy nations were those prodigiously gifted aberrant geniuses. These people, as long as their real identity was found out, if they were opponents, they would be prioritized for assassination, just like how Ling Lan had been attacked back when she had been younger. Don't worry, no one can hurt them while I'm around. Hollow Ground's reply was brimming with confidence in himself. As one of the top elites in the Central Military Spectre Department, he had this confidence as well as his personal pride. The commander frowned at those words. He knew specters were, as a group, all strange and abnormal people. Known as death gods in the virtual world, they always had a sense of superiority as they looked down with contempt on the masses. However, since they were all Federation soldiers here, the commander did not take it to heart. He waved a hand at the men behind him, and two figures dashed out, using various areas of cover to hide themselves as they silently snuck over to an area not too far from the entrance. At the entrance were two sentry soldiers facing outwards. Their eyes were alertly scanning everything before them. The two men who had snuck over just happened to position themselves in those sentries' blind spots, thus avoiding detection. When they were only about 10 meters away from the sentries, the two lurking men pulled out their weapons, which appeared similar to pistols, and aimed them at the two men on guard. Aware versus unaware, two muffled shots rang out as a cold light flashed at the muzzle of each pistol, and the two men on duty were hit accurately. The two sentries had no chance to react at all, instantly falling over. It turned out that the men who had snuck over were using the highest level Federation silent tranquilizer gun. Even a relatively stronger C-class demon beast in this universe would topple over from the anesthetic in 3 seconds after being shot by this gun, not to mention these on-duty soldiers who were completely incomparable to a C-class demon beast. As long as their skin had been scratched, they would be instantly down for the count. Seeing that they had succeeded, the two men silently dashed over to the opponent's sides and held them up, and then swiftly gripped their heads and twisted forcefully. There was a crack, and the necks of those sentries were broken with no fuss at all. The two men then carefully laid their two victims down on the ground, and without making any noise, they turned their head to signal behind them with a wave. The commander nodded at Hollow Ground and the other two men with him, then led the others to move stealthily over. Meanwhile, the one who had answered the commander earlier, the head of the three men, followed the commander as well. To enter, they had to go through an electronic door. This had to be cracked by a hacker, which was why the head had followed. That person's skill level was very high. He only took a few seconds to crack the electronic door. The door opened silently. The inside was extremely dark, but these people all had night vision goggles, so their eyesight was not affected much by it. A warehouse came into sight. Inside it were stacks of military supplies. It looked like the other countless warehouses on the base, extremely normal. However, these people would not be discouraged just because of this surface appearance. They had specifically chosen this place because neither hackers nor specters could see this area clearly, unlike other places where things could be taken in with one glance. The commander made a hand gesture beckoning his men in, and they all entered in succession. Everyone began to search the warehouse, hoping to find anything suspicious. About 5 minutes later, one of their members suddenly waved to the others. It looked like he had found something. The commander immediately led the hacker with them over to the man and began to carefully examine what the other had discovered. The hacker touched the spot, closed his eyes, and began to examine it with his senses. Very soon, he opened his eyes and nodded to the commander, confirming that this was the right spot. The commander waved his hand, and everyone took cover, hiding in a circle around the hacker. Seeing that everyone had taken cover, the hacker took 3 brisk steps back, took in a deep breath, and closed his eyes as his hands made various different gestures. He murmured, and then a soft click could be heard. The ground silently opened up, exposing a dark hole only capable of letting one person through at a time. The commander looked at the hacker, and the hacker shook his head firmly, indicating that there was no perceptible movement below. Only then did the commander signal for his subordinates to scout the way. After the first man went down the hole, the hacker's face became serious. 3 minutes later, he nodded to the commander. This was to tell him that there was no problem below. The commander motioned for everyone to go down. Once the last person went down, The ground once again returned to normal. It was as if the black hole did not exist, while the electronic door they had initially entered through closed again. In the meantime, of the 3 men left at the doorway, 2 of them had simulated the uniforms of those officers on duty and taken up the sentry spots at the door. It was just as if nothing major had happened here. And as the one protecting this area, hollow ground suddenly merged with the darkness, as if he had never been there at all. Right then, in a secret room in the control center of the Swift Dragon base, 8 black-robed people had their eyes closed. D1 and D9 who had appeared at the start were among them, while the remaining 6 people appeared almost no different from them. These tiny ants finally could not resist taking action. D9 suddenly opened his eyes and smiled sinisterly. He cracked his fingers, rather eager to indulge in a grand fight. After waiting for 2 days, this group of investigators sent by the Federation mainframe had finally shown themselves. In fact, the moment the command mainship had arrived at the Swift Dragon base, they had already been monitoring everyone from that ship and set aside a few key suspects. For this purpose, they had not hesitated to transfer several top-class Spectres over from their own country. They had to be sure they could keep these people here. They definitely could not allow the Federation to reclaim this sole foothold in the Federation which had taken them so much trouble to obtain. Moreover, their Project T was at its most critical period now. They could not afford the slightest bit of carelessness. As long as Project T succeeded, the Chinese Federation would descend into chaos, and they would then be able to take advantage to take over the most central and resource-rich supreme nation in their galaxy. In order to achieve this objective, their empire had spent countless generations' worth of sweat and blood to only complete the early-stage preparations of Project T. Who'd have expected the other side to send so many people too? 3 top hackers plus a top-class Spectre. We've managed to bait some big fish here. D1 was looking at those people sneaking up to that basement room where they had set up a trap. Right then, those people were slowly approaching. Although they were extremely cautious, they had no idea that their every move was already being captured by comprehensive surveillance. Keep a close eye on those other suspects. Seeing everyone becoming excited, D1 could not help but warn coldly. He did not wish for them to succeed here only to result in their most essential secret base being discovered, thus causing them to fall short of success at this final stage. Rest assured, D1, D2, and D3 are stationed there. If anything happens, they will inform us, a black-robed person by D1's side calmly replied. Moreover, 2 of our Empire's top Spectres are there looking out. Even if someone really reaches that area, the Spectres can also eliminate them directly. We've already fished out the biggest fish, and I'm sure the others don't have the ability to get there. Another black-robed man added. Yes, D1, don't worry too much. You had better think about how we can handle these big fish instead. Say, it's been a long time since we hunted and killed any Spectres of the Chinese Federation, said another black-robed man with a dark smile. D10 speaks truly. D1, let's show them some of our methods. Together, we can definitely toy with those few hackers until their heads spin. A black-robed man began to cackle coldly in a corner. He was very interested in the prospect of messing with those top-class hackers of the Chinese Federation. Meanwhile, on the other side, Qi Long and the others, who had already fallen asleep, suddenly felt their communicators begin to vibrate. They leapt up and quickly put on their pre-prepared night combat clothing. Not long after, they could see the doors of their living quarters swing open automatically. Ling Lan and Li Lanfeng were standing outside the door, fully armed. "Boss, we are ready," said Qi Long in a low voice. They wouldn't wake up suddenly, right? No mecha unrepaired, aka Chang Xinyan, pointed at the 3 NPC soldiers sleeping soundly inside the room and asked worriedly. "No, I've already arranged it so that no one in this room will wake up until dawn. Even if they wake up, they will still think you all are sleeping in the room." Seeing Chang Xinyuan's concern, Ling Lan patiently explained. With the heaven-defying god of the virtual world little for around, Ling Lan truly wasn't at all worried that these NPCs would discover any flaws. Ling Lan carefully scanned her team members and then said softly, "The operation this time is very dangerous and there may even be a risk to your life. It's not too late to back out now." Li Shiyu and Chang Xinyuan were members who had joined the clan partway through after all. Ling Lan did not want to force them to brave danger against their will with the rest of her team. When she mentioned the risk to their lives, everyone was startled, but Qi Long and the others of the original team quickly regained their composure. They had been braving life and death with Ling Lan since they were small, so they were not at all afraid of this. In contrast, a trace of confusion crossed Li Shiyu's and Chang Xinyuan's eyes. They did not know what Ling Lan meant when she spoke of this risk to their lives, because in the virtual world, even if they died, they would not really die. At most, their current avatar would just have to start anew, and some of their time would be wasted. Only Li Lanfeng's countenance shifted subtly at these words. He had thought of something, and the gaze he directed at Ling Lan grew even more shadowed and firm. Everyone was silent. Although Li Shiyu was obsessed with military medical research, as intelligent as he was, he knew that these words of Ling Lan had actually been directed at him and Chang Xinyuan. Thus, he replied firmly, "Since I have decided to join the Lingtian battle clan, that means I am willing to brave life and death together with the Lingtian battle clan, both now and in the future." This response of Li Shiyu's had a double meaning. Ling Lan raised a brow in astonishment, pleasant surprise flashing through her eyes. The other implication of Li Shiyu's words was that, even in the real world, he would still make the same choice. Chang Xinyuan nodded fiercely at Li Shiyu's response, indicating that he too felt the same way. Those who liked to tinker with mechanical research did not have such convoluted ways of thinking. He was not aware of the double meaning of Li Shiyu's words. He only felt that, since he had already come to do this mission, of course he would follow it through till the end. Besides, he also was not someone who would run away when the going got tough. Otherwise, he would not have stubbornly resisted against the Thunder King for as long as 3 years. In that case, let's move. Seeing this, Ling Lan turned decisively and was the first to step into the heavy darkness of the night. Seeing this, the team members all silently followed suit and stepped out with determination. At this moment, they did not know that this step would bring them into a reign of carnage and bloodshed as they followed their team leader through life and death situations, all the way till the very day their lives ended. As soon as they left the room, the door closed quietly behind them. Meanwhile, the 3 NPCs remained fast asleep. Ling Lan was making her way towards the west corner of the base. In the daytime, this was where the large canteen the soldiers ate at was located. Whenever it was time for a meal, that area would become filled with human cacophony, but when night came, other than the warehouse area, it was the quietest spot in the base. No one would go there typically. No one knew that beneath the large canteen, there was actually a small secret base. No one was on duty to patrol the canteen, but Ling Lan had been alerted by Little Four that there were at least 3 top-class hackers controlling countless surveillance devices, both openly and covertly, to blanket scan to the surrounding area. In other words, even if an ant were to crawl by, those hackers would be able to spot it clearly. This way of doing things meant that almost no one would be able to slip by under their watch. Only if a top-class hacker came and ripped the control of the surveillance devices here from their hands would anyone be able to enter the area successfully. But that way, they would definitely be discovered instantly. This was one of the reasons why D1 believed that their control of the area was foolproof. However, they could never imagine that there would be such a magical existence as Little Four in the world. He somehow managed to successfully manipulate things right under the noses of these 3 top-class hackers, making it so that false images were sent to these hackers, tricking them into believing that everything in the area was normal. Ling Lan came to the large canteen and patiently waited for Little Four to respond. 1 minute later, Little Four raised a V-hand gesture high up into the air, but wriggling wildly in exhilaration, and Ling Lan knew that Little Four had succeeded. In her mind space, Ling Lan instantly sent the smug Little Four flying with a flick of her finger. In order to prevent Little Four from making unnecessary mistakes out of pride, Ling Lan ruthlessly decided to crack down on such behavior so that Little Four would never learn to be complacent. Ling Lan signaled for her team members behind her to keep up as she strode up the doors of the large canteen without any sort of concealment. The rest could not help but take fright. Was it really okay to just strut up like that directly? Li Lanfeng looked at the unusually slender figure before him, who walked with such sure steps, and felt a complex mix of emotions stir in his heart. Compared to the others who knew very little about hacker abilities, Li Lanfeng was well aware that Ling Lan could be so bold because she had already taken control of all the surveillance devices here. Able to accomplish this in such a short amount of time, Ling Lan's hacker abilities were definitely no lower than Imperial level. He thought of the rumored Imperial-level hacker involved in that Tianji Mecha Clan headquarters explosion incident that had most likely been Ling Lan himself. The stronger the rabbit was, the happier he should be, but there was a sense of danger in his heart that was growing thicker and thicker. It was as if the person he was chasing so desperately was getting further and further away from him. He definitely could not let the rabbit leave him behind. Li Lanfeng secretly gritted his teeth. In the past, he had been concerned over his body's condition, so he had always restrained himself somewhat while training his mecha control skills. Despite being pressured greatly by the Thunder King, he still had not changed his ways to recklessly increase his practice load. Li Lanfeng had always known what he should do. He would not easily change his plan. But now, he had the urgent desire to become stronger. He felt that if he continued to dither around like this, there would eventually be a day when he would not be able to keep up with the rabbit's pace. The rabbit was very likely to get further and further away from him, and in the end, he would only be able to regretfully become a passing guest in the rabbit's life. He, Li Lanfeng, absolutely would not accept becoming such a passing guest. No matter how important a passing guest he would be, he was disdainful of the very idea. This was because he wanted to have a long-lasting friendship with the rabbit, until both their heads were gray with old age. He hoped that at that time, they would still be able to drink wine together and reminisce, laughing together at the ups and downs they had shared up till then. This was a deep desire that had been born from the regrets of Li Lanfeng's heartache when he had lost touch with the rabbit back when he had been 13 years old. Now, 7 years later, God had given him the opportunity to re-establish this friendship, and he did not want to lose it again. The door was soon opened, and Ling Lan led her team members straight into the canteen. The entrance to the secret base was in the canteen's kitchenette. The kitchenette only served the highest commander of the base. Even the chef was a close confidant of the commander. In order to ensure the safety of the commander's food and drink, unauthorized people were not allowed to enter the kitchenette. This also worked well to protect the secrecy and security of the secret base. Ling Lan moved towards the kitchenette like she was extremely familiar with the area. With regards to this, Qi Long and the others were already as used to it as they could be. They believed that all of this was merely due to Ling Lan's hacker abilities. Only Li Lanfeng lifted a curious brow. This was because he knew that hackers did not have the ability to locate an entrance instantaneously, nor did they have the ability to sense secrets remotely. Spectres too had some limits to their abilities. They could only use them at close range. Li Lanfeng did not know about the existence of Little Four. As an intelligence entity, Little Four was not bound by these restrictions of hackers and specters, which led to Little Four's status as a one-of-a-kind existence within the virtual world. Just imagine if all the hackers and specters had the abilities Little Four did. If that was the case, this virtual world would truly be an utter mess. They had just entered the kitchenette when the position of the head chef station opened up to reveal an opening. Ling Lan jumped in without delay, for Little Four had already displayed the situation below into Ling Lan's mind in 3D. The opening and the ground below was about 20 meters apart. Ling Lan had no problems jumping this small bit of distance. With their boss as an exemplar, Qi Long and the others leapt in without any hesitation. Li Shiyu thought about it, then jumped in resolutely, while Chang Xinyan hesitated briefly before jumping in. Meanwhile, Li Lanfeng was last in line because as a specter, he needed to constantly monitor the situation behind the group to ensure the safety of their rear end and see to it that they were not being followed. Although this action of Li Lanfeng was rather superfluous as Little Four already had everything in the several kilometers around them under his control. If anything stirred, Little Four would know immediately. Still, Ling Lan would not reveal this truth. For one, she needed to give Li Lanfeng a chance to perform so that he could integrate himself quicker into the team. On the other hand, there were some things that still needed to be covered up. After all, the existence of Little Four was just too bizarre. Even if she were to admit it honestly, she still would not be able to properly explain the existence of Little Four. Therefore, she might as well tacitly accept this behavior of Li Lanfeng, as well as let Qi Long and others be glad for the addition of Li Lanfeng to their team. With an additional hacker in the team, their safety would be much better guaranteed. Without knowing it, Li Lanfeng was slowly being integrated into Ling Lan's team. Qi Long and the others were more or less beginning to realize the importance of having Li Lanfeng in the team. They no longer solely took Li Lanfeng as a temporary fighter. A temporary fighter's position was the lowest in a clan, because they were replaceable at any time, but considered him as a true member of the clan now. After walking for about a minute, Ling Lan suddenly stopped and motioned to indicate that there was someone ahead of them. The others, who had become somewhat relaxed due to the daring behavior of Ling Lan, were immediately cautious and alert. After some thought, Ling Lan decided to expose her abilities a little. Thus, she let out her spiritual power, spreading them out into 8 feelers, and began to connect them to the spiritual power of Qi Long and the others. The spiritual power of those who had already awakened their innate talents was higher than those who had yet to awaken their innate talents, and Qi Long and the others of her original team already had some of Ling Lan's spiritual power in their minds, so her spiritual power connected with theirs very easily. Meanwhile, no mecha unrepaired, and Li Xiyu had awakened support innate talents, and so did not have much attack power. Hence, even though Ling Lan had to spend a little more time, she still managed to connect with their spiritual power in the end. Only when she made contact with Li Lanfeng, her spiritual power was instantly consumed by the specter power Li Lanfeng had placed around him earlier on as defense. Luckily, Ling Lan's spiritual power level was extremely high and she had deep reserves, so she had not been harmed much even though some of her spiritual power was consumed. That said, suddenly lacking a corner in her initially brimming spiritual power still made Ling Lan feel some discomfort. She frowned slightly, then swiftly circulated her spiritual power to instantly refill the spiritual power that had been consumed. Ling Lan may not have been bothered much by the incident, but Li Lanfeng was instantly pale with shock and fear. He was well aware what his own power was. It was not typical hacker abilities like he had told Ling Lan, but horrifying specter power. The intrinsic nature of specter powers was to consume and obliterate. If Ling Lan were to receive any long-lasting damage from this incident, Li Lanfeng would truly regret it for life. Li Lanfeng's heart was filled with overwhelming regret. Perhaps he should have been honest from the start about what his true abilities were. That way, Ling Lan would not have rashly reached out and tried to connect with his spiritual power. "Rabbit, are you all right?" In his worry, Li Lanfeng forgot the warning from Ling Lan and called her by his usual address for her. "Rabbit?" This unusual address made the ears of all the others perk up high. Qi Long and the others shared a quick knowing glance. As expected, their boss was that rabbit mecha which had caused such a sensation back in the newbie area. In contrast, Li Xiyu and Chang Xinyuan were extremely confused. They really could not relate such a cute and harmless creature like a rabbit with Ling Lan. "I'm fine." Ling Lan, who had been at the head of the team, was instantly right at the back with Li Lanfeng. She pressed her index finger to Li Lanfeng's lips, her gaze sharp and cold in warning to Li Lanfeng to keep quiet. There were soldiers guarding the exit ahead, and she was unsure whether they were NPCs or real people. If they were NPCs, Little Four could cover up everything that was happening here, but if they were real people, there was no way to guarantee 100% safety, so Ling Lan did not dare to be careless. Feeling the warmth of Ling Lan's finger on his lips, Li Lanfeng seemed to be shocked stiff. He could only stare dumbly at the cold face that had suddenly appeared in front of him and remain motionless. "Release your defense and make it easier for me to connect with your spiritual power." Ling Lan's voice rang out by Li Lanfeng's ear. The warmth of her breath caused Li Lanfeng's ears to slowly turn red until it was actually bright crimson in the end. After alerting Li Lanfeng, Ling Lan extended a new cord of spiritual power once more to attempt to connect with Li Lanfeng's spiritual power. Meanwhile, pre-warned now, Li Lanfeng tried his best to restrain his active specter power, which finally allowed Ling Lan to connect successfully to his spiritual power. Soon, the situation behind the tunnel was faithfully reflected in the minds of everyone on the team. This was the exclusive special move of the Divine Command sect. Spiritual share. Ling Zhao's battle clan had been able to prevail for so long largely because Ling Xiao had this ability too. After successfully connecting to Li Lanfeng's spiritual power, Ling Lan used her spiritual power to command. "Qi Long, Luo Lang, both of you move." Receiving their orders, Qi Long and Luo Lang immediately split from the group. Due to the spiritual share, they knew there were only 2 sentry guards beyond the tunnel and were also aware of the guards' every move. They controlled their steps to not make a sound and swiftly moved to the front of the tunnel to lay down an ambush. They would wait to attack at the most appropriate time. Everyone's attention was on Qi Long and Luo Lang, so they did not notice Li Lanfeng at the rear silently holding his chest, as if trying to calm something. At the moment that Ling Lan had been close to him, Li Lanfeng, who had seen Ling Lan's face at close range, suddenly noticed that the rabbit was actually very good-looking. Heaven knows whether it was out of fright or due to surprise, but Li Lanfeng's heart had actually pounded violently during that short moment, and his entire body temperature had risen by several degrees. However, Li Lanfeng's self-control was excellent. He regained his composure after just a few seconds. Just then, Qi Long and Luo Lang, who had long saved up their strength, caught the instant the 2 soldiers took their eyes off the mouth of the tunnel and charged out. Like 2 cheetahs that had been waiting to pounce, they abruptly launched their attacks at their prey. The 2 of them used their left hands to press on their opponents' chests, and with their right hand, they plunged a miniature syringe at the necks of their opponents. The miniature syringes had been prepared by Li Shiyu, and the high-effect anesthetic inside the syringes was also courtesy of Li Shiyu. But the conversion of a common syringe into an attack, a potentially lethal weapon at that, was indeed at the orders of Ling Lan. Ever since Li Shiyu had joined the team, Ling Lan had never even considered just letting Li Shiyu simply be a medical doctor. Instead, she made full use of Li Shiyu's medical knowledge and tasked Li Shiyu to develop all kinds of medical weapons that could increase the combat power of the team. For example, this miniature tranquilizer syringe, which was simple to use and carry around. At the moment these 2 soldiers were pierced in the neck, their final outcome was already decided. The anesthetic that Li Shiyu specially developed was even stronger than those used in the tranquilizer guns of the military. Initially, Qi Long and Luo Lang had been fully prepared to cope with the opponent's desperate counterattacks. But unexpectedly, the moment the syringes pierced the opponents, the tense muscles of the other party suddenly slackened, and their opponents were unconscious right after that. Qi Long and Luo Lang carefully placed the 2 men to one side of the door, while the rest of the team, who had seen them succeed via their mind link, walked out from the tunnel. When Qi Long saw Li Shiyu come out, a greedy expression appeared on his face. Inside their shared mind space, he requested, "Senior Shiyu, this miniature tranquilizer syringe you've created is really too useful. Prepare a few more for us next time, okay?" Powerfully potent, able to take the enemy down instantly, and small enough to carry around in large quantities, these syringes would also be effective as hidden weapons. Qi Long was naturally greedy for this type of useful weapon that could be used from the shadows. Sadly, the anesthetic in the miniature syringes could only be used once. To use them again, they would need to be refilled with anesthetic. Moreover, Li Shiyu was rather reluctant to make these things, so each member of the team only had 3 miniature syringes. After those 3 were used up, they would have to see when Li Shiyu's mood was good enough that he would be willing to help refill them. The soporific was controlled by Li Shiyu, so if he did not want to do it, no one could do anything about it. At Qi Long's request, Li Shiyu's fair face turned dark. Deem it, he was a military doctor, a life-saving angel, not a devil who specialized in making these sorts of harmful weapons. Yes, Senior Shiyu, with your tranquilizer weapons, we won't need to kill others. Ling Lan lightly kicked the 2 unconscious soldiers lying on the ground. You've allowed us to avoid staining ourselves with this sin. I really don't know how we should thank you. Ling Lan was spouting these words of gratitude, but the gaze she directed at Li Shiyu was endlessly cold. It seemed to tell Li Shiyu that it was fine even if he did not want to make more. At most, these youths in their team would just have to commit sin much earlier and stain their hands with blood. Li Shiyu bit on his lip and looked at this bunch of innocent youths before him with hope shining from their eyes. His heart softened once more and he replied, "Understood. When I have time, I'll make more for you all. You can just come find me to refill them when you run out." All right. Ling Lan had completely grasped the weakness of Li Shiyu's heart. Li Shiyu truly did not have the heart to let these junior brothers who had just joined the 1st grade to be exposed so early to killing and sin. This would place great mental and spiritual guilt and pressure on them. which may lead them to become terrified and suffer from sleepless nights. Li Shiyu would never forget those few cases he had seen in the Military Medical Research Center. Those cases had all been newbies freshly back from a battlefield. Unable to shake off the guilt they felt after their first kill, they had fallen into severe depression, and some even displayed suicidal tendencies. If only Li Shiyu had known that these first-year youths that were so pure and innocent in his eyes had already participated in a civilian expedition team and been exposed to killing long before joining the academy, he would certainly regret his decision. These youths had already been stained with blood, and their hearts had already become exceedingly strong and ruthless from their experience. It should be said that Li Shiyu was like a pure and kind-hearted rabbit. For the sakes of what appeared to be a group of rabbits in his eyes, but who were actually wolves in rabbit skins, he was altering his baseline again and again, repeatedly subverting his original three outlooks. Unconsciously, he was going down the path of evolving into a black rabbit. Li Lanfeng saw that Li Shiyu had once again chosen to concede, and he knew that this cute and pure younger cousin of his was almost gone. He had mixed feelings about this realization, unsure what he should say. In the end, he could only sigh. Li Shiyu's reply made Qi Long and the others yell out in excitement within their mind space. Li Shiyu, who had initially felt a bit down for compromising his principles, found his gloomy mood lifting at the sight of his happy juniors. With her back to them, Ling Lan, who seemed to be studying the door before them, found the corners of her lips quirking up subtly. How is this Duxley so easy to deceive? As someone from the same Li family, the leopard was obviously much more black-bellied. Littlefor did not open the door, merely transmitting the situation behind the door faithfully into Ling Lan's mind. Of course, Ling Lan shared this information as soon as she could with the rest of her teammates, and the initially excited group instantly became somber again, knowing that this would be a difficult hurdle. Because behind the door were another two soldiers staring intently at the door from about 10 meters away. The moment they opened the door, they would be discovered. And the distance of 10 meters was enough for the soldiers to react and sound the alarm before the quickest attack of the team could reach them. "Boss, what should we do?" Everyone looked towards Ling Lan and waited for her instructions. If this were the real world, Ling Lan could have used a spiritual attack to knock down the opponents. But here in the virtual world, this killer move of hers is restricted. Just as Ling Lan was pondering how she could handle this perfectly, Li Lanfeng proposed. "Boss Lan and I are both hackers, so we can apply some disguises." He pointed to the two soldiers who were lying unconscious and continued to say, "Two people from the team can pretend to be the guard soldiers standing at the door, while Boss Lan and I impersonate people from the base and go in. I think they will not doubt us right away, and as long as we can get close to them, Boss Lan and I will have the opportunity to take them out before they sound the alarm." Li Lanfeng's suggestion put a shine in the eyes of everyone on the team. Han Jijian cast a searching look at Li Lanfeng, once again feeling that invisible pressure the other gave him. Ling Lan immediately gave her stamp of approval to Li Lanfeng's method. Qi Long and Xie Yi were the two brawniest people on the team, and thus had the most soldier-like builds. The two of them quickly changed into the uniforms of the two soldiers and separated to stand on both sides of the gate. Other than Ling Lan and Li Lanfeng, the others all ducked into the tunnel again to hide with the two comatose soldiers. Under everyone's gaze, Ling Lan and Li Lanfeng's initially black combat uniforms slowly changed to look like the uniform of the soldiers on the base, exactly like the uniforms Qi Long and Xie Yi had put on. The only difference was their epaulets. Ling Lan's choice was a major's epaulet, while Li Lanfeng wisely chose to be a senior captain. He stood respectfully half a step behind Ling Lan. This move made Ling Lan's team's impression of Li Lanfeng rise once more. It should be said that Li Lanfeng was consistently building on his favorability rating among Ling Lan's team members, and he was achieving his goal handily. When everything was ready, Ling Lan instructed Little Four to open the door. After the doors opened, Ling Lan proudly strutted through the doorway, while Li Lanfeng followed behind her solemnly and respectfully. Meanwhile, Qi Long and Xie Yi were standing straight on both sides of the door with their backs to it. They both executed an exemplary military salute at the same time, only putting their hands down again after Ling Lan and Li Lanfeng had passed by. All of it looked exceedingly normal. The two soldiers on the other side of the door were taken aback by the sudden opening of the door and the two officers who had randomly walked through. They shared a doubtful glance because they had not received any news from above that someone would enter the secret base at this time. However, the salutes and respectful behavior of the two sentry guards at the door made these two soldiers afraid to judge rashly. Perhaps there had been some emergency, so those above had not had time to inform them. Still, carrying out their duty as guards, one of the men yelled out, "Password." Li Lanfeng had already walked through the doors with Ling Lan at this time. When he heard the soldiers ask for a password, his heart skipped a beat and his steps slowed involuntarily. Only Ling Lan's pace remained steady. As if not at all affected by the other side asking for a password, she continued to walk forwards confidently, even raising her head to look at the two men before her with an extremely cold gaze. "HN, well done." Ling Lan finally spoke up, praising the two soldiers lightly. This made the two men frown, and as Ling Lan took one more step forward, the faces of the two men were about to change drastically when she continued to say, "The password." Hearing the mention of the password, the tense expressions of the two men eased for a moment, and it was at this precise moment that Ling Lan pounced forwards like a cheetah with her entire body, instantly coming right up to the two men. She opened her hands wide and flicked them forcefully. Two gleams of cold light flashed through the air, and then with a shake and a clench of both her arms, two almost invisible thin ropes flew out from her wrists to instantly loop around the hands of the two soldiers. With a forceful tug, the men were dragged away from their initial position. Ling Lan's attack had seemed complicated, but it had been completed in an instant. The attack had come too suddenly. Those two men did not have any time to react and were pulled right into the air. Ling Lan's hands pulled downwards, and the two men who had been about to collide with one another in the air abruptly changed directions to fall towards the ground. With a quick dash, Ling Lan was below them, and she caught the two men securely. By this time, the two men were already long unconscious. Ling Lan quietly set them down on the floor. Only then did Li Lanfeng reach Ling Lan's side. Seeing how much Ling Lan's speed and mobility surpassed his, Li Lanfeng felt a deep sense of frustration. Whether it be in terms of mecha controls or physical skills, he was considerably worse than the rabbit. It looked like, for him to achieve his dream of fighting by the rabbit's side, he would need to work much harder. Just now you had obviously already hit them with the tranquilizer needles. Why did you still pull them out of their positions? Even though Li Lanfeng's speed was no match for Ling Lan's, his vision was excellent. He had managed to see all of Ling Lan's moves in their entirety during that instant. Ling Lan did not reply, only motioning for Li Lanfeng to go check out the area where the two men had been standing. Li Lanfeng walked over suspiciously, but when he bent down to take a closer look, his expression changed. It turned out that the alarm activation device was right where the two men had been standing. Though the two men had seemed to be standing firmly at their posts, in fact, they had each only been standing with one foot flat on the ground. The ankle of their other foot was in the air. In other words, their weight was only on the first half of their foot, while their ankle was held off the ground. The moment they noticed anything odd, they need only step down fully and their ankle would trigger the alarm instantly. This kind of setup was extremely covert and not easily discovered. It could even guarantee that even if the sentry guards did not react in time and were killed, without the conscious thought to keep their ankles up, the guards' feet would certainly step down as their bodies lost balance. The alarm would still be successfully triggered. Seeing Li Lanfeng return with a face full of belated fear, Ling Lan silently swiped the cold sweat from her forehead. Frankly, she too had not known the alarm was set up in such a way beforehand. If Little Four had not discovered it and alerted her in time right before she attacked, Ling Lan would definitely have fallen for the trap. Even if she managed to kill these two people, they still would not have been able to avoid triggering the alarm. In the end, they would have been forced to run away and return empty-handed. Seeing that Ling Lan had successfully defeated the two guards inside, Qi Long and the others hurried over. When they saw how the alarm here was set up to be triggered, they too were struck with sympathetic fear, exclaiming that this setup was truly too insane. On the other hand, Chang Xinyuan was extremely interested in the setup. He laid right down on the ground to examine it closely, muttering to himself, as if calculating something. They did not linger for long. Despite Chang Xinyuan's reluctant gaze, Ling Lan led her team to continue moving deeper into the base. This particular hurdle had indeed been rather challenging, but after that, things became much easier. Perhaps the senior officer of the secret base placed a lot of trust in this alarm setup of theirs, for the following few checkpoints were not as crazy and complicated. Ling Lan's team smoothly made their way to the center of the base. Ling Lan led her team members to this area and then stopped moving, because if they moved any further, they would enter the range of the Spectre's monitoring. Little Four had long reported to Ling Lan that there were 2 Spectres overseeing the area. The moment they entered within the Spectre's range of detection, they would be ruthlessly attacked and obliterated. Moreover, at this time, Ling Lan had no idea how she could explain to her team members how she had known there were Spectres here. Only Spectres could sense another Spectre. As for who sensed who first, that would depend on whose Spectre abilities were stronger. Furthermore, hacker abilities and Spectre abilities were 2 diametrically opposite abilities, which made it almost impossible for both to awaken in the same person at the same time. Even if there was an accident and someone managed to awaken these 2 abilities that could not coexist, they would still be unable to make those 2 kinds of abilities strong together. Because the more powerful the abilities grew, the greater the friction between the 2 powers would become. The Federation had conducted an experiment once where they had made someone who had awakened both these talents to train them both up equally. In the end, the final outcome was that the bearer of the abilities was unable to withstand the buildup of friction between the 2 powers. His brain had been crushed under the explosive force caused by the clashing of the 2 powers, and he was reduced to a vegetable, never waking up ever again. From then on, the Federation set the restriction so that even if someone awakened both these abilities, they could only choose just one to develop 2. This information had been carefully conveyed to the students by the instructors of the Scout Academy around the time their innate talents began to awaken. As such, Qi Long and the others would be well aware of this fact, so she had no way of explaining why she could possess such powerful hacker abilities and Spectre abilities at the same time. It could only be said that Little Four's existence was just too formidable beyond comprehension. Ling Lan could not find a reasonable explanation even if she wanted to. Right then at that moment, Li Lanfeng, who had been rather subdued due to his shock at the extent of Ling Lan's skills, suddenly became focused and his expression turned rather grim. As if sensing something, he immediately cut off his spiritual connection to Ling Lan. Under everyone's stunned gaze and Ling Lan's quiet realization, an extremely dangerous aura silently seeped out from his body and began to slowly spread. Everyone felt this aura that made them uncomfortable and sensed their own spiritual power beginning to shudder violently. At the point where they felt as if their spiritual power were about to be consumed by this aura, Ling Lan's spiritual power abruptly surged up and spread out to swiftly wrap around the spiritual power of the 7 others in the team. Ling Lan's protection greatly stabilized the spiritual power of the 7 people. Everyone was still unsettled by the experience. Only Han Jijian stared grimly at Li Lanfeng, as if thinking of something. At this moment, Li Lanfeng had no mind to consider the situation of his companions. He had sensed 2 dangerous presences ahead, similar to his Spectre powers, though they seemed slightly weaker than him since they had yet to notice his presence. Still, Li Lanfeng's brow remained locked tight. The other side had 2 people, so Li Lanfeng could not be certain whether he could go up against both of them and keep everyone in the team safe. Afraid that the other side would discover his presence, he swiftly tamped down on his Spectre power. With a grave expression, he turned to look at Ling Lan and said softly, "Rabbit, there are 2 Spectres inside. They are very strong. The moment we enter their surveillance range, we will be attacked. Our lives are likely to be threatened." Against just one, Li Lanfeng had the confidence to defeat the other with just a bit of luck. But with 2, Li Lanfeng could not be too sure. After all, the Spectres inside were just slightly weaker than him. If the 2 of them had good rapport and worked together, even if he wanted to protect everyone in Ling Lan's team, he was afraid he would miss something and expose a weakness to be caught by the enemy. Initially, Li Lanfeng had suspected that Ling Lan too possessed very strong Spectre abilities. However, as Ling Lan's hacker abilities had been showcased more and more, Li Lanfeng no longer had much hope for Ling Lan's Spectre power. The things that Ling Lan and the others knew, Li Lanfeng knew as well. Although hacker power and Spectre power could exist simultaneously, they could not grow strong together. Perhaps Ling Lan had possessed both these abilities at the start, but he must have chosen to develop his hacker abilities rather than his specter abilities. Li Lanfeng felt that this was a bit of a shame because almost all specters were under the control of the Federation military. As the first heir of the Li family, Li Lanfeng naturally could not become a puppet of the military. Thus, when his grandfather had noticed how unique Li Lanfeng's spiritual power was, suspecting that he might be one of those rumored specters, his grandfather had completely sealed away all news of this. This was why Li Lanfeng had not been discovered by the military. All these years, Li Lanfeng had not met any other of his kind in the virtual world. This had made him feel rather lonely, and this was also why he had taken an interest in Ling Lan even before he found out Ling Lan was the rabbit. Thinking that the other might have specter abilities, he had been curious and wanted to find out more about him. "You are not a hacker but a specter, right?" Just as the other companions were astounded by what Li Lanfeng had said, Han Jijian suddenly asked softly. Han Jijian's words surprised the rest of the team. They all knew what specters represented in the virtual world. No wonder they had felt as if a great catastrophe was upon them just now. The dangerous aura they had sensed at that time was most likely specter power. Li Lanfeng nodded and said apologetically, "Yes, I'm a specter. In order to hide my powers, I lied to you all. I'm sorry, I knew this already. You all also know there are hardly any specters in the civilian world. For the leopard's personal safety, I did not allow the leopard to speak of this," said Ling Lan suddenly. "I hope that this matter ends here. If anyone else finds out the leopard is a specter, his life will be in danger." Ling Lan's words caused everyone's heart to clench. Indeed, specters had always been the primary targets of assassination by the enemy nations of the Federation. As long as a specter's real identity was exposed, their enemies would kill the specter at any cost. This was also why the Federation military had brought all the specters in their borders under their control. The Federation needed to protect these specters, though of course part of the reason was also that they were afraid the specters not under their control would cause some horrific massacre in the virtual world. In the virtual world, specters were synonymous with death gods. With the exception of other specters, no one else could stand up against specters. Even the most powerful warrior in the real world or the most authoritative leaders and high-ranking officials were like powerless and defenseless babies before a specter in the virtual world, helpless if the other intended to kill them. Thus, the authorities in every nation both loved and feared specters. They loved specters because they could become weapons to threaten the enemy nations with, but they were also afraid the specters would turn on them and harm them. This had also brought about the tragedy of specters never ever having any freedom in their lives. No authority would be willing to let these frightening beings that could endanger their lives in the virtual world run around unchecked. For their own safety, they inevitably chose to control or even ruthlessly obliterate these specters. Yes, boss. Everyone on the team understood what Ling Lan was saying. Besides, Li Lanfeng had chosen to come clean, which was practically placing his life in their hands. This was the trust he had in his teammates. Qilong and the others were extremely moved by this. It was from this point on that Qilong and the others truly took Li Lanfeng as their own companion. He was no longer just a friend of the boss who had joined them halfway, as a member whose status was yet to be determined as temporary or permanent. Han Jijian threw a complex glance at Li Lanfeng. He mentally applauded Li Lanfeng's decisiveness in using all he could to obtain the acknowledgement of his companions, allowing him to integrate into the team at a very fast speed. At this time, he had a hunch that Li Lanfeng might be the strongest rival for his position in the team. Han Jijian silently clenched his fists and told himself that he needed to work hard. He absolutely could not lose to Li Lanfeng, this member who had only joined them along the way. He, Han Jijian, would not give up on the role of military strategist. Hearing Ling Lan speak up in his defense, Li Lanfeng was extremely grateful. He knew very well that he had never told Ling Lan he was a specter. This should be what the books call a bosom friend. At critical moments, the other would help him, accept him, and defend him. Li Lanfeng's heart pumped violently once again, a sort of indescribable warmth rippling within it. Just as everyone was deciding whether or not to continue with the mission, Ling Lan asked Li Lanfeng with a serious expression, "Leopard, can you withstand the attacks of two specters?" Only specters could fight against another specter's abilities. Despite having the virtual god Little Four, and so being not at all afraid of the specters, Ling Lan still needed to ask Li Lanfeng this question. After all, on the surface, Li Lanfeng would be the one fending off the specters. Li Lanfeng considered the issue seriously and then replied, "In terms of pure defense, there should be no problem. It's just that there are quite a few members in the team. Once we spread out, I'm afraid I might slip up and the opponent might jump on that chance." The connotation was that resisting was not a problem, but their numbers were a little too many since his defense area was not very wide. Once anyone went out of this range of his, he would not be able to guarantee the safety of all the members of the team. This was the statement Ling Lan was waiting for. She decided to let Qi Long and the others wait here while she and Li Lanfeng went ahead to check things out. This decision received firm opposition from the rest of the team. They insisted that they wanted to follow Ling Lan in. They also promised that they would listen to orders and stick closely to Li Lanfeng without veering even one step away. Li Lanfeng saw that none of the team members wanted to retreat and was instantly filled with pride. He spoke up to say, "Rabbit, I will do my best to protect them. Just let them come." Ling Lan figured there should not be any big problems since there was still Little Four as backup, so she nodded and agreed. Ling Lan led the way to the largest door. In fact, they all knew that they had been heading downwards all this while. Who knows how deep they had traveled. But upon seeing this large door, every member of their group believed they were already at least 200 to 300 meters deep underground. Ling Lan then used spiritual share to display the situation behind the door to all the team members. It was no longer just a few soldiers protecting this door, but a medium-sized team of about 15 people. On both sides of the door were 2 iron walls, each with 3 beam machine guns jutting out from shooting ports aimed at the doorway. And at the end of the iron walls, about 30 meters from the main door, 6 armed soldiers were each holding a heavy firearm and staring vigilantly at the door. There were also 3 more people hiding in blind corners of the iron walls. They really did not need to worry about those 3 men, though. As long as they did not reveal themselves, they would not be able to attack the group anyway. Moreover, Ling Lan and the others were not afraid that they would activate some alarm device either, because once they entered, the specters would notice them anyway. Thus, they would be exposed regardless of whether the alarm was sounded. That aside, other than the specters, they now also had to make preparations to handle an unforeseen enemy, mecha warriors. From the image transmitted via Ling Lan's spiritual share, they could see that the area behind the door was vast. There was a space of about 50 meters from ground to ceiling. This proved that not only would ground infantry be present, there might also be mecha operators. The group set aside those potential enemies for now as they began to analyze how they should deal with the current situation. The 6 beam machine guns were definitely for Boss Lan to deal with. Only Ling Lan had the skill to shoot a hidden weapon accurately into the shooting ports to finish off the 6 shooters inside. Meanwhile, Li Lanfeng had to deal with the 2 specters. Once they entered, he would have to put all his strength into that, so he would not be able to spare a hand to help with the physical fighting. Therefore, the others would have to deal with the 6 soldiers with heavy firearms at the front on their own. Qi Long and the other 4 of the original group were naturally alright with this. Having grown up under Ling Lan's tough love, even the weakest Han Jijian was not weaker than the others by much. The key was what they would do for the 6th soldier. After all, each of them could only handle one person. That final additional person would be left out, giving him a chance to fire at them. Qi Long gave it some serious thought and felt there was still a pretty good chance of success. He was just about to say that he would also handle that last person when Li Shiyu, who had been quietly observing from the side, suddenly volunteered. "That 6th person, leave him to me." This was the first time Li Shiyu had taken the initiative to do something. This surprised everyone, causing them to all turn to look in Li Shiyu's direction. The intent gazes of the team members disconcerted Li Shiyu, whose fair face was instantly painted with a flush. Senior Shiyu is from the Military Medical Research Specialization. Won't your combat ability be a little weak? If there's an injury or an accident, the loss to the team will be significant. I don't think it's a good idea. Xie was the first to object. If they were injured, they still had Li Shiyu to help patch them up, but if Li Shiyu was injured, they would be helpless to do anything about it if it were serious. Xie's words made everyone nod silently in agreement. believing that letting Li Xiu handle the final sixth soldier was not very appropriate. Chang Xinyuan's mouth twitched, about to volunteer himself when Li Xiu retorted coldly. Although I'm a military doctor, my combat skills are not at all weak. Li Xiu's typically calm eyes were currently blazing with the flames of anger. Xie Yi's words had made him feel insulted. His expression was proud and confident as he retorted. This expression was very familiar. When Li Yingjie was displaying his proud and haughty side, this was the expression he wore. This caused Qi Long and the others to turn their heads away, unable to look straight at Li Xiu. As expected of a member of the Li family, that pride and arrogance were in their very bones. Ahem ahem. Actually, young Master Xiu's combat ability is very good. Our Li family puts great focus on cultivating its inheritors' combat skills from young. Based on what I know, young Master Xiu's combat ability is significantly stronger than young Master Yingjie's. Li Lanfeng suddenly interrupted to say with a smile. Though his expression seemed endlessly sincere, as if trying to explain on the behalf of Li Xiu, for some reason Ling Lan felt a dissonance in his bearing and could not help but feel goosebumps rising all over her body. Since we're all from the same team, just call me Xiu in future, said Li Xiu earnestly to Li Lanfeng, casting a grateful glance at the other. Li Xiu frankly loathed the address of young master. However, previously in the military academy, he could not reject the title directly because this was after all tied to the pride and status of his identity as a direct descendant of the Li family. But now, since they had become battle clan comrades, Li Xiu felt that this address was no longer necessary nor appropriate. Li Lanfeng smiled widely in response and said with a nod, "All right then, Xiu." When he said this, Ling Lan keenly picked up on Li Lanfeng's buoyant mood. Seeing Li Xiu's eagerness to fight, and with Li Lanfeng speaking up in support, Qi Long and the others could not find a good way to refuse. So they all turned to look towards Ling Lan, waiting for their boss to give the final word. Ling Lan nodded and said, "Since Senior Xiu is sure, then it's decided." Her expression turned stern and she added, "Qi Long, Luo Lang, Xie Yi, Han Zhijian, Lin Zhongqing, Li Xiu. The 6 people at the front are up to you all. You must complete your duty." "Yes, boss." "Yes, leader." Even though they all responded slightly differently, the timing of their responses was synchronous. Li Xiu was currently still unable to call Ling Lan boss, like Qi Long and the others. Right then, Chang Xinyuan, who had been standing to one side without finding an opportunity to interrupt, suddenly said, "Wait a minute, I have some things to give you all." Chang Xinyuan then took out 6 round metal discs which looked like palm-sized hand mirrors from his bag. He tossed them to Qi Long and the other 5 and explained, "These are miniature beam shields I created. The power they contain is only able to withstand 1 heavy artillery attack. Bring them along with you. Although they aren't that good, they should still be able to play a protective role at critical moments." Chang Xinyuan then explained how to use the miniature beam shields. The appearance of this unexpected piece of equipment delighted everyone. Any extra bit of protection was naturally good. They had already come so far in this mission. The hope of success was in sight. No one wanted to just die and be respawned back at the start. Qi Long thumped Chang Xinyuan's shoulder enthusiastically, loudly praising how awesome Chang Xinyuan's little invention was as he did so. The strength behind the thumps almost threw Chang Xinyuan to the ground. Qi Long then requested for Chang Xinyuan to make more of these useful and easily portable small beam shields whenever he had the time. It would be best if each of them could have 10 or more of these. With regards to this rather outrageous request of Qi Long's, Chang Xinyuan was not at all angry. Instead, he was very happy, breaking out into a large grin. For Qi Long to say this meant that he, Chang Xinyuan, was useful to the team. The members of the team needed him. This was a great comfort to him. Along the way, Chang Xinyuan had realized that every member of Ling Lan's team was very strong. Whether it was in terms of mecha operation or physical skills, they were much stronger than the average battle clan, so much stronger than him. This made Chang Xinyuan feel rather inferior, and he had even begun to wonder whether he could remain in the clan and actually become a true member. The brotherly bond among the members of Ling Lan's team made Chang Xinyuan, who had always been alone, endlessly envious. It could be said that Chang Xinyuan had joined Ling Lan's team at the start out of a lack of options. He had no other choice. If he had passed off the chance to join Ling Lan's team, he might very likely have had no other opportunity to ever join a battle clan after that. The cruel truth of the situation pushed him to take the gamble. When Ling Lan had received that SSS rank mission, he had indeed hesitated. However, Chang Xinyuan was not a person who would give up at the first sign of difficulty. Otherwise, he would not have resisted the Thunder King's oppression for 3 years. In the end, he chose to fight along with Ling Lan and the others. Over this duration of time doing the mission together, he had come to understand the deep bond among the team members. Boss Lan was very cold and somewhat domineering. This was just Chang Xinyuan's perception. Ling Lan was actually not domineering at all. She was just used to keeping a slack face, so it was rather stressful trying to get along with him. At times, just making eye contact with Boss Lan would cause him to have difficulty breathing. He knew that the truly strong would always have a type of aura about them. However, he had never encountered someone like Boss Lan who gave him such heavy pressure. If the Thunder King had exuded the same type of feeling as Boss Lan back then, he probably would not have been able to hold out and would have long chosen to capitulate. But this domineering, cold, and ruthless Boss Lan would forever stand right at the front of the team and shield them from the wind and rain at the most critical moments. Just like when the magnetic tsunami had hit, Boss Lan had decisively stayed right till the end to ensure all of them safely entered the main ship first. That time, Boss Lan had almost died in the magnetic tsunami. Chang Xinyuan was well aware that Boss Lan was not just acting. He was very strict with Qi Long and the others' training, perhaps even somewhat brutal about it. He was absolutely a harsh taskmaster. Many times, Chang Xinyuan himself felt that Qi Long and the others were not going to survive. But then, he also saw more than once how Boss Lan would seek out Li Xiu whenever he had the time to discuss how they could improve the physical constitutions of the team members, along with their endurance and resistance to blows. And all of this was so they continue to stay alive and well, whether it was in Mecha World or in the real world when they fought on a real battlefield in the future. Boss Lan was a responsible boss and an even more competent parental battle clan leader. Following such a boss, he would never have to worry about being pushed out someday to be a sacrificial scapegoat. Alright, the bits and pieces which had happened over this period of time had caused him to become like Qi Long and the others, beginning to idolize Boss Lan. Meanwhile, Qi Long and Luo Lang were the primary and secondary fighters of the team, the strongest in the team in both mecha combat and physical skills combat. But of course they were incomparable to Boss Lan. Back when the new cadet regiment had fought against Lei Tang in the arena, they had been 2 of the 5 representatives. Among them, Luo Lang defeated the 3rd strongest in Lei Tang, while Qi Long fought on even terms with the 2nd strongest of Lei Tang, only losing unfortunately in the end. All this information had been conveyed to him by Li Xiu. He had put his entire mind into modifying mecha back then, so he was not very clear on the various things that had happened in the military academy, including that arena battle. Xie was very warm and passionate. He was the first among the old members of the team to take the initiative to get to know Chang Xinyuan better. Friendly and cheerful, they got along very well. But Xie's combat ability was not weaker than Luo Lang's by much. Typically, in battle clans, the main and secondary fighters would be stronger while the rest of the fighters would be a bracket lower. However, in Ling Lan's battle clan, almost everybody's strength levels were very close. With Xie's strength, even if he might not be able to be the primary fighter in another battle clan, he more than qualified to be a secondary fighter. But in Ling Lan's clan, due to the fierce competition with rivals as plentiful as clouds, Xie could only be one of the 2 wings of the team. Han Jijian normally looked very austere, as if hard to get along with, and his eyes always shone with a calculative light. Chang Xinyuan had always felt rather nervous around these kinds of strategist-type people, afraid to approach them. But whenever Boss Lan was absent or sitting idly by, Han Jijian would automatically take responsibility for the command of the team, develop tactics, and make arrangements to keep the team operations running smoothly. During the time they had lost contact with Boss Lan, Han Jijian had proved that he was well qualified for the role. Back when they had no way of obtaining certain news regarding Boss Lan, he was the one who daringly decided to use the set of false data they had agreed on at the start. Despite part of it being due to Chang Xinyuan's suggestion, after learning more about hacker abilities later, Chang Xingyuan had greatly admired Han Jijian's boldness and decisiveness, as well as the other's deep and unwavering faith in Boss Lan. Meanwhile, Lin Zhongqing was usually very plain and unobtrusive, perhaps even a little like an invisible person, always silently doing his things. At first, Chang Xingyuan had somewhat overlooked him. But then, the team went on the move. Every time Boss Lan wanted an update on the materials remaining for the team, he would definitely ask Lin Zhongqing. This let Chang Xingyuan know that Lin Zhongqing was the head logistician of the team. The facts proved that Lin Zhongqing carried out his role as logistician perfectly. Whenever the team needed something, he would be like the legendary Doryman, bringing out resource after resource to meet the needs of everyone on the team. It was clear to see that he had a very thorough understanding of each and every member of the team, knowing what they might need. In particular, what surprised Chang Xingyuan was that although he, Li Shiyu, and Li Lanfeng had just joined the team, Lin Zhongqing had been able to figure out some of their habits within this short amount of time. From there, he had actually been able to also prepare some of the materials they needed. Li Shiyu had joined the team with him, but the other was already familiar with Qi Long and the others. At first, when Chang Xingyuan had not known their true identities, he could still tell they already knew each other in real life just by their interactions. Li Shiyu was somewhat aloof. This may just be the characteristic of a dux. Chang Xingyuan did not think there was anything wrong with it. It was normal for those with talent to be a little prideful. Perhaps because he too was a researcher like himself, Li Shiyu was also very straightforward and innocent, maybe even a little soft in Chang Xingyuan's eyes. That was why he was always unknowingly falling for Boss Lan's verbal manipulations, having to follow whatever Boss Lan said in the end. Perhaps finding Li Shiyu a little pitiful, Chang Xingyuan often chatted with the other. Perhaps because they were both newcomers to the team, or perhaps because they were both researchers, and maybe also because the other could sense his benign intentions. The two of them got along very well, always having something to talk about. This was also how he had found out more about Qi Long and the others. During their conversations, they would often talk about their teammates as well as their exploits and achievements. The one Chang Xingyuan could not puzzle out was Li Lanfeng. The other had a great attitude, often seen with a warm and gentle smile. He was always extremely respectful towards everyone in the team and seemed easygoing. However, Chang Xingyuan just did not dare to get too close to him. For some reason, the other felt unsafe, without the sense of stable security Li Shiyu gave him. This might be because Li Lanfeng was a specter, having an innate dangerous air about him. Chang Xingyuan could only use this reason to reassure himself. In short, Chang Xingyuan had been very happy during this period of time spent with the team. Having been oppressed by the Thunder King for 3 years, constantly lonely and depressed, Chang Xingyuan treasured the happiness he felt in this brief period of time. He could not bear to lose this again. He really wanted to join the team and become a permanent member, not just a passing guest. Thus, Chang Xingyuan had spent these past few days and a days, afraid that his hopes would be nothing but a mirage one. This was also why Qi Long's outrageous request had made him so happy. It had made him feel just a bit more integrated into the team. In his joy, Chang Xingyuan's thoughts shifted to the 6 shooters Boss Lan was going to handle. The best hidden weapon for the task would undoubtedly be the miniature tranquilizer shots Li Shiyu had made. Chang Xingyuan remembered very well that Boss Lan had already used up 2 as they had passed through the tunnel earlier. Right now, he must only have 1 left on him. At this thought, Chang Xingyuan quickly brought out the 3 tranquilizer shots given to him from his bag, passing them over to Ling Lan as he said, "Boss Lan, I remember that you only have 1 left. To take out those 6 men, you'll need another 5. I won't be using these 3 of mine. Why don't you take them, boss?" Chang Xingyuan's words alerted everyone, and they all quickly began rifling through their bags to see if they had any more, all of them wanting to give theirs up for their boss to use. Ling Lan speechlessly accepted the 3 tranquilizer shots Chang Xingyuan had handed over. She could not tell them that, as long as she had the materials, Little Four could instantly create countless tranquilizer shots for her. Li Lanfeng had just taken out his own set of tranquilizer syringes and was about to hand them over when Li Shiyu beat him to it. "Here, leader, I won't be using these things. Take it." Li Shiyu decisively passed his 3 miniature tranquilizer syringes to Ling Lan. Ling Lan only took 2 of the 3 in his hands and said lightly, "In a bit, You'll need to use it. Ling Lan's words gave Li Shiyu pause, but then Long came up to circle an arm over Li Shiyu's neck and said with a smile, "For those 6 people we have to deal with, if we want to take them down instantly, we can't lack this creation of yours, you know." Long's reminder enlightened Li Shiyu. He no longer pressed the matter, taking back that last syringe in his hand. He clamped it tightly between 2 fingers, prepared to use it when they attacked. Seeing how well the members, both old and new, were getting along, Ling Lan's lips quirked up slightly. Then, her expression turned stony as she ordered, "Get ready to move." Everyone immediately stood up, their initially relaxed and smiling faces turning serious and focused in an instant. The initially relaxed atmosphere was swept away immediately. Li Lanfeng once again looked admiringly at Ling Lan. He had joined many battle clans before temporarily, but Ling Lan's battle clan was the most efficient. When it was time to relax, they relaxed, but the members would never drag the rest of the team down at critical moments. The transition between moods was perfect. Like now, the moment Ling Lan gave a command, no matter how relaxed they had been before, the members could instantly enter battle mode. This was completely the type of mentality and experience only veteran soldiers could have, yet this bunch of youths 3 years younger than him had actually managed to attain them. This made Li Lanfeng once again feel the threat. If he did not work hard to become stronger, he would be left behind by these people if he wasn't careful. Even as Li Lanfeng felt the pressure, he was grateful. Luckily, he had found the rabbit early and was able to join his battle clan. He believed that as long as they strive to become strong and continue to grow, the Lingtian battle clan would definitely become one of the strongest battle clans in the Federation. He had faith in Ling Lan. He had faith in himself, and he had faith in these youths. Even if he really did meet that so-called king in the future, he just did not believe that with the help of the rabbit and these youths, he would still be subject to such humiliation. Li Lanfeng clenched his fists tight. He would definitely go against the heavens and change his fate. Once everything was ready, Ling Lan led her team members to split up and hide themselves on both sides of the large door, and then she instructed Little Four to open the door. The door swung open abruptly, stunning the people inside. Ling Lan's team hiding in the wings charged out like ferocious tigers under Ling Lan's battle cry, each leaping towards their respective targets. Ling Lan took the lead, 3 miniature syringes in each hand, leaping out in 2 large steps. With a stomp of her right foot, her entire body flew into the air. In midair, she swung both her hands vigorously, and the 6 miniature tranquilizer syringes flew out like rays of light, shooting right at those 6 shooting ports. Ling Lan was very confident that she would not miss, because she had already used the guidance ability of her spiritual power to align the 6 miniature tranquilizer syringes to follow the route she wanted so that the syringes would unerringly strike the shooters hiding within the iron wall. 6 cries of pain rang out, and then the sounds abruptly cut off. Why had there been a reactionary sound this time when using the syringes? It was because the openings of the ports were truly too small. In order to ensure she hit the opponents, Ling Lan had chosen their most fragile parts to target, their eyes. Who asked the shooters to have their eyes wide open, staring through their gun scopes? According to the flight path, the eyes were the easiest spot to target and hit. 6 miniature syringes struck and shattered the gun scopes, and then ruthlessly pierced the eyes of those shooters. Eyes were the most sensitive among the human organs, with the most rapid reflex nerves. That was why the shooters had time to cry out before the anesthetic could take effect. Still, it was only for that brief moment. Li Shiyu's intensified anesthetic was truly too overbearing. Additionally, the eyes were the closest to the brain. The opponents were almost instantly put down, which was why the screams had been abruptly throttled. At the same time, Long and the other 5 following behind Ling Lan overtook her when she leapt up into the air to throw the syringes, instantly sprinting forwards about 30 meters, where they then fiercely leapt at those 6 soldiers armed with heavy firearms. Enemy attack. Seeing 6 people charging at them, even the dullest soldier knew that these people must be enemies and not friends. One of the men quickly raised his voice to shout, simultaneously raising the heavy firearm in his hands to aim it at the 6 incoming people, preparing to shoot. Although heavy firearms were powerful and fiercely overbearing, it was not so convenient to use them. Using them were by far not as agile as using beam guns, which was why Qi Long and the others had dared to charge in so directly. They were banking on striking with haste before the enemies could rally and shoot. At the moment Qi Long and the others attacked, deafening sirens tore through the vast and empty space. The entire center of the base was dominated by this screeching sound. Ling Lan's group knew well that this was definitely the work of those 3 soldiers hiding in those blind corners. Only they would have had the time to go do such a thing. However, they did not mind. Once they had entered this location, it was impossible for their presence to remain hidden. Qi Long and the other 5's attack speed was extremely quick. Before those soldiers could pull on the trigger of their heavy firearms, Qi Long and company's attacks had already arrived. Qi Long's company knew that the situation was critical, so they used their strongest killing moves from the get-go. Savage fists flew through the air, leaving explosive sounds in their wake which indicated that should those fists land, severe injury was certain even if death was avoided. Seeing their own heads about to be struck by these heavy blows, instinct made the 6 soldiers choose to dodge instead of counterattacking. However, even though they managed to dodge the punches, they still did not manage to avoid the needles held between the fingers of Qi Long's company. Just a simple graze as the points of the needles broke the skin on their cheeks, and their face was instantly bleeding. However, this sort of minor injury was nothing in the eyes of professional soldiers. They were just about to lift their weapons and retaliate with fire when they found that their own arms were beginning to feel weak. Moreover, they actually felt no pain from their wounds. Was it poison? No, it was an anesthetic. They felt their entire body beginning to grow numb until they could no longer move. At this time, the men saw those 6 opponents lift up their hands to jab firmly downwards. Yes, jab, because they could see clearly then that the opponents were holding miniature syringes in their hands. When the syringe jabbed into them once again, in the very next second, they had descended into darkness. Li Shiyu looked at the people who had initially been standing in their way finally falling down unconscious after being hit by his anesthetic. He found that it was even easier and more convenient to deal with one's enemies using medication rather than actual combat. He subconsciously looked down at the emptied syringe down in his hands, contemplative. Perhaps he should change his combat style. The results were the same. The enemy would be downed either way. So why shouldn't he make his life easier? Perhaps he should try and apply more of what he had learned into his fighting? Li Shiyu did not have more time to think beyond that. A dangerous aura suddenly surrounded them. Perhaps having experienced it before, or perhaps because their spiritual power had become familiar with Li Lanfeng's specter power. This time, when Li Lanfeng activated his specter power, Qi Long and the others did not feel particularly frightened. The next second, Li Lanfeng's body suddenly jerked. Even though Qi Long and the others could not see nor feel anything, they knew that the enemy specters had most likely tried to attack them, while Li Lanfeng had protected them. In the central district of the base, within a beautifully decorated and comfortable hidden room, 2 black-robed men were sitting with their eyes closed. The body of one of the men swayed violently as a muffled groan emerged from his mouth. Face pale, he opened his eyes and growled, "That bastard D2. Didn't he say that the people sent by the Federation to investigate, including their specters, had all been drawn over to the trap? Why is there an attack here with such a powerful specter?" At these words, the other man opened his eyes in shock. "Carter, you failed?" He had not participated in that attack just now because there were only 9 people involved. He thought that his comrade would be able to finish off the group of attackers easily, but his comrade had unexpectedly failed. Moreover, his comrade seemed to have been at a disadvantage against the opponent specter. "Yes, the opponent specter is stronger than me. My attacks were intercepted by him. Pete, let's work together this time. We must make sure they do not return from this attack." Okay, Pete's and Carter's strength levels did not differ by much. Since the opponent was stronger than Carter, he would not be able to handle the opponent alone either. Still, he believed that as long as the 2 of them worked together to attack, they would definitely be able to bring down this strong specter of the Federation. Just thinking that they would be able to kill a powerful specter filled Pete with excitement. This would mean unparalleled merit. Perhaps his military rank would be pushed higher by this exploit. Pete's eyes gleamed with greed. Pete was this confident because the 2 of them had been partners for over 10 years already, so their rapport was excellent. There had been quite a few singled out and isolated specters who had already died at their hands. Pete did not think that this specter would be able to withstand their joint attack. Seeing Li Lanfeng standing still, his expression grim, Qi Long and the others could tell the brutal battle between specters had already begun. Even within Li Lanfeng's protective range, Qi Long and the others could still feel a sort of invisible pressure as their spiritual power was suppressed by a strange energy. It was extremely uncomfortable. As time went by, the faces of Qi Long and the others began to pale. Even though Li Lanfeng was doing his best to hold the other specter back, a little of the other specter's power had still seeped out from under his interception. And this little bit of specter power was enough to make them feel the danger. It was as if something was about to devour their souls. Chang Xinyuan, whose spiritual power was relatively weaker, began to cradle his head with a pained expression, slumping to sit on the ground. Only a little specter power had leaked. This was not a direct attack, and it was already so painful and unbearable. Only now did Qi Long and the others genuinely comprehend the true horror of specters. Sure enough, within the virtual world, specters were death gods. This type of attack on their very soul was something they had no strength to resist. Seeing that everyone had experienced the horror of specters, only then did Ling Lan activate her spiritual power to protect the spiritual power of Qi Long and the others. With the additional protection of Ling Lan's spiritual power, color returned to Qi Long's and the others' faces. The reason why Ling Lan had not used her spiritual power to protect them to begin with was so that Qi Long and the others could truly comprehend the horror of specters. This was so that they would not think that specters were beings they could fight against in future. Before they achieved Imperial Operator status, anyone would be defenseless babes in front of specters, freely available for slaughter. Ling Lan remembered very well that her dad had said that the existence of specters was like a type of bug in the virtual world. Only Imperial operators who knew how to manifest their spiritual power outside their body had the ability to resist. However, not all Imperial operators knew how to project their spiritual power because the projection of spiritual power was one of the necessary conditions for advancement to God-class operator status. Therefore, God-class operators had no fear of specters, because they too were godlike existences. Boss, your leopard seems to be in bad condition. Following Li Lanfeng's great battle with the two specters, Little Four very quickly found their hiding place by tracking the other side's specter power. However, in the meantime, after successive confrontations, Li Lanfeng, who had been fighting on his own, was gradually put at a disadvantage. The situation looked somewhat precarious. How much longer can he hold out for? Ling Lan's brow creased. The opponent's specters were unexpectedly strong. She had not thought the purely defending Li Lanfeng would be worn down so quickly. Little Four rolled his eyes dramatically at Ling Lan. How could a confrontation between specters be as simple as his boss assumed? Although Li Lanfeng's specter powers were strong, he did not have any true battle experience after all. His methods of resisting were extremely rudimentary, which was why he was being worn down so quickly. Otherwise, with Li Lanfeng's power, which was stronger than the opponent's by a bracket, he could have easily held an undefeatable situation with his full focus on defense. The main reason is that he does not have enough experience, never having fought other specters before. Plus, those two people are working together very well, which is why your leopard is being foiled at every turn. Still, your leopard is very smart, actually correcting his mistakes in battle and developing his own defensive maneuvers. Although the situation is rather worrying, to defeat him, those two people will still have to put in quite a bit of effort, reported Little Four to Ling Lan. Ling Lan frowned at those words. She was somewhat unsure whether to let Little Four help the leopard to handle those two specters, or to just continue waiting here patiently and let the leopard gain as much combat experience as he could against other specters. Little Four, what is the situation in the base? Is the other side redirecting a large number of ground troops over? Ling Lan asked Little Four. If a large number of ground forces was mobilized, she would need Little Four to help out then. After all, their numbers were too few. They had no way to compete with the entire Swift Dragon fleet. Time was of the essence. They could not afford to waste any bit of it. I was just about to tell Boss the news, replied Little Four suddenly. The Swift Dragon base has not been alarmed. Other than alerting those within the base command, there has been no other disturbance here. Moreover, The people alerted are not the highest commanding officers of the Swift Dragon base. Looks like there is indeed some problem with the Swift Dragon base. Who knows which faction these people are from? Ling Lan silently mused to herself, trying to kill them right as soon as they arrived. The specters here are very likely not actually from the Federation military. Perhaps they had been sent by a hostile nation, or perhaps they were from some of those terrorist organizations rebelling against the Federation. They must definitely be afraid of exposing themselves, and so did not dare to cause too great of a ruckus. This was also why the Swift Dragon base had not been alerted. They were afraid that the mainframe would discover a problem. They must not yet know that the mainframe is already aware that there is a problem here. And the purpose of this trip by Ling Lan's team was to find out what exactly had happened at the Swift Dragon base. To make sense of this, it was necessary to uncover the backgrounds of these mysterious hackers and specters. Thinking about it, the true intention behind the mainframe's assignment of this mission was probably to figure this out. Also, those military investigators sent secretly by the mainframe have already been lured to a trap and have already begun fighting. That's why there won't be any other specters appearing here temporarily. Little for suddenly interrupted Ling Lan's thoughts to say. However, there's some bad news. Although there hasn't been much commotion outside, 2 of the 3 large mecha troops protecting this base is on their way here now. I estimate that they will be here in 1 minute. With a thwack, Ling Lan, who was utterly infuriated at this news, instantly flicked a forceful finger onto Little Four's forehead. You rotten Little Four. Why didn't you tell me earlier? Little Four cradled his aching head and whined. Isn't it still in time? Telling you now. Although what Little Four said was still rather reasonable, Ling Lan completely ignored the pouting Little Four in her mind space. This Little Four, treat him a little better and his skin would begin to itch with the urge to do off-key things. She must treat him a little harshly for him to be a bit more reliable. Ling Lan truly suspected that Little Four had some masochistic tendencies in his bones. Ling Lan decisively cast thoughts about Little Four to the back of her mind as she commanded everyone in her team. All members, enter your mecha and prepare for battle. Ling Lan's command was very abrupt, but Qi Long and the others of the old team were already used to this sort of behavior from Ling Lan. They instantly unleashed their mecha. Li Shiyu and Chang Xinyuan had only joined the team recently after all, so they were stunned for a moment, slower than Qi Long and the others by a beat. However, their reaction was still pretty quick, releasing their mecha right after Qi Long's group of 5. Meanwhile, Li Lanfeng, who was tenaciously fighting against the 2 specters, was the last one to let out his mecha, defending with all his strength. Only when he could ensure no disruption to his duty did he allow himself to let out his mecha. They had just gotten into their mecha when the ground began to quake violently. Only then did they realize why their boss had asked them to get into their mecha. These intense vibrations proved that quite a number of mecha was rapidly approaching them from not too far away. Following the gradually intensifying quaking of the ground, everyone prepared themselves for battle. They each pulled out their cold weapons with their right hands, while their left hands raised their beam guns. The moment Ling Lan gave the command, they would fire. After about 30 seconds, around 20 mecha appeared ahead of them in an arc formation. Ling Lan calmly observed the distance between the incoming enemy and her team, silently calculating the best time to attack. Just when they were about 10 meters short of entering each other's shooting range, Ling Lan shouted loudly, "Fire!" Following this command, everyone raised their beam guns, aimed at their respective targets, and pulled the trigger. 8 beams shot out from the guns at almost the same time in an attack towards the distant enemy. Activate beam shields. Seeing the opposing mecha firing, the invading mecha from the base all activated their beam shields to block. Their numbers were obviously 2 or 3 times greater than their opponents. Even if the opponents were attacking them, there were not enough beams to hit all of them. And even if they were hit, the shot mecha might only be hit by just 1 beam. If any of them were hit twice in a row, then they could consider themselves terribly unlucky today. Furthermore, their beam shields could withstand 3 beam attacks without sustaining any damage. Thus, none of these mecha chose to dodge, charging ahead fearlessly instead. They were prepared to overwhelm the opponent with their numbers and utterly destroy these terrorists who had invaded the heart of their base. Then there was a loud boom, and one of the mecha from the mecha horde from the base suddenly exploded. The tremendous explosion even caused collateral damage to the mecha of his comrades around him. Right after that, not too far off, yet another mecha exploded in a similar manner, just not as frightening as the explosion of the first mecha had been. What's going on? This question emerged suddenly in the minds of all the other mecha operators of the base. However, time did not allow them to think any further on it. On the battlefield, death was extremely commonplace. Thus, they merely carried their doubts in silence and continued to charge forwards. Ling Lan stared, somewhat dumbfounded, at Chang Xinyuan. The mecha Chang Xinyuan was operating now was not a standard Federation advanced mecha. He had chosen to operate his own intermediate mecha. Having been modified by Chang Xinyuan, although this mecha did not seem very different on the outside, its internal weapons system had already been changed significantly. Ling Lan had already witnessed this back when they had been trying to destroy the door of the transport ship's hold. Ling Lan knew that Chang Xinyuan's innate talent in modifying mecha was very strong, which was why he had garnered the Thunder King's attention so much that the other had not hesitated to use threatening methods to try and force Chang Xinyuan to join him. Ling Lan had been under the impression that she already had a good grasp of Chang Xinyuan's abilities, but now, from the looks of it, she had still been underestimating his modification innate talent. Ling Lan had never expected that Chang Xinyuan was not only good at modifying mecha, he was equally aberrant at modifying weapons. It was previously shown that he had modified the interference missiles in the mecha's head portion, transforming them from weak chicken ribs 1 into extremely powerful heavy artillery laser cannon shots. Although Chang Xinyuan had categorized those projectiles as immature modifications due to the limited firing range, in Ling Lan's mind, those shots were absolutely a horrific trump card to pull out when circumstances called for it. Just imagine, when a mecha draws into close range to fight, no one would ever think to defend against those interference missiles from the head of that mecha. This was because even if they were struck by interference missiles, at most their mecha would be left with several faint and negligible scratches. The mecha would not be significantly damaged, let alone the mecha operator sitting inside it. Therefore, no one would be on guard against interference missiles. Then, imagine if, at that time, a laser cannon shot were to be unleashed suddenly from the head of that mecha. The power of a laser cannon is several tens or even hundreds of times stronger than that of an interference missile. Undoubtedly, even if the mecha on the receiving end of a laser shot head-on would not be completely destroyed in the blast, the concussive force from the resulting blast would be enough to give them a whole lot of trouble too. Even if they did not die, they would still be half dead. Thus, the range problem Chang Xinyuan was regretful about was not a problem at all in Ling Lan's eyes. However, back then, the situation had been pressing, so Ling Lan had not had a chance to discuss this with Chang Xinyuan. Ling Lan had believed that that was already Chang Xinyuan's most outstanding design, but unexpectedly, Chang Xinyuan had given her a great surprise. The one behind the first explosion of the enemy mecha was precisely this Chang Xinyuan, who looked like he had the poorest combat capacity. They were all using beam guns, but Chang Xinyuan's beam gun was not shooting the standard white beams. Instead, the beam from his gun had a thread of strange purple light running through it. This beam instantly eliminated the energy powering the beam shield and caused the mecha it hit to explode violently. Even at the time of explosion, Ling Lan could see slight traces of purple light within the flames. Meanwhile, the explosion of the other mecha was the result of Ling Lan and her original team members working together. Qi Long and the other four had not chosen to shoot randomly, choosing instead to attack the one target Ling Lan had selected. Struck by 6 beams at the same time, that mecha's beam shield had no way of holding out. The natural outcome of this was the explosive destruction of that mecha. Battlefields were constantly changing. It did not allow for any distraction among the participating fighters. No one else noticed the strange power of Chang Xinyuan's beam gun other than Ling Lan. Qi Long and the others were merely secretly glad that their first attack had been so lucky as to eliminate 2 mecha. This was extremely advantageous to them. The fight had just begun and the other side was already down 2 mecha. Both the team leaders and the team members on the other side returned fire indignantly. Beams shot out simultaneously from both sides, but compared to the other side's brute force approach, Qi Long's group nimbly evaded the beams heading for them with agile and intricate steps. The steps Qi Long and the others used to evade were not movements that Li Shiyu and the other newer members were familiar with. Only the eyes of Li Lanfeng, who was still fighting the enemy specters, lit up when he saw those moves. He had seen the rabbit use moves similar to these 7 years ago while they were practicing for the assessment. It looked like these techniques must be unique arts from the rabbit sect. Since Qi Long and the others could learn them, did this mean that he would also be able to learn these moves later on? The reason why Li Lanfeng would be so taken by this set of steps was that each of the stepping points in the set was exceedingly strange, completely going against conventional logic and laws of inertia. Oftentimes, places which you did not think was possible to get to, you would be able to get there accurately using this set of footwork. This type of utterly unpredictable evasion method would cause all the enemy's attacks to strike air. Just like Li Lanfeng predicted, this set of footwork which Qi Long and the others were currently displaying was indeed taught to them by Ling Lan. However, it was not like Li Lanfeng believed. These steps were not an exclusive art of Ling Lan's sect, but were something Ling Lan had learned in the learning space. It was also the most basic evasion footwork for mecha available in the learning space. This set of basic evasion footwork from the learning space had been derived over the accumulated tempering of time. Each step in the set was the fruit of concentrated effort from countless mecha operators within the Mandora star system over tens of thousands of years. Ling Lan had tested it. As long as one mastered this set of evasion footwork, learning any of the other so-called advanced evasion techniques of the Federation after that was extremely easy. Having discovered the benefits, Ling Lan naturally did not forget about her companions. After obtaining permission from instructor number 3, she taught this set of footwork to Qi Long and the others. In order for them to integrate this footwork into their instincts, Ling Lan used extremely brutal and punishing training, just like instructor number 3 had within the learning space, to force Qi Long and the others to rapidly become used to the steps. Similarly, Qi Long and the others also thought that these steps were part of General Ling Zhao's legacy. After all, only a God-class operator could have such a strange and inexplicable set of footwork. Li Lanfeng had already been obsessed with this wondrous set of footwork of the rabbits ever since he first saw it 7 years ago. Now, seeing that there was the possibility of learning it, he was instantly thrilled. This surge in emotion spurred his initially suppressed specter power to expand rapidly in reaction, instantly flinging off one of the specter powers attacking him fiercely. In the hidden room, one of the black-robed men suddenly threw up a mouthful of blood. "Pete, what happened?" Seeing this, Carter's expression changed drastically. The opponent specter's power suddenly became stronger. My attack was reflected back at me, so I suffered some injury. Pete rubbed at his brow with his fingers, beginning to soothe his somewhat chaotic specter power after suffering from the counterattack. Could the opponent be playing around with us? Carter's expression fluctuated uncertainly. The power of a typical specter was stable and would not suddenly increase by so much at once. The only explanation he could think of was that the opponent had not been going all out from the start. Carter's words made Pete's expression change as well. Then what do we do? If the other was truly playing a pig to eat a tiger, then they were truly in a very bad position. No one wants to die, even if these people were specters who had always been reaping the lives of others. DMN, how much longer will they need to handle things over at the trap? Said Carter angrily. In order to ensure their safety, he had immediately contacted D2, who had been holding the fort at the heart of the base, telling him to inform D1 to send another specter over to help as soon as possible. D2 had responded quickly, telling Carter that there was a great fight around the trap at the moment. The enemy specter there was extremely powerful, so they needed 2 specters working together to kill the other. It would be difficult to pull either specter out for the time being, so he could only ask that they continue to hold on. D2's words implied that both sides were similarly fighting just one enemy specter, so why did they need an extra hand when killing the enemy specter at the trap was only a matter of time? In particular, the part where he told them to continue holding on was obviously tinged with contempt. This made Carter so angry, he could feel the rage swell in his chest. In the end, he could only grit his teeth and say that they would take down the enemy specter on their own, as long as the mecha warriors could handle all the other small fry. The connotation being that these mecha warriors sent by D2 were truly too weak. These two were so at odds because specters and hackers belonged to two separate systems in competition with one another, neither willing to back down. Specters have always considered themselves the gods of the virtual world, able to dictate the life or death of everyone in the virtual world. Meanwhile, hackers were just an inferior bunch of rebels, unstable elements in the virtual world. In contrast, hackers believed that they themselves were the true masters of the virtual world. They could alter the virtual world with their abilities, even turn the entire virtual world on its head. In their eyes, specters were just a bunch of demons lurking within the virtual world, a bunch of revolting, dark stink bugs that made them feel afraid even as they were filled with disgust. Carter angrily cut off his call with D2. If their superiors had not ordered their group of specters to listen to the orders of the hackers from Group D, he would have long have given the other a taste of what's what. Knowing that they would not be getting any reinforcements, Carter and Pete held an emergency discussion and then decided to play it a little safer. This time, they would not attack one after the other, but instead attack together. Their original strategy of attacking one after the other was to not give the opponent any time to rest. It was a plan to exhaust the stamina of the other specter. However, now, in view of the unfathomable power of the opponent, they decided it would be better to attack together for the sake of safety. Thus, the two of them attacked Li Lanfeng at the same time. This combined specter attack almost broke Li Lanfeng's layered specter power defensive shield. He had initially been able to operate his mecha to dodge the enemy mecha's beam attacks, but now he could no longer spare the effort to do so. Against the simultaneous forceful attack of two specters, Li Lanfeng needed to use all his strength to withstand it. During this time, as Qi Long and the others were dodging, they had managed to take down another 3 mecha by working together. Compared to how easy things seemed to be for Qi Long and the original team members, Li Xiu was obviously struggling a lot more. He was hit several times by the enemy's beams, but luckily it was only 1 or 2 beams each time. With the protection of a beam shield, he had not taken any damage. However, the situation soon took a turn for the worse. Li Lanfeng's strange behavior had been noticed by quite a few of the enemy mecha. In contrast to the other unhittable mecha who were evading their attacks so mysteriously, Li Lanfeng's almost immobile mecha was an obvious sitting target. They all knew to go after the weakest link one, and so all the attacks of these mecha began to congregate onto Li Lanfeng's mecha. As he was the closest to Li Lanfeng, Li Xiu was the first to see the threat to Li Lanfeng. He rushed forwards without hesitation to use his own mecha as a shield. Hells, Qi Long and the others too became aware of the problem now. They all began to gather around Li Lanfeng, and this odd shift brought the attention of all the remaining enemy mecha who had initially been oblivious to the weakness of their team. The number of beams attacking Li Lanfeng's mecha increased even more. With this, even Qi Long and the others had no choice but to control their mecha to block some attacks and try to divert attention. The team was put into a passive position. Ling Lan was just about to order Little Four to help Li Lanfeng finish off those two specters when Chang Xinyuan operated his mecha to rush and stand before Li Lanfeng's mecha, shouting, "You all go and finish off the other mecha. I'll protect Li Lanfeng." Following this cry, Chang Xinyuan's mecha suddenly transformed from a humanoid mecha into a large pot lid too. The large pot lid abruptly stretched and covered Li Lanfeng's mecha entirely. Holy crap, Chang Xinyuan, what is this thing? Qi Long saw the other's mecha transform into this extremely black, large pot lid and could not help but exclaim in shock. One of my immature designs. I'm not very good at mecha piloting, so I was afraid of pulling down my battle clan in future. That's why I designed this most defensive solution. I call it Divine Turtle Shield. It's used to attract the enemy's fire, allowing my other teammates to attack freely. Explained Chang Xinyuan. But for now, I can only make this pot lid shape. It's rather far still from my original idea of a turtle shell, and even its defensive strength is not at the standard I would like. How long can it hold out for? Ling Lan asked as she continued to fire her beam gun. She pulled her trigger consecutively, attacking a particular mecha 10 times in succession at the exact same spot, finally destroying that mecha completely. It's able to block the simultaneous attacks of 10 beam guns for 10 minutes. The other side has approximately 20 mecha left. I should still be able to hold out for 5 minutes. Hearing Boss Lan ask about his shield, Chang Xingyuan quickly answered without daring to include any irrelevant chatter. Facing Ling Lan, Chang Xingyuan was still rather timid. Good. Chang Xingyuan, mark this down as a merit for yourself. Lingtian Battle Clan, follow me. With no more worries holding her back, Ling Lan gave this direct order and then charged on her own out into the fray. Ling Lan was not a person who liked to attack passively. She liked taking the initiative. Since Li Lanfeng was being protected by Chang Xingyuan and would not be in any danger for the next 5 minutes, she decided to go head-to-head with the enemy. Only in this way would they be able to hinder the other side's unbridled attack on Li Lanfeng, so Chang Xingyuan would be able to hold out for even longer. As for those two specters, Ling Lan was prepared to let Li Lanfeng continue playing with them, with little for acting as an alert guardian. Ling Lan felt that it was worth taking the risk if Li Lanfeng could gain a little more experience. After all, a battle between specters was not so easy to come across. Howling exuberantly, Qi Long and the others charged out after Ling Lan. Finally, the blades of the two sides clashed, and the enemy mecha's thoughts of steamrolling their opponent by relying on their numbers were thoroughly crushed by Ling Lan. In order to bring her full combat power into play, Ling Lan was using the standard Federation advanced mecha, which was at the same level as the enemy mecha. Meanwhile, Ling Lan's true level had long been at Mecha Master level, though Ling Lan was unsure whether she was in Special Class level or already in Ace level. This was because she had promised her father before she managed to gather enough points in Mecha World to redeem an equivalent mecha, she would not cross levels to operate a more advanced mecha. Of course, when Ling Xiao had found out that the mission she had received this time was an SSS rank mission, in order to ensure Ling Lan's safety, Ling Xiao had handed his own Imperial mecha to her and permitted her to use it at critical moments. Thus, finally operating a more suitably advanced mecha, Ling Lan's sealed powers were beginning to manifest. Like a wolf let loose into a flock of sheep, she began her wild massacre. A sharp roundhouse kick sent the 4 or 5 mecha around her flying, and as they were flailing around defenseless, she raised the beam gun in her right hand and sent a barrage of shots firing at those mecha's cockpits. Her super strong close-range combat skills combined with perfect and accurate marksmanship caused 3 mecha to explode in an instant. Ling Lan's super strong attack power flabbergasted the surrounding enemy mecha. In unplanned unison, they actually stopped their attacks to stare dumbly at that fearsome mecha standing tall within the raging flames and thick smoke. In another hidden room, D2 was directing the hackers as they put their full effort on carrying out Project T. Witnessing this scene unfold, D2 could not help but cry out. He cannot be just an advanced mecha warrior. He must be an ace mecha master. Sitting beside D2, cold sweat poured from D3's forehead as he urged D2 anxiously. Quick, inform D1 to send our ace operator over. Otherwise, relying on these mecha warriors alone, we won't be able to stop him. D3's reminder abruptly jolted D2 to awareness. Project T was just a little short of success now. If the opponent managed to break into this area, all their previous efforts would be for naught. Thus, they quickly contacted D1, but the news they received in return was that the fight at the trap area had fallen into a stalemate. An ace operator who was infinitely close to breaking through into Imperial status had appeared there as well, and their ace operator was currently already engaged in battle there. We need to stall. Seeing Ling Lan's team finish off another 4 or 5 mecha, D2 knew he could not afford to hesitate any longer. He decisively sent the remaining 2 mecha teams over. How much longer will it take to succeed? D2 asked one of his subordinate hackers who was carefully channeling his hacker power into a black box inside the hidden room after the mecha teams had left at a sprint towards the battlefield on his orders. It has already entered the propagation stage. Based on this speed, we need at least 1 more hour for proper formation. The subordinate hacker wiped away the cold sweat on his forehead and answered softly. Can't you speed it up at all? When D2 heard they would still need an hour, he frowned. No more than we have. Any faster, and it'll be dangerous. They will devour our power, all of it. When the subordinate hacker heard the request to speed up, his face instantly changed. He had been there during the research process of the T-virus. Previously, someone had once tried to speed up the cultivation process by sending great amounts of hacker power at it, but in the end, he had been consumed mercilessly by the T-virus. That person's final outcome had been death. His subordinate's reminder calmed D2 down. He too knew of that incident that year and knew the cultivation of the T-virus could not be rushed. He could only hope that everything would turn out well. As long as the cultivation succeeded, they could then leave the virtual world and quietly wait for the victory the T-virus would deliver to them. The Chinese Federation would be their prize. Boss, they've sent another 2 mecha teams over. The mecha team's movements naturally could not be concealed from Little Four, who was closely monitoring the secret base. This time, Little Four had learned from his previous mistakes. He immediately reported this to his boss, so that his boss would not flick him in the head and bully him again. Demit, forcing me to go all out. Ling Lan placed all of the energy blocks she had in her bag into the standard Federation advanced mecha she was currently piloting. If not for the fact that crossing levels to operate a higher-level mecha was a great burden on the body, Ling Lan would have liked to use the Imperial mecha more. Its standard-equipped 6-tube maglev 1 cannon would need only 3 to 4 shots to finish off all these mecha operators. Ling Lan sighed internally. For now, Imperial mecha could only be a last resort, not to be used unless absolutely necessary. She knew well that based on her current level of strength, she could only operate an Imperial mecha for 5 minutes. Beyond 5 minutes, her body would not be able to endure the tremendous feedback force generated by cross-level mecha operation and would collapse completely. Doing such an idiotic thing in the enemy's main camp was utter suicide. Ling Lan would definitely not let herself fall into such a desperate situation just to show off momentarily. Ling Lan had just filled her power up to the brim when she felt a faint vibration coming from the ground. It went without saying that the final 2 mecha teams of the heart of the secret base were rushing over. Ling Lan's team needed to finish off these enemy mecha before those mecha arrived. Otherwise, with the addition of 20 or more mecha, they would not be able to hold out no matter how strong their control skills were. The enemy is sending reinforcements. Hurry up and kill off these mecha. Ling Lan connected to the team's dedicated channel and issued a decisive order. Little Four had created this dedicated channel for the 9 of them at the moment they had boarded their mecha. Everyone knew the situation was critical and that they needed to go all out. Like Ling Lan, they plugged in the spare energy blocks they had in their bags, making sure their mecha were fully charged. In the upcoming battle, they would no longer try to save power by sealing away some of the advanced techniques that consumed a lot of energy. Qilong and the original 4 plus Li Shiyu each controlled their own mecha and began sprinting. They weaved left and right as they ran so that the enemy could not predict their route, and so could not hit them with beam guns. Furthermore, this kind of airy and mobile running method made the enemy unable to determine which target they were aiming for. All the enemy mecha became nervous because any of their remaining group of 18 mecha could become the attack target of the 6 incoming opponents. Suddenly, the figures of the 6 fluttering mecha vanished. Oh no, not vanished. Rather, the 6 were drawing indistinct ephemeral streaks of light through the air. This was the advanced technique only advanced mecha warriors could learn, light and shadow slide step. There were 2 types of footwork techniques for advanced mecha warriors. One was the Z-flicker, which was in fact what Qilong and the others had been using at first, while the other was the light and shadow slide step they were displaying now. The reason why they had chosen to use the light and shadow slide step in this final attack with unplanned synchronicity was because the technique not only functioned to increase speed, but also had the effect of confusing the enemy. It would cause a display lag on the external cameras of enemy mecha, making it difficult for the enemy to determine their true position and attack timing. Of course, experienced advanced mecha warriors could make judgments based on pure experience and would not be fooled by the light and shadow slide step. However, these mecha operators before them now were not truly controlled by humans, but were true NPCs. Right after engaging them in combat, Qilong and the others had already figured this out. In the settings of the mainframe, these NPCs only had 20% probability of not being confounded. In other words, the likelihood of them being confounded was rather high. Meanwhile, Qilong and the others ignored these NPC mechas' wild beam attacks. The next second, they were already before their respective target mecha, ruthlessly lifting up their cold weapons to swing it down savagely at the opponent. The beam shields of mecha could be said to be specially designed to deal with a variety of energy weapons such as beam guns. Against cold weapons which were pure physical violence, beam shields were rather weak. 5 mecha were subject to fierce chops by Qilong's group. The strikes instantly broke through the energy of the beam shields, and the powerful force behind the blows slammed into the enemy mecha. The intense collision between weapon and mecha instantly created a string of sparks. Qilong and the others had not been attacking mindlessly. The areas they had chosen to attack were the various joints of the mecha. In order to maintain the flexibility of mecha, the defensive strength of certain areas needed to be sacrificed during the manufacture of mecha. For instance, at the shoulders, the neck, the hips, the arms, the ankles, the knees, and so on. Their chosen target areas made their attacks effective immediately, directly destroying a part of the mecha. Only one mecha managed to dodge the crisis this time. It had fallen into the 20% chance of not being confounded. It could be said that mecha had been extremely lucky. The one who failed was Luo Lang, and this made Luo Lang rather displeased, unable to figure out why he was the only one so unlucky. Luo Lang gritted his teeth and followed up with another attack. Since he had failed, he would just have to make up for it. He did not believe that the enemy would still be so lucky to fall into that 20% the next time he attacked. Luo Lang was full of confidence for his attack this time, but when he found that he had once again struck air, his entire pert face became flushed red with anger. Damn it. Even if his appearance was a little feminine, that didn't mean others could look down on him like he was a girl. Fuming, Luo Lang followed up with another light and shadow slide step. It looked like Luo Lang had decided to challenge the mainframe till the end. He just did not believe this NPC mecha warrior would truly be so lucky and avoid being confounded 3 times in a row. Dreams are beautiful, but reality is cruel. Luo Lang's confidence-filled third attack was once again evaded by the NPC. Right then, Luo Lang could not stop himself from cursing, "Bastard." Meanwhile, Ling Lan, who was attacking with both hands, had also been using the light and shadow slide step. Against real people, this technique more or less had its weaknesses, but against NPCs, it was extremely effective and was one of the primary techniques for all players. The cold weapon she was using right now was the wondrous weapon Regretless that Chang Xinyuan had forged. The special sharpness Regretless possessed was displayed to maximum effect by Ling Lan at this moment. With a swing to the left and a slash to the right, Ling Lan instantly split open the outer shell of 2 mecha before her. She felt that the tough outer shell of mecha was not as sturdy as she had imagined. Her swings had sliced through easily, chopping right into the cockpit of the mecha. The cockpit of a mecha was its most deadly weakness because the operator was housed within it. Whether it was an NPC or a real human pilot, once the mecha's cockpit was struck, the mainframe would judge that a devastating blow had been struck to the mecha. Sure enough, the mecha exploded, and on Ling Lan's screen, the notification window indicated that the enemy mecha had been utterly destroyed. Seeing this, Ling Lan could not help but blink, stunned, glancing over at Regretless in her hand in disbelief. She had always known Regretless was sharp, but she had not imagined that it was this sharp. A standard advanced mecha in Mecha World actually could not even hold up against even one of its attacks. Right then, an enemy mecha behind Ling Lan saw that Ling Lan had stopped moving after destroying 2 of his comrades. Thinking that he had a chance for revenge, he swiftly raised the cold weapon in his hands and swung it fiercely at the back of Ling Lan's head. Ling Lan, who had the entire situation in hand, thrust Regretless backwards without hesitation. This move was so concealed and sudden that the other mecha had no time to react, instantly pierced through the cockpit by Regretless. The highly raised cold weapon in that mecha's hands was now powerless to chop downwards. Executing a scorpion kick too, she kicked out powerfully, sending that mecha flying to crash into the back of another mecha who was desperately attacking Chang Xinyuan's pot lid with its cold weapon. The sudden attack from behind him did not give that mecha any time to react. He stumbled forwards uncontrollably, falling onto Chang Xinyuan's pot lid mecha, his attack interrupted. He was just about to struggle his way up from Chang Xinyuan's pot lid mecha, when 2 huge sets of teeth appeared on both sides of the pot lid to bite down mercilessly on that mecha. As the pot lid was completely swarmed by enemy mecha, no one saw when the center of the pot lid suddenly split open slightly, to form a round hole. Then, a beam twined with purple shot out at the mecha caught in the grasp of the teeth, blasting a hole of about 50 centimeters in radius through the mecha. The spot it blasted, though, was precisely the cockpit of the mecha, and thus, the enemy mecha fell to Chang Xingyuan's pot-lid mecha. As for that mecha which had been sent flying by Ling Lan's kick, after its collision with its allied mecha, it had bounced back to crash into the ground and had not gotten up again after that. If anyone was paying attention, they would see a long and flat opening at the heart of the mecha's cockpit. Blood was dripping slowly from it, gradually staining the ground below it red. Having eliminated both mecha on her end, Ling Lan saw Luo Lang's third failure and decisively raised her right arm and shot a torrent of beams from her beam gun at his opponent, striking that mecha at its knee. The knee was the weakest point of defense in a mecha. Hit so suddenly by Ling Lan's attack, it instantly burst into a small shower of sparks, and the mecha's evasive movement slowed. At this moment, Luo Lang, who had still not given up, used the light and shadow slide step for the fourth time, swinging the cold weapon in his hands angrily at his opponent's neck. Perhaps because its knee was already broken, causing the mecha to be unable to retain its balance, and also because Luo Lang's angry swing had an unusual amount of power behind it. The mecha was instantly sent crashing to the ground by the blow. Luo Lang was unforgiving once he gained the upper hand. Once again he raised his cold weapon and began slashing it down again and again like a wild thunderstorm down at that mecha on the ground, so mad and violent that it seemed like he wanted to dice the mecha up into a heap of scrap metal. Perhaps even the NPC mecha did not want to suffer such abuse, finally deciding to self-destruct. Fortunately, Luo Lang had good reflexes and managed to avoid the resulting explosion and did not receive much damage. However, this scene just made Luo Lang even angrier. He truly felt that the mainframe was absolutely picking on him. None of the other's opponents had self-destructed, while his had just happened to choose to try for mutual destruction. Once more he charged forwards, kicking out fiercely at the burning scrap heap. That bundle of scraps was sent flying, and by sheer unfortunate coincidence, it was flying in Ling Lan's direction. At this time, Ling Lan was fighting with two other mecha. Her Relentless was clashing violently with the cold weapon of one mecha, while on her right, another mecha's cold weapon was slashing down ferociously at Ling Lan's head. It wasn't that Ling Lan did not have any room to dodge to, but it just so happened that the flaming bundle of scraps Luo Lang had kicked had appeared at the spot she would have dodged to. Luo Lang's initially towering rage was instantly doused by this scene. He felt a chill shoot into his bones, and there was only one thought in his mind. He was dead meat. He jerked and shouted, "Boss, dodge!" Facing this dilemma where either choice would result in a hit, Ling Lan just calmly kicked out against the mecha on her left who had been crossing blades with her, sending the other stumbling back a step. Then, with a spin of Relentless, she smacked that flaming ball of scraps and sent it flying towards that mecha which had stumbled back from her kick. That enemy mecha had not expected the fireball flying towards his opponent to suddenly fly at him instead. He was hit directly. The great force behind the crash made him stumble back uncontrollably for another 4 or 5 steps before he managed to catch himself. Although Ling Lan had dodged this flying accident, she now had no time to avoid the other mecha's overhead strike. But then, something miraculous happened. Borrowing the force of the smack she gave to the fireball, Ling Lan's mecha slid in the opposite direction for about 1 meter, and this 1 meter allowed her to narrowly escape that fierce slash by the enemy mecha. After evading the attack, taking advantage of the other mecha being caught in the tail end of its attack, Ling Lan executed a flick and swish. With a cold flash of light, Relentless lopped off the enemy mecha's right arm. Ling Lan's attack did not stop there. Right afterwards, she pushed off her right foot and her entire mecha leapt into the air till she was about 7 to 8 meters off the ground. There, she lifted her right leg high before kicking out in a downward side kick. A loud bang rang out as her right kick struck the mecha which had lost its right arm. The great force applied from above it sent the mecha crashing to the ground. As Ling Lan's mecha descended, Relentless drew a lovely arc through the air. In the end, with its tip pointed downwards, it stabbed right through the mecha's cockpit. This series of actions were completed in the blink of an eye. When Luo Lang saw that Ling Lan had avoided the flying accident he had kicked over, He instantly let out a sigh of relief. But before he could rejoice for long, he heard Ling Lan say glacially, "Luo Lang, when we return, private room training for a week." As she said this, Ling Lan was coldly pulling Relentless out from the enemy mecha's cockpit. Ah, Luo Lang groaned. He had only been venting a little. Who knew things would end this way? 1 week of training in a private room, under Boss Lan's savage treatment. Would he survive? Not continuing to fight yet? Do you want private room training for 2 weeks? Before Luo Lang's groan had fully faded, Ling Lan's icy voice had risen eerily in the team's comms once more. Thus, Luo Lang's initial mournful groan instantly became a savage howl as he leapt like a rabid wolf at one of the final remaining mecha. Qi Long and the other three had just finished off their own opponents when they heard Ling Lan's warning words to Luo Lang. Cold air seeped into their hearts, and without even thinking about it, they too quickly leapt savagely towards those few remaining mecha. Boo-hoo-hoo. Boss, we're performing so well. Don't take out your anger on us, please. If you want to hold private room training, please just take the main culprit Luo Lang. Please don't involve us. The brutality of private room training was to the extent that the faces of Qi Long and the others would drain of color at the mere mention of it. In order to avoid letting themselves experience such deep and enduring pain again, Qi Long and the others pushed themselves to their maximum combat power, beating their opponents so completely that they could not resist at all. Right then, Li Shiyu had also confronted the last enemy. Baffled, he glanced at Qi Long and the others, unsure why they were acting like they had ingested some high-effect stimulants. Their battle power now was at a completely different level from before. Could it be that there was some hidden secret behind private room training? Perhaps it would be helpful for his research into developing the potential of the human body, so he should find Team Leader Ling to discuss it properly? This was what Li Shiyu thought. Qi Long and the other few fighting to the best of their ability suddenly felt a chill rise from within their very bones. Was their boss truly thinking about throwing them all into private room training? At the thought of this possibility, they began fighting even harder, wishing they could kill off all the mecha before them immediately so they could tell boss that they definitely did not need to go back for some private room training. Their ramped-up performance let Qi Long and the others finish off their respective opponents within 1 minute. Seeing their initial numbers, which had been several times more than the invaders, instantly decimated by these enemies who had invaded the secret base, that mecha which had been sent stumbling away from Ling Lan due to its collision with the fireball could only stare in frozen fear as Ling Lan stalked towards him with a bloody Relentless in her hands. Gripping his weapon tightly, he stared with red eyes at the demon that had killed almost half of their mecha in an instant. Seeing the other getting closer and closer, he finally roared angrily and turned to run. Huh? Actually choosing to run, Ling Lan was stunned. She had initially thought NPC soldiers were all set by the mainframe to fight to the death. Unexpectedly, there were some who would react like real people and choose to run. At this time, the reinforcements the enemy had sent had already appeared within their visual range, the vibrations of the ground becoming very intense. An extremely subtle sneer appeared on Ling Lan's lips. With a swing of her right arm, Relentless flew like a bolt of cold light to pierce through that escaping mecha. Ah! The NPC operating this mecha let out a terrible scream. His body had been cut into half by that fearsome demon sword. In the throes of the soul-consuming pain, he could see his internal organs spilling out from the large gash at his waist, accompanied by a fountain of blood. Blearily, he looked at the Allied troops only 500 to 600 meters away from him. He really wanted to tell them to run quickly. This group of people were demons and not something they could fight, but he could no longer make any sound. He could almost see what the final outcome of these comrades would be. Like them, these new troops would drink their fill of regret and become lost souls. A squelch rang out suddenly by his ears. He stared helplessly as that demon sword which had cut him in half left his cockpit. He knew that the demon must have come to retrieve his demon sword. He really wanted to grab the sword, hoping to stop the demon from continuing to harm his allies with it. He used the last bit of his strength to stretch out his right hand. Could he not catch the sword? He watched as the demon sword disappeared from sight and left his cockpit completely. Dejected, he raised his right hand and found that his 5 fingers were gone. It turned out that he had actually managed to touch the demon sword just now. as expected of a demon sword. In the end, he swallowed his last breath, gripped by this final shock. Even in death, his eyes remained open. After retrieving Regretless, Ling Lan looked at the last two mecha teams approaching them rapidly and coldly gave her orders to the team, destroy them all. In the distant Caesar Empire, in an experimental hall of a military secret base, everyone was closely observing the 30 or so virtual login pods in the hall. Although they were trying their best to maintain their calm, they could hardly conceal their nerves and excitement. According to the estimated time, after just a few more minutes, their plan was going to succeed. And the result of this success was something that would drive the entirety of Caesar wild. It would allow the Caesar Empire to become the hegemon one of the solar system at once. Ever since the Chinese Federation had caught up to them 5,000 years ago, they had lost the sole position of hegemon and could only share that honor with the Chinese Federation. It should be known that in the history of the Caesar Empire, they had ruled this star system for a whole 7,000 years. How could they allow outsiders to sleep at their bedside too? They had already tolerated the Chinese Federation for 5,000 years. Now they could finally get rid of their rival and taste their heart's desire. Beep, beep, beep. Two of the login pods suddenly emitted emergency sounds. This likely meant that either something had happened to or there was some danger to the people inside those pods. This situation made the faces of everyone in the hall change as they rushed towards those two virtual pods. The pods were quickly opened and the nutrient fluid inside was quickly drained away. However, the people inside who should have woken up remained unresponsive, lying inside with their eyes closed as if they were deeply asleep. Seeing this, a lieutenant general with 2 stars on his shoulder, the person in charge here, immediately instructed medical specialists to step forward and check on the men. 2 medical professionals in white coats, each holding a small portable instrument, went over respectively to one of the virtual pods. The instruments were soon connected to the men lying inside the pods. Looking at the data reflected by the instrument, the expressions of the 2 experts became darker and darker. In the end, they could only stand up, shaking their heads, and tell everyone that the brains of the 2 people in the pods were completely destroyed. In medical terms, brain death. Even though their hearts were still beating, they were actually already dead. How can this be? They are elites from our bureau. They cannot be dead. You must have made a mistake. Hearing the professional's declaration, a major general of around 40 years of age could not help but point fingers. Wilson, calm down. The lieutenant general barked, shocking Major General Wilson out of his rage. He squatted down with his hands around his head, muttering uncontrollably under his breath. What in the world could have happened? Why are Pete and Carter dead? Could it be that the Chinese Federation has discovered our plot? Didn't D1 say that everything was going well? As if thinking of something, Wilson suddenly jerked his head up to stare sharply at someone in the crowd. It was a middle-aged man who was also at the rank of Major General. Although D1's group has successfully infiltrated the virtual world of the Chinese Federation, there are many limitations. We cannot transmit any messages, and so can only wait for them to send someone back to find out anything about what's going on. The latest news we have is from 2 days ago, when they suspected that the Chinese Federation had sent someone over to investigate. In order to ensure the success of the plan, they requested the help of some specters. That Major General was frowning as he gave a brief explanation to Wilson. Major General Wilson wanted to retort, but at this moment, the Lieutenant General walked over and patted him on the shoulder in comfort and said, "Even though Pete and Carter are dead, this does not mean the project will not succeed. For the Empire, some sacrifices are necessary. Let us wait another 5 minutes, and we will know what the results are." The Lieutenant General's words of consolation made Wilson stop talking, merely waiting patiently for these final 5 minutes to pass. He too wished that the project would succeed so that Pete's and Carter's sacrifice would become worthwhile. Meanwhile, in the virtual world, D2, who was holding the fort in the secret research center of the Swift Dragon base, saw the 2 mecha teams he sent finally managed to stall the invading enemy at the central square of the base. He temporarily relaxed but kept a close eye on the surveillance monitors of the central square to observe the situation between the 2 fighting parties, and he did not forget to ask his subordinate hacker about the progress of the evolution of the T-virus. As the time ticked closer and closer to the completion stage, while that invading mecha team still continued to tussle with the 2 mecha teams of the secret base, Only then did D2's heart finally settle. After this period of fighting, 6 of the 9 mecha which had snuck in had already been taken down, while there were only 5 more mecha left from the 2 mecha teams sent. Both sides were scarred from the battle. D2 did not care. After all, the mecha teams protecting the secret base were all the original mecha teams from the Swift Dragon base, and had nothing at all to do with them. D2 only cared about whether the mecha teams could complete their task of holding back the invading mecha until the T-virus was successfully cultivated. And now, it looked like the mecha teams were performing pretty well, successfully completing the task they had been assigned. At this time, even if the other party managed to finish off these final 5 mecha, they would no longer have time to rush over and stop their operation. The scene of him becoming the primary hero of the Empire rose in his mind's eye. He was receiving the Supreme Medal of Honor from the Great Emperor and enjoying the frenzied adoration of his fellow countrymen in front of the House of Parliament. In another hidden room, the 2 specters who had been fighting all this while with Li Lanfeng were already panting heavily with exhaustion. They had almost used up all of their specter power, but still had not been able to break the other's defenses. What's going on? Why is the opponent getting stronger as we fight? At first, there would still be some fluctuations in his defensive power, even some openings. Why has it become so strong and impenetrable from half an hour before? We've been attacking for so long, and there's no effect at all. Carter asked Pete, who was beside him as he panted. This truly did not adhere to the common sense of specter battles. Pete initially had not thought much about it, but when he heard Carter's question, a jolt ran through his heart. He was just about to say something when his heart began to pound in a warning from their specter abilities. Their faces changed drastically, and they hurried to pull back the specter power they were using to fight the opponent, but it was too late. A powerful, overwhelming surge of energy wrapped their specter powers completely and then pulverized it. They could only hear their own spiritual power being squeezed like a water balloon, and then there was a pop, and then there was no more. No one saw as their bodies became tiny particles slowly dissipating into the air. This meant that their consciousness had been successfully erased. Boss, mission complete. Little Four reported smugly to Ling Lan after returning to Ling Lan's mind space. In fact, from half an hour ago, Little Four had silently begun intercepting the attacks of the 2 men. Li Lanfeng had been rather baffled by this, wondering why those 2 specters attacking him had suddenly disappeared. Because Little Four's energy was too powerful yet very hard to detect, Li Lanfeng did not discover the truth. Ling Lan rubbed Little Four's head in satisfaction and looked towards the doors, asking, "Little Four, is this the place?" "Yep, they're right inside. I sensed a familiar energy from inside. If Boss had not stopped me from going in, I would have long gone to find out what that energy is," grumbled Little Four. "I'll bring you in immediately, and you'll finally find out what the final answer for this mission is." Ling Lan instructed Little Four to prepare to open the door. Right then, Ling Lan had already kept away her mecha, while the other 8 members of her team, who had similarly kept away their mecha, were hiding behind both sides of the door. They were already holding onto their own laser weapons, prepared to rush in at first notice to take control of the situation inside instantly. 4 minutes and 30 seconds to go for the T-virus to mature, said that hacker subordinate who had been in charge of cultivating the T-virus all this while, sounding pleasantly surprised as he looked at the data reflected on the screen. Previously, they could only make rough estimates, but now, they could really determine the exact time the T-virus would be born. When D2 and D3 heard this news, they instantly ran excitedly to the screen monitoring the cultivation of the T-virus to wait together for the last 4 minutes or so till the T-virus came into the world. Right then, the doors which had been shut tightly all this time were suddenly flung open. Before they could even react, a team of warriors dressed in night combat clothes suddenly charged into the room with short laser handguns aimed at them, shouting, "Don't move." There were a few people in the room who had quick reflexes. They were just about to pull their own guns when the well-prepared opponents shot them in the arm, preventing their resistance. D2 saw that they had no chance at all, and so indicated for everyone to calm down. The situation was very quickly controlled. At this moment, crisp footsteps could be heard coming from the doorway, and then a person with a cool demeanor surrounded by cold air walked through it. His cold gaze swept dispassionately over them, and actually made their hearts quiver unexpectedly. "Boss, task complete. Qilong waved his laser handgun excitedly at Ling Lan. Whether it was in the real world or here in the virtual world, they would never lack for this kind of thrilling battle-following boss. Qilong felt that he had truly fallen in love with this type of exciting lifestyle. D2 saw the final person who walked in and knew that he had been tricked, because this person was that strongest mecha warrior still fighting with the mecha teams of the base on the monitor screens right now. D2 and D3 reflexively glanced at each other, knowing that they needed to delay. Even if they all died here, they needed to complete their mission. Who are you people? What are you doing here? Turning back to face the invaders, D2 pretended he knew nothing and acted just like an NPC would, asking in a shocked manner. He only received silence in response, however, as Qilong and the others naturally would not say much with their boss around. As for Ling Lan, right then, her attention had been pulled away by Little Four in the mind space. The moment she had entered this hidden room, Little Four had suddenly become extremely excited and had actually ignored her original warnings to run out. In the virtual world, Little Four could roam freely, unlike in the real world where he could only follow Ling Lan. 1 second later, Little Four returned, his expression pleased and surprised, and he could not conceal his excitement as he said, "Boss, I've discovered something great." "Oh, what is it?" asked Ling Lan calmly. "Boss, it's incredible. I never expected this world to actually have such a thing." Little Four's expression was dreamy. Till now, he could not comprehend why this thing would appear here. Logically, with this world's technology, this thing should never be here. What in the world is this thing? Ling Lan's sweat dropped. This Little Four seemed to be so astounded by this thing that he was ungrounded, completely out of sorts. "It's a type of virus, right over there. They seem to be in the process of cultivating it. This type of virus is really too famous in our Mandora star system. Back then it almost destroyed our great virtual world and killed off all of us intelligence entities. Luckily, we had a powerful mainframe computer, so in the end we managed to resolve the situation." Little Four's proud tone had a trace of cold fear running through it, as if extremely afraid of that virus. Ling Lan looked in the direction Little Four had pointed out. D2 and D3 saw Ling Lan's line of sight turn towards the T-virus and were startled. Their bodies jerked involuntarily, but they forcefully suppressed the reflex. They were well aware that they could not be too impetuous, or else the other side would become suspicious. They just needed another 3 minutes or so for the tides to turn and for success to fall to them. Ling Lan walked over, and one of the hackers tried to stop her from approaching. But before he could do anything, he had been pushed aside by Luo Lang, who had been following right behind Ling Lan. Only then did Ling Lan move forwards to find a large display screen before her. On it, countless codes were flashing by swiftly, and right at the top, there was an image of a cocoon. It was pulsing violently like a heart as a string of numbers counted down beside it. Ling Lan tapped on that image and asked Little Four, "Is this it?" "Yup, it'll be born in another 3 minutes or so. I did not expect your technology here to actually be able to cultivate the larvae of this virus." "It's truly amazing," exclaimed Little Four. "How harmful is this virus?" Ling Lan thought of the computer viruses back in her previous world. Those viruses would always cause various kinds of problems for those networks that got infected, and she could not help but ask worriedly. "It would cause the virtual world here to collapse, but it will still be a baby when it's born and can only do so much. Once it matures, it'll be able to consume some of those people with low spiritual power." Little Four told Ling Lan about the harm the virus could cause. In fact, once matured, it can be called an artificial virtual version of a specter. As long as someone has less spiritual power than the virus, it will consume them. This thing is truly vicious. Ling Lan's brow furrowed, and she slammed a heavy fist onto that image. "It looks like there's an organization that wants to destroy our virtual world and even kill the people of the Federation. What is this virus called, and do you have a way to resolve it?" "We call it the Doomsday Flower on Mandora, because its matured form really resembles a flower," said Little Four proudly. "We successfully cleared it out on Mandora. In my databases, I naturally have the solution for it, not to mention that it still hasn't even been born yet." "Then help me destroy it completely. This type of malicious virus should not exist in this world," said Ling Lan, tone tinged with revulsion. "Got it, boss. I'll handle it immediately." Ling Lan had given her orders, so of course Little Four would carry them out perfectly. In the next second, Little Four had once again disappeared from Ling Lan's mind space. Ling Lan knew that Little Four must have gone to wipe out that doomsday flower virus. Ling Lan believed in Little Four. Since Little Four said there would be no problems, then there would certainly be nothing to worry about, so she set this matter aside. She walked over to a chair by the side and sat down. Seeing this, Luo Lang automatically moved to stand behind Ling Lan. Li Lanfeng's gaze flickered, and he also walked over. He would not hand over the position beside the rabbit to anyone. Li Lanfeng wanted to proclaim this point to everyone from this point onwards. Ling Lan was not at all concerned over Li Lanfeng's and Luo Lang's actions. Settled in her seat, she tapped on the armrest and suddenly raised her head to look at D2 and asked, "Which faction are you all from?" When Ling Lan had pounded the image of the cocoon earlier, D2 had been extremely nervous, afraid that the other would notice something and think of a way to destroy it. Although there were still 3 minutes before the virus would be done, and D2 did not believe the other side would be able to do anything to destroy the T-virus in this short duration of time, for safety's sake, he still did not wish for the opponent to notice anything. Now, seeing Ling Lan leave the virus alone to turn around and ask him this insignificant question, his heart relaxed. His mind spun quickly, and he decided to chatter aimlessly with the other for a while and distract them in these final 3 minutes. Having made up his mind, D2 calmly replied, "I'm of course someone from the Swift Dragon base. Who the hell are you people? Why did you sneak into our base?" Ling Lan raised an eyebrow and she clapped her hands slowly, saying, "Stop acting. You and I are both real people. Just looking at your outfits, I can tell you all are a bunch of hackers. The mainframe already knows something is up here, which is why it sent us over to investigate. I don't want to hear you all say any more nonsense. If you don't want to talk, that's fine. I'm sure I can find someone who's willing to tell me." At this point, Ling Lan turned her head slightly to the side and said to Li Lanfeng, who was standing beside her, "Leopard, if he doesn't want to speak, you can." Ling Lan made a swiping motion across her neck. Li Lanfeng knew what Ling Lan truly meant with this gesture. He definitely wanted him to use his Spectre abilities to kill the other party for a cautionary effect. Besides Qi Long, controlling the scene along with him, Li Shiyu could not help but frown slightly when he saw Ling Lan's gesture towards Li Lanfeng, a sense of aversion rising in his heart. However, he resolutely turned away and hardened his heart. Li Shiyu knew that they could not be merciful with their enemies at this time. And wasn't it the opponent who had sent 2 specters to attack them from the start to kill them all? If Li Lanfeng had not been a specter and protected them, they would probably all be dead by now. Although Li Shiyu was rather compassionate, he understood well when he could be merciful and when he could not. Qi Long and the others had no objection to the proceedings. Back when they had only been 10, they had already witnessed Ling Lan piloting a mecha to kill enemy mecha operators before their eyes. They had long become accustomed to Ling Lan's ruthlessness, and besides, they had been taught from young that they needed to show no mercy to their enemies. D2 did not understand the deeper meaning behind Ling Lan's warning. Stubbornly, he shouted, "You thugs, don't expect to make me submit. I will definitely report this to the senior officer and have him send soldiers over to kill you all." At this point of his speech, Ling Lan said nothing, only coolly making the kill gesture to Li Lanfeng. This was Li Lanfeng's first time killing anyone, whether it was in the real world or in the virtual world. He had never killed anyone before this. Li Lanfeng was under extreme mental pressure, but he did not want the rabbit to be disappointed in him. And so, with a clench of his teeth and a hardening of his heart, he circulated his specter power and leapt ferociously towards the enemy. As someone who wanted to change his fate, if he could not do something small like this, how could he talk about going against the heavens? Perhaps because he was clenching his teeth so hard, his entire mouth was filled with the stench of blood. D2 abruptly felt a powerful surge of energy rolling over him, and his initially vigorous spiritual power was instantly sent scattering under this force. He saw his own body start to disappear slowly, not in the white light which marked a departure from the virtual world, but in a gradual dissipation into countless tiny particles of light. He stared in horror at Li Lanfeng, and with his final bit of consciousness, he croaked out, "Spec." After this final utterance, D2's entire being dispersed into the air, instantly vanishing into nothing. At this scene, D3 stumbled a great step backwards in shock and horror. If they had not been invaders, and thus were not able to go offline from this swift dragon base. They would have definitely chosen to leave this place as soon as they could. This was because, before specters in the virtual world, they were like a bunch of defenseless children without any ability to fight back. Ling Lan watched dispassionately as D2 disappeared, and then turned to look at D3, asking calmly, "Are you willing to talk? Or perhaps you want to be like him?" At these words, D3 nodded his head emphatically, showing that he was willing to cooperate. He instinctively looked towards the cultivation area of the T-virus. Due to D2's stalling, he only needed to delay the opponents for another 1 minute or so, and everything would work out. At that time, he would definitely avenge D2. "Where are you all from?" Ling Lan continued to ask. D3's gaze flickered, and then he answered, "We're from the Anti-Government Freedom Army." "A terrorist organization?" The corners of Ling Lan's lips curled up in a subtle sneer, and she once again gave the kill signal to Li Lanfeng. D3 shouted out in terror, "I've already answered. Why do you still want to kill me?" D3's terrified question did not garner Ling Lan's reply. Ling Lan merely flicked her fingers, and Li Lanfeng resolutely ran the other over with his specter power. Swiftly afterwards, D3 followed in D2's footsteps and disappeared from this virtual world. If he were still conscious, he would probably be regretting his decision. Is it possible for a small terrorist organization to have so much financial and material resources and manpower to cultivate such a terrifying virus? Said Ling Lan coldly. Her gaze turned to that hacker who had been cultivating the T-virus. "Tell me, isn't that so?" That hacker's face paled at these words. He found that this cold youth before him seemed to know everything. It was a suicidal act trying to deceive the other. "If you know, why aren't you trying to stop it? In another minute, it'll be born. At that time, the virtual world of the Federation will collapse completely. When you all no longer have a centralized command system, you all will not be able to resist our forces." The hacker finally could not help but blurt out in his shock, "HN, you're very honest. I like that very much." Ling Lan nodded and continued, "But how would you know that I didn't stop it?" Ling Lan's words made the hacker's expression change once more, but he quickly calmed down. He just did not believe that the other would have a way to resolve the virus, that even they had no way of controlling one. "From what you've said, it proves that you all are from some other country. I just need to look at which country's troops are moving unusually in real life, and I'll have a list of candidates." Ling Lan could almost guess the truth from what the other had inadvertently revealed. "I know you do not believe what I'm saying, so let's do as you wish and just wait for the rest of the time needed for the virus to form." "How much time is needed? 1 minute, or 10 more seconds or so?" "It's 57 seconds, the hacker blurted out. "Fine, then I'll give you all those 57 seconds. Let us see whether things will turn out as you all have predicted, that our Federation's virtual world will truly be ruined by that virus," replied Ling Lan evenly. Seeing Ling Lan's composed attitude, the emotion named panic inevitably rose within the hacker's heart. Did the opponent truly have a solution to this virus? No, they had researched so hard for 16 years before succeeding by chance just once. Even they themselves had not been able to develop a solution. How could the oblivious Huaxiao Federation too have the ability to stop the evolution of the T-virus? 57 seconds went by quickly. The T-virus the hackers had been eagerly anticipating did not bring any effect. The virtual world they were in did not change in any way and was still functioning normally. That hacker could not help but lunge to stand before the screen of the cultivation area. There, he found that the original flashing codes and the cocoon image which represented the T-virus had already disappeared. The screen was a white blank, as if the T-virus they had cultivated had never existed in the first place. What happened? How could the T-virus fail? "This is impossible, impossible." The hacker could not stop himself from shouting. 16 years of painstaking research, 16 years of long days and sleepless nights, and in the end, all of it was but a dream. When they woke up, there was nothing there. He just could not accept it. His emotions were thrust into instant turmoil. So worked up? He really won't be a very good source of information then. Since he's useless now, then let's send him off on his final journey, said Ling Lan lightly to Li Lanfeng, turning back to look at him. Li Lanfeng, who had already killed 2 people, was rather numb by now. Receiving Ling Lan's order, he did not even stop to think. Once more he unleashed his specter power and obliterated this hacker. The other hackers saw how cold and ruthless the other side was, clearly showing themselves as the type of people who would kill without batting an eye. In addition, the T-virus they had pinned so much hope on had mysteriously vanished, so their hearts had abruptly lost a major supporting pillar. Consequently, quite a few men actually could not help but slump to the ground. Now we can have a proper inquiry. Qilong, bring the others to me one by one for me to ask them some questions, and then we can compare their answers. Anyone who dares to lie, will kill. Ling Lan's sharp gaze swept over the dozen or so hackers present and gave Qilong her orders. Qilong acknowledged the order and asked the other members of their team to separate the hackers to begin the one-on-one questioning, preventing them from having any chance of colluding. At this time, one of the hackers suddenly turned his head to look at Ling Lan and asked, "If we tell the truth, can you guarantee that we will live?" These words made the eyes of the remaining hackers light up, and they turned nervously to stare at Ling Lan, anticipating her reply. Ling Lan glanced coolly at the other, and the corners of her lips tilted up slightly. This non-committal half-smile made these hackers feel a chill permeate their hearts. Ling Lan tapped her fingers against the armrest. Each tap prompted the hearts of these hackers to jump violently in response, till Ling Lan finally said, "If you all want to live, that all depends on how you all perform." That said, she did not give the hackers any other chances to speak. With a wave of her right hand, she motioned for Qilong and the others to continue their questioning. Seeing Qilong and the others begin to busy themselves with their assigned task, Li Lanfeng, who was standing beside Ling Lan, did not go over to help. He leaned over and asked Ling Lan quietly, "If they all really speak the truth, are we really going to let them go?" Ling Lan raised her eyebrows and asked, "What do you think?" Li Lanfeng frowned and replied, "Letting them go just feels wrong somehow. But we also have no way to keep them here forever." Ling Lan pinched her left index finger reflexively with her right hand, her gaze shadowed with deep darkness. In the end, a gleam of ruthlessness flashed through her eyes, and she said decisively, "They'll need to remain here forever. I cannot let them take any information about us back with them." Ling Lan knew well that this decision of hers was extremely harsh and brutal, meaning the end of the lives of these dozen or so people right here. These people might not have done any great harm to the world and were perhaps just common soldiers who were loyal to their home country. However, in order to protect these members who followed her, she could not avoid but be an executioner now. Ling Lan was well aware that their appearances had been modified by Little Four to look different from their original forms. However, even so, she was not confident that this could withstand the intensive investigation of a nation, or perhaps even that of many nations. There was always the possibility she might miss something. She could not let crisis befall her companions. Ling Lan's words shook Li Lanfeng badly. He understood what Ling Lan was trying to say. Whether or not the other party cooperated, Ling Lan was going to kill them. Li Lanfeng was a smart person. He instantly understood why Ling Lan had made this decision. They were still a group of cadets. Right now, they were now still extremely weak and vulnerable. Without the protection of the military, if they were discovered by the enemy, their final outcome would inevitably be death. Regardless of which country these people were from, they could not let these people go. Moreover, they also could not take the initiative to request Federation military protection. If the Federation learned of their existence, especially about him, Li Lanfeng, the government would certainly never allow him to continue living freely on the outside. Spectres were not allowed to be free of the military's control. Li Lanfeng knew very well that if not for him, Ling Lan could have just reported this matter to the Federation military. The outstanding performance of Ling Lan's team this time would definitely amaze the military. This group of prodigies were sure to shine in the future. Entering the military system early to be given focused cultivation by the military, the futures of Ling Lan's team would only become better and not worse. It could be deduced that Ling Lan had given up on the honors and resources within easy reach, choosing to conceal this matter instead, all because of him, Li Lanfeng. Li Lanfeng's heart felt a little hot. Looking at the cold as ice and seemingly emotionless Ling Lan, who was actually very kind, his heart, which had initially been wavering at the thought of having to kill so many people, became instantly steady. The rabbit was willing to bear this sin for him. Then how could he be so weak? Leave it to me. The hesitation in Li Lanfeng's gaze was swept away, and a savage light silently surfaced within his eyes. He could not let the rabbit's consideration go to waste. In terms of ruthlessness and decisiveness, he was still too far from the rabbit. If he wanted to become a companion who could fight beside the rabbit, he would need to make his heart become much fiercer and harder. Li Lanfeng's reply made Ling Lan raise her eyebrows, a trace of surprise flashing through her eyes. Ling Lan knew very well that this was Li Lanfeng's first time killing people, because when he had killed the first man, she had clearly seen Li Lanfeng clench his fists tightly, and she had even heard the other bite down so hard that his teeth sounded like they would break. Ling Lan had thought that Li Lanfeng would need a period of psychological adjustment. Even she herself, when she had killed someone for the first time in the learning space, had almost broken down mentally and had thrown up almost all of her guts. However, the treatment provided by the learning space was not psychological counseling, but endless slaughter. It made you kill until you were numb to it. Every time Ling Lan thought back on this, she could not help but feel some lingering fear and silently rejoice that she had been mentally strong enough, that she had not been driven insane by the torment. Ling Lan's initial plan was to let Little Four wrap things up and kill all of these people after she had led the team away from this place. However, when Li Lanfeng had taken the initiative to ask about Ling Lan's plans, an impulse had made Ling Lan admit her real thoughts to the other. She had indeed wanted to see how far the leopard could go. Would he be unable to understand her decision? Or would he refuse to take action out of compassion? Ling Lan had considered many possibilities, but she had never expected Li Lanfeng to be able to adapt to the psychological pressure of killing so quickly and actually volunteer to execute this task himself. Ling Lan was well aware that Li Lanfeng was speaking honestly. He had instantly abandoned his weakness to become decisive and ruthless. Ling Lan was silently awed by Li Lanfeng's performance. There were indeed those who were born for the darkness. This leopard was truly not a good person. Even as Ling Lan was silently exclaiming in her heart, she was extremely happy to hand over the task of cleaning up to Li Lanfeng. After all, it was always nice to have someone who was willing to share some of the pressure. Just imagine, taking the lives of so many people at once. Even Ling Lan, who had been trained by the learning space to be extremely ruthless, could not be completely calm. Very soon, Qi Long and the others brought the confessions of those 10 people over. Ling Lan rapidly scanned through the confessions and then pointed out 7 of the 10 people and said with a cold smile, "Seeking death on your own? That's fine. Leopard, satisfy their wishes." Having come to a realization, Li Lanfeng would no longer hesitate. Ling Lan's voice had barely faded when his specter power poured out and easily erased those 7 people. Just like with D2 and D3, they became energy particles of the virtual world. Seeing how ruthless Ling Lan was, giving a kill order without even asking anything, the remaining few people despaired, no longer holding any wishful hopes of survival. Ling Lan stared with interest at the faces of the remaining few and then said with a quirk of her lips, "You all still at least said some things that were true, unlike those 7 who were spouting complete nonsense. Now, I'll give you all one more chance. I hope that this time, you all won't let me down." Ling Lan's words caused the despairing eyes of those few people to once again blaze with the desire to live. Being led away for questioning once more, they were extremely cooperative this time, to the extent that they even volunteered some information which Qi Long and the others had not thought to ask for. By Ling Lan's side, Li Lanfeng asked curiously, "Were all those 7 people truly lying?" Ling Lan replied evenly, "How could that be? It's not like I verified anything. But there is always the need to sacrifice some people to make sure the remaining people no longer dare to conceal anything." Only then did Li Lanfeng understand that Ling Lan had simply chosen those 7 people randomly, using their lives to terrify the remaining survivors into compliance. It could be imagined that the confessions this time would be even more valuable. Li Lanfeng could not help but feel a pang of dejection course through his heart. He had initially been extremely confident in his strategic mind, but it seemed like he was no match for the rabbit in this as well. The new confessions were out very quickly. Ling Lan browsed through them rapidly and was satisfied. She could already confirm that these people were from the Caesar Empire. Back when she had first heard of the Caesar Empire, she had already felt that this empire was definitely not as friendly as it would seem on the surface. No one would be so magnanimous as to share their spot as hegemon. which was especially true for a nation as strong as the Caesar Empire. Now, from the looks of it, her first impression had been right. In order to deal with the Huaxia Federation, the Caesar Empire had put in quite a bit of effort, spending 16 years to successfully cultivate the embryo of a T-virus. They were truly tenacious. Who'd have expected it to be Caesar? Many soldiers in our Federation think well of the Caesar Empire. Fighting against the Twilight Empire all these years, Caesar has always supported us on the surface. Han Jijian was the one who had brought the information over. Having looked through this info a step before Ling Lan, he could not help but sigh. For a small empire with only 1% of our planetary domain to fight us for so many years is impossible without the backing of these great nations. Ling Lan flicked the papers in her hand and said with a cold smile, "Plus, the profits of war are what these large nations like to earn most." Just like those great nations in her precious world, in order to restrain the development of other nations, there were all kinds of measures executed both in the open and behind the scenes, such as helping other smaller nations go up against those countries which were rising in power. The methods of the Caesar Empire were truly cut from the same cloth as those great nations back then, as expected of the descendants of one of those great nations. Han Jijian dipped his head in deep contemplation at those words. He felt that what Boss Lan said made a lot of sense. Even though the Federation was so powerful and possessed such vast territory, it was still taxing to fight a war on three sides, and this was still with the concerted efforts of the Federation. As far as he knew, the Twilight Empire was not stable internally. It was constantly plagued with civil unrest, so from where did it get the financial and material resources to fight such a long, protracted war with the Federation? It stood to reason that there must be other nations involved. Han Jijian thought back on his youth one. Every time he heard his father speak of the Twilight Empire, there would always be a sort of banked rage on his father's face. Back then, he had not understood why the Federation was willing to fight such a long, protracted war instead of just finishing off those smaller empires. Looking back on it now, he had truly been rather naive. This enduring war between the Federation and the Twilight Empire was not purely between the Federation and Twilight. It also involved those great nations hidden behind Twilight. How goddamn despicable. Having figured things out, Han Jijian finally could not stop himself from swearing. This caused Qi Long, who had come over with him, to stare in surprise. He had never expected the typically calm and astute Han Jijian to ever behave so agitatedly. In order to salvage the image of his sworn brother in Boss Lan's eyes, Qi Long quickly changed the topic and asked, "Boss, we've already received the answer for the mission. When do we leave?" They had managed to obtain unexpected information from these people's confessions about why the distress signal sent by the Swift Dragon base at the start had so quickly disappeared. When the hackers from the Caesar Empire had successfully taken over the Swift Dragon base, they had not accounted for the presence of an NPC senior officer in the base who had actually evolved to have some sense of autonomy. When the hackers managed to replace the mainframe and gained administrative control of the Swift Dragon base, this evolved NPC immediately discovered the discrepancy due to this sense of autonomy. However, as it was only in the early stages of its evolution, it did not know how to act covertly. It had sent a direct distress signal to the mainframe and was instantly discovered by the hackers controlling the base. The hackers had killed the signal as well as the NPC involved. Still, the mainframe was the mainframe after all. Even though the hackers had successfully infiltrated the Swift Dragon base and perfectly blinded the mainframe's search, the mainframe had still sensed something off about the situation. That's why it had repeatedly issued the command for the military and even players to go investigate. Due to multiple previous failures with nothing to show for it, the mainframe had upgraded the mission to investigate the Swift Dragon base into an SSS rank, while dispatching an elite investigative team from the military at the same time. Coincidentally, Ling Lan had tried to accept a mission to establish her battle clan at this time, and just so happened to offend the City Lord of Grand Sweep City at the same time. The City Lord had seen this new SSS rank mission issued by the mainframe, and this had given him the idea of using a large spin wheel. He had hoped to teach Ling Lan a lesson by saddling Ling Lan with this impossible mission. Therefore, there were many reasons which had come together to make it possible for Ling Lan to accept this mission. There was a share of luck and serendipity involved. It's hard to say whether Ling Lan's luck had been amazing or horrible. Ling Lan had also flipped to the part of the confessions regarding the distress signal by now. She searched through her bag for the mission token and saw that the vivid bright red words displaying the SSS rank mission had turned orange. Taking it out to take a closer look, a notification entered her mind's eye. Clan formation mission, mission ranking, SSS rank. Mission content. A month ago, Fleet Swift Dragon, which is stationed at the Nebula boundary, sent over an extremely subtle SOS. As the message was too brief, the Federation military was unable to determine whether it was a mistake or true request for assistance. Mission progress. The relevant proof has been obtained. As long as this proof is brought back to Grand Sweep City and submitted to the City Lord, the mission will be complete. Warning: the person holding the proof must return alive and submit the proof personally to the City Lord of Grand Sweep City. If the person dies along the way, you will fail the mission. Receiving direct confirmation from the mission token itself, Ling Lan was very pleased. Hadn't they weathered all the difficulties to come to the Swift Dragon base just for this? They had finally found the answer and could return now. Ling Lan flicked the confessional papers in her hand in satisfaction and began to consider how they could return to the central district of Mecha World without any fuss. After some thought, she could not help but look in the direction of the investigation team sent by the Federation military, which had been ambushed. She abruptly stood up and commanded, "Let us go." Since they had already obtained what they wanted, there was no point in staying here any further. Qi Long and the others acknowledged the order in unison, and Ling Lan walked right out the door without sparing another glance at those bound hackers. It was as if she had forgotten all about them. Seeing Boss Lan leave without saying what to do with these people, Han Jijian could not help but frown slightly. However, out of his deep respect towards Ling Lan, he did not say anything and merely followed Ling Lan out the door. Han Jijian felt that just leaving these hackers like this was not very appropriate, but he could not think of a good solution himself. Qi Long and the others did not think as much, dutifully following Ling Lan out. Meanwhile, Li Shiyu was the second last to leave. He looked at the last one in the room, Li Lanfeng, and his mouth twitched. He had a vague idea of what the final outcome of these people would be, but he also really did not know what he could say. In the end, he could only let out an almost inaudible sigh before turning on his feet to leave the room. The remaining 7 or 8 hackers in the hidden room could not help but feel a surge of happiness when they saw the cold and ruthless lead youth leave the room without giving any orders on dealing with them. But after that, they saw that the final person left in the room with them was that specter who had already killed so many of their comrades, and their hearts froze up in fear. One of the hackers seemed to realize something. His expression changed drastically, and he screamed shrilly towards the door. "You said that if we told the truth you'd let us go. You're going against your word. Bastard. Demon." His wailing made the others realize what was coming as well. They began to struggle. If their hands and legs had not been tied securely by Qi Long and the others with a special method which could not be unraveled, all of them were likely to have leapt over to attempt a suicidal attack and bring Li Lanfeng down with them. This was because they already knew what the other was planning to do to them. The other had never ever intended to let them live. Just like that hacker had said, that cold-faced youth was a demon who had crawled out from hell. Not a single person would dare to kill off so many of Caesar's top hackers just like that. Even those great marshals of the Huaxia Federation would have chosen to tolerate this affront, too afraid of war officially breaking out with Caesar to actually give such a ruthless command. If you all want someone to blame, then blame your country. Why did it have to turn its greed towards the Huaxia Federation? Li Lanfeng too understood Caesar's plan. If Ling Lan had not been able to successfully stop the T-virus, their federation would have descended into a chaotic mess. The flames of war would have spread across the entire planetary sector of the Huaxia Federation, and all its citizens might have become slaves from a dead nation. Li Lanfeng did not really believe that these hackers were truly completely innocent, completely blameless in all of this. This made his heart incredibly resolute. And so, amidst their howling cries, Li Lanfeng unleashed the full extent of his specter powers, obliterating the consciousness of all the remaining hackers. Seeing all of these people's figures become countless white dots slowly dissipating into the virtual world, a petrified expression appeared on Li Lanfeng's face. Despite building himself up in his mind to be cold-blooded and heartless, telling himself he needed to be ruthless and firm, his heart still felt heavy and unanchored after truly killing all these people. It was because this was the first time Li Lanfeng had killed anyone, and he had ended up killing nearly 20 people at that. No matter how determined he was, he still felt a little overwhelmed by such a massive number. Spectre powers could really kill people invisibly. Li Lanfeng felt as if his 2 hands were already stained red with a thick coat of blood, unable to be washed clean ever again. When they heard the screams and wails crying out demon from within the room, the rest of the team, who had already walked out the door, realized what the outcome of those hackers was. Han Jijian's expression shifted slightly before settling into calm. Once more, he looked towards Ling Lan at the head of the team, and the heat in his gaze ran even hotter. He found that their boss Lan had unconsciously become even more formidable. This was not only reflected in terms of capabilities and skills, but was also reflected in terms of mentality. Han Jijian knew very well that Ling Lan's decision was absolutely correct. By doing this, he had put a proper end to things, ensuring the team's safety for the future. No one knew they had come here, so the Caesar Empire would never suspect that the ones who had ruined their plans were actually just a bunch of cadets. In contrast, even though he knew deep down that these people could not be allowed to live, he just could not make the decision to kill all of them. When Qi Long and Luo Lang heard the shouts of the hackers, they merely pursed their lips heartlessly and thought that those men deserved it. They trusted their boss and also felt that it was not a shame for these people who wanted to invade their federation to die. All right, so coming from a military family, they had an innate hatred toward invaders. Only Xie Yi's and Lin Zhongqing's pupils contracted sharply when they heard the screams. The two of them shared a look, and when they looked back at Ling Lan once more, their admiration carried a kind of fear. It looked like this decision of Ling Lan's had shocked them considerably. When Li Xiu heard these cries, his body trembled. Looking at the firm footsteps of Ling Lan walking at the front, he finally could not take it anymore and was about to speak when Chang Xinyuan, who had been observing him closely, stopped him by tugging sharply on his arm. Li Xiu turned back to look at Chang Xinyuan in confusion, and Chang Xinyuan shook his head firmly. Li Xiu clenched his fists and pushed down the compassion in his heart. He reminded himself repeatedly that he could not afford to be soft-hearted. He absolutely could not be soft-hearted. The intelligent Li Xiu knew rationally that Ling Lan's decision was not wrong, but his heart had still been shaken by those terrible cries. At this time, he once again recalled his mentor's words, saying that he lacked the heart of a soldier. Back then, he had still been unable to fully understand those words, but now he knew. Compared to these companions, he indeed lacked a soldier's heart. He did not possess the decisiveness and ruthlessness a soldier should have. Xiu, the Li family needs your efforts in the future. I have faith in you, but also worry about you. Your heart is too kind. This is both your strength and your weakness. These words that his eldest cousin brotherly Mulan had said to him from his sickbed rang out once more by his ear. One day in future, when you feel that this is your weakness, you must stay by the side of the person who makes you feel that way and learn from the other, until you master what you need to learn. So, eldest cousin brother, you had long known what my weakness was. You just could not bear to speak up and hurt my pride, right? And so you had tried to counsel me subtly, telling me to learn well to get rid of this weakness, right? Li Xiu abruptly bowed his head, the sweetness in his heart overlaid with a strong tang of sourness. His eldest cousin brother was wise and astute beyond imagining. Was this proof of the saying that those who are too insightful are sure to be hurt too? So God would not allow this kind of person to exist in the world? At this thought, Li Xiu's eyes were suffused with a wave of tenacity and self-confidence. He would definitely get rid of his weakness and then fulfill his heart's desire. He would snatch his eldest cousin brother back from the hands of God. For this objective, he would not falter even if he had to descend into the demonic pits of hell. At the main gates to the warehouse of the secret base, the two Federation hackers who had been impersonating guards by the gates were now slumped on the ground, unmoving, lying in a dark corner not too far from the gates. Meanwhile, Hollow Ground One, who had been protecting the gates while merged with the darkness, could no longer conceal his figure at this time. He fell over to sit within a dark corner. Under his blurred features, only he knew how tortured his expression was. He had already been holding on for almost 2 whole hours. Right then, about 20 to 30 meters away from hollow ground, 2 black-robed figures suddenly emerged from the darkness. Their appearance resembled hollow grounds, features blurred out, while their entire bodies were swathed in their black robes. The moment Hollow Ground saw these two appear, he knew that they must be the 2 specters he had been battling for close to 2 hours. Who knew which faction they were from, and why they had infiltrated the Swift Dragon base? So this is a top-class specter from Huaxia. One of the black-robed figures stared down at Hollow Ground before them and finally said. The other's voice sounded mechanical, harsh, and unpleasant. This odd sound was of course due to modification by the other side, and was not the other's real voice. For self-protection, specters would apply comprehensive, flawless disguises to themselves. Hollow Ground did not answer. Right then, his teeth were gritted as he fought back valiantly against the specter power attacks of the 2 figures. If this had been a solo operation, upon finding out that he was up against 2 specters of equal power as himself, he would definitely have chosen to escape. However, he could not do so now. Not only were there 2 hackers here, there was still a team of his comrades investigating the secrets of the warehouse behind him. He could not abandon his comrades just for his own survival. You still refuse to give up even now. Struggling so hard. You're probably doing this for the men behind you, right? Said one of the black-robed men with a soft sigh. I can tell you in advance that, just like you, they won't be able to live. There is no so-called secret inside at all. This is just a trap specially set up for you all. Hollow Ground jerked his head up at these words, glaring angrily at the 2 smug specters with clenched teeth. Frankly, when he had been attacked by the 2 specters at the start, he had already had the faint inkling that this was likely a trap meant for them. However, he had still held hope that there might truly be a secret here which necessitated the presence of 2 guardian specters. You've also reached the end of your rope. Your tenacious spirit is worthy of our respect, which is why we've come out to meet with you now. The tone of the specter who first spoke was tinged with admiration. It was our honor to be able to fight against a specter of your caliber. The battles between specters were very brutal. It meant the death of one side or the other, or perhaps even the death of both sides involved. Still, this did not affect their respect and admiration for their opponent. Logically, with Hollow Ground's level of specter power, he could have at most withstood 1 hour of their continuous attacks. However, Hollow Ground had obstinately held out for almost double that time. This sort of tenacity and indomitable spirit had earned the admiration of these 2 specters. Frankly, their Caesar Empire had never been able to figure out how some Huaxia Federation soldiers, who were obviously not that strong, would suddenly break out with combat power multiple times their personal baseline during critical moments. Such as this specter before them who had managed to hold out for twice the amount of time. When Hollow Ground heard this, realization flashed across his eyes. No wonder his opponents had chosen to appear so suddenly before him. His emotions were complicated. In the end, he could only sigh and say, in the end, I've still lost. He was well aware that he was at the end of his rope and would not be able to hold out for much longer. In contrast, the other side were still pretty spry as the 2 men had worked together to attack, each taking some time to rest and recuperate. Hence, their specter powers were still abundant. The final outcome was clear. The other black-robed specter commented with some pity. From the moment you stepped into the Swift Dragon base, we were destined to fight to the death. If possible, could you tell us your code name? I can't have my name end up as your trophy. I cannot let my country lose face this way. Hollow Ground grinned wryly as he responded. Without showing any outward signs, he compressed all of his remaining specter power and then unleashed it in one blast towards one of the men. Even if he died, he would pull one of them down with him. Hollow Ground's specter power and one of the opponent's specter's power suddenly clashed violently. Although there was nothing visible in the virtual world, one of the black-robed specters heard a loud explosion right by his ear. The forceful collision of power caused his entire consciousness to shudder, feeling as if it would be sent scattering. Seeing this, the other black-robed specter's face paled drastically. He reacted quickly and acted decisively to send his specter power over to help his companion intercept part of the attack. The 2 of them had always been partners, so they understood and were well familiar with each other's specter power. At this most critical moment, he swiftly merged his own specter power with his companion's, and parried that most intense blow. The black-robed person who had been caught unprepared by Hollow Ground's spiritual power attack was sent stumbling back 3 paces to fall over. Seated on the ground, he could not help but throw up a mouthful of blood. Meanwhile, the other black-robed figure was left trembling, his face flushing red and white. However, he soon recovered and seemed to have not taken any damage. Hollow Ground had made his final attack. Seeing it successfully intercepted by the opponents, he could only glance longingly with regret at this virtual world. His entire body was slowly turning into countless white spots, beginning to drift and scatter apart. Perhaps when he had first accepted the mission, he had never expected that he would lose his wings too here. The only pity was that he actually did not know who was responsible for his death, and so could not notify his companions to help take revenge on his behalf. The 2 black-robed specters saw Hollow Ground's figure vanishing completely to become one with the virtual world. Only then did they sigh softly and relax. The injured black-robed person chuckled wryly and said, "Ryder, who knew his death blow would be so powerful? If you hadn't helped me block in time, I would have been injured terribly even if I didn't die. Wit, you must have been distracted during our lessons." Ryder could not help but scold when he caught his breath. Huh. Wit turned to look back at his friend in confusion. The instructor mentioned very clearly in class that the specters of other countries all have their own unique characteristics in battle. For the specters of the Huaxia Federation, we must be especially careful of their final attack right before death. When they have failed, the Federation soldiers are particularly fond of mutual destruction tactics. Ryder recited what the instructor had said back then. After listening to what Ryder had to say, Wit stuck his tongue out in delayed fear. He had indeed lost focus for a bit during their classes, but he had not expected to miss such an important piece of information. This had almost caused him to drink the fruits of regret right here. Luckily, his partner was on point and had saved his life. While Ryder had been speaking, he had also used his specter power to erase the 2 hackers lying on the ground. Without Hollow Ground's protection, these 2 unconscious hackers could no longer be saved. Just like Hollow Ground, they turned into white spots which vanished into the air. In the headquarters of the National Security Agency of the Huaxia Federation, blaring alarms rang out abruptly from within one of the rooms. Complexion draining of color, the staff member monitoring to one side quickly leapt towards 3 virtual pods, which were flashing with red lights. "We've finally finished off this specter. It actually took us close to 2 hours. How shameful. Wit, quickly rush over to the heart of the secret base now and help Carter's group deal with the specter there." Ryder had received D1's notification a long while back and knew that the specter at Carter's side was even stronger than the one here. The 2 of them were fighting neck and neck with the enemy specter, both sides unable to do anything about the other, locked in a stalemate. Thus, Carter had specially requested Wit's help. If not for the fact that the battle here was also at a critical juncture, Ryder would have long sent Wit over to help. D1 has not received any more messages from D2. Carter's side has probably already gotten things under control over there. There's not much point for me to go over there. I might as well follow you and go handle that team of small fries below. Wit was rather reluctant. He was afraid that he would rush over only to find that Carter and his team had already handled the enemy. Not only would he have traveled all that way for nothing, he would not even obtain any of the battle merits on this end. Ryder glared at him in exasperation and scolded, "Shoal, go if I tell you to go. What are you blathering on about?" Seeing the obvious reluctance on Wit's face, Ryder's heart abruptly softened and he said, "Don't worry. If there's nothing for you to do there, I'll share half of the merits I earn here with you." Ryder naturally knew what Wit was worried about, so he shared his plans directly to assure the other. The team below had no specters protecting them, so no matter how good they were at fighting, they were still like defenseless babes in his eyes. They were like lambs for the slaughter, not posing any difficulty at all for him as a specter. He did not mind sharing this kind of effortless battle merits with his partner. "Ryder, you're the one who said it. Don't you dare go back on your word later." "I'll go immediately," said Wit happily. Without waiting for Ryder to respond, he disappeared into the darkness of the night, zooming towards the heart of the secret base. Although they could move through the skies and the earth in the virtual world like gods, moving much more rapidly than normal people, it was instinctive for them to move in the cover of shadows. Ryder saw Wit rushing off impatiently and could only shake his head helplessly. Wit's personality was still a touch too impetuous, but he was still young. With a few more years of instruction, all of this would no longer be a problem. Subsequently, he entered the gates, tracking the path taken by the investigation team of the Huaxia Federation. He needed to finish off these people before Carter's side wiped out those invaders on their end. Otherwise, he would become the butt of their jokes. Having designed such a perfect trap and still needing so much time to finish off these people, if word got out about this, he wouldn't be able to show his face for. Ling Lan had not walked very far with the rest of the team when Li Lanfeng caught up to rejoin them. Ling Lan swept a glance over Li Lanfeng. Although his complexion was a little pale, his expression was composed and steady. Ling Lan knew that the leopard would be able to overcome this hurdle with his own strength. She felt extremely relieved inside and no longer worried over the matter. When Ling Lan's team had entered the secret base, due to the continuous battles they had to fight, it took about 1.5 hours for them to reach their destination. On their way out, even though there were still quite a lot of soldiers in their way, because the soldiers' combat power was considerably worse than Ling Lan's team's, the return journey did not take them as long. They were back at the mouth to the tunnel in less than 20 minutes. The two black-robed specters saw Hollow Ground's figure vanishing completely to become one with the virtual world. Only then did they sigh softly and relax. The injured black-robed person chuckled wryly and said, "Ryder, who knew his death blow would be so powerful? If you hadn't helped me block in time, I would have been injured terribly even if I didn't die. Wit, you must have been distracted during our lessons." Ryder could not help but scold when he caught his breath. Huh. Wit turned to look back at his friend in confusion. The instructor mentioned very clearly in class that the specters of other countries all have their own unique characteristics in battle. For the specters of the Huaxia Federation, we must be especially careful of their final attack right before death. When they have failed, the Federation soldiers are particularly fond of mutual destruction tactics. Ryder recited what the instructor had said back then. After listening to what Ryder had to say, Wit stuck his tongue out in delayed fear. He had indeed lost focus for a bit during their classes, but he had not expected to miss such an important piece of information. This had almost caused him to drink the fruits of regret right here. Luckily, his partner was on point and had saved his life. While Ryder had been speaking, he had also used his specter power to erase the two hackers lying on the ground. Without Hollow Ground's protection, these two unconscious hackers could no longer be saved. Just like Hollow Ground, they turned into white spots which vanished into the air. In the headquarters of the National Security Agency of the Huaxia Federation, blaring alarms rang out abruptly from within one of the rooms. Complexion draining of color, the staff member monitoring to one side quickly leapt towards 3 virtual pods, which were flashing with red lights. "We've finally finished off this specter. It actually took us close to 2 hours. How shameful. Wit, quickly rush over to the heart of the secret base now and help Carter's group deal with the specter there." Ryder had received D1's notification a long while back and knew that the specter at Carter's side was even stronger than the one here. The two of them were fighting neck and neck with the enemy specter, both sides unable to do anything about the other, locked in a stalemate. Thus, Carter had specially requested Wit's help. If not for the fact that the battle here was also at a critical juncture, Ryder would have long sent Wit over to help. D1 has not received any more messages from D2. Carter's side has probably already gotten things under control over there. There's not much point for me to go over there. I might as well follow you and go handle that team of small fries below. Wit was rather reluctant. He was afraid that he would rush over only to find that Carter and his team had already handled the enemy. Not only would he have traveled all that way for nothing, he would not even obtain any of the battle merits on this end. Ryder glared at him in exasperation and scolded, "Shoal, go if I tell you to go. What are you blathering on about?" Seeing the obvious reluctance on Wit's face, Ryder's heart abruptly softened and he said, "Don't worry. If there's nothing for you to do there, I'll share half of the merits I earn here with you." Ryder naturally knew what Wit was worried about, so he shared his plans directly to assure the other. The team below had no specters protecting them, so no matter how good they were at fighting, there were still like defenseless babes in his eyes. They were like lambs for the slaughter, not posing any difficulty at all for him as a specter. He did not mind sharing this kind of effortless battle merits with his partner. "Ryder, you're the one who said it. Don't you dare go back on your word later." "I'll go immediately," said Wood happily. Without waiting for Ryder to respond, he disappeared into the darkness of the night, zooming towards the heart of the secret base. Although they could move through the skies and the earth in the virtual world like gods, moving much more rapidly than normal people, it was instinctive for them to move in the cover of shadows. Ryder saw Wit rushing off impatiently and could only shake his head helplessly. Wit's personality was still a touch too impetuous, but he was still young. With a few more years of instruction, all of this would no longer be a problem. Subsequently, he entered the gates, tracking the path taken by the investigation team of the Huaxia Federation. He needed to finish off these people before Carter's side wiped out those invaders on their end. Otherwise, he would become the butt of their jokes. Having designed such a perfect trap and still needing so much time to finish off these people, if word got out about this, he wouldn't be able to show his face for. Ling Lan had not walked very far with the rest of the team when Li Lanfeng caught up to rejoin them. Ling Lan swept a glance over Li Lanfeng. Although his complexion was a little pale, his expression was composed and steady. Ling Lan knew that the leopard would be able to overcome this hurdle with his own strength. She felt extremely relieved inside and no longer worried over the matter. When Ling Lan's team had entered the secret base, due to the continuous battles they had to fight, it took about 1.5 hours for them to reach their destination. On their way out, even though there were still quite a lot of soldiers in their way, because the soldiers' combat power was considerably worse than Ling Lan's team's, the return journey did not take them as long. They were back at the mouth to the tunnel in less than 20 minutes. Do you like this video? Let me know by giving it a thumbs up and leaving a comment below. Don't forget to subscribe and hit the notification bell to stay updated on my future uploads. I'd love to hear from you. Thanks so much for watching. Did you enjoy this video? If you did, make sure to hit that notification bell so you never miss an update. And don't forget to subscribe and give this video a big thumbs up. Your support means the world to me, and I can't wait to see you in the next one. Thank you.